everybody. We're the Sci-Fi Sisters here for Trek Talks 3. Woo!
Yay!
Yay!
Woohoo!
Welcome, everybody. We're going to have a great day today. We're going to celebrate and raise some money for Hollywood.
Cash money. Sorry.
Cash. Okay. We're so excited to be here. What are we going to do today, sisters? We're going to what?
Donate.
Donate. First thing, off the bat, you guys can donate at trektalks.net, or you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can text. What is it, Yvette?
Trek. Text Trek to 53555.
So it couldn't be easier. It couldn't be easier to open up your wallets and your hearts for this amazing cause. Trek Talks 3 is back, and it's better than ever.
Yes, it is.
Better than ever. We got some good panels coming up today, y'all.
Yeah.
And I hope you can stay for the whole day. But if you can't, it's going to be here on the YouTube, as they say. But what we need to do today, though, that can't wait, is the donate.
Yes, please donate. Donate. That's it. That's
Sister Fran.
What's that?
I know, right? I know that you got something you're super excited about to see on this coming up today, or somebody.
Oh, it's hard to pick, just one.
right.
I'm really excited about our panel.
Oh yeah.
Our panel with all the women that were behind the scene, and behind the camera, in front of the camera, the warrior and the captain, fully pipped.
You like that term. I take it you like that term.
Fully pipped. She came on with 4 pips, and she was great.
Yeah.
Looking like Nancy Wilson. Okay. The streak and everything. So we love Captain Carol Freeman. And Don Lewis is on that panel, along with, check out our panel. Check out the panel.
Our panel's at 11:35 Pacific time. It's called Tomorrow's Yesterdays.
Yep.
We're super excited. We got a lot of great women on that panel, right, Sabrina?
Oh my God, we sure do. It was so crazy when they all came on the Zoom and we all almost started crying.
It's true.
We were so excited. We didn't know what to do.
It's true. We got Marion Smothers, who's the sister of Nichelle Nichols, Ms. Adele Simmons, and Michelle Hurd, the wonderful Michelle Hurd. So that's going to be fun.
Yep. Yep. There's some great panels. I mean, our panel, I'm really looking forward to that. The Tuvix panel.
The Tuvix panel. Say what?
I don't think
hater.
Hi. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, from the beginning, that was the one, because even as we put up the promos, people were going in. I mean, people just can't help themselves when it comes to Tuvix. So this is gonna be great. Tom Wright is actually gonna be there. I mean,
so excited to see him.
That is
the man who actually played Tuvix.
Right.
Yes.
Ethan Phillips and
he played
Tim
too.
Russ is gonna be there. The Delta Flyers are gonna host that one. So it's gonna be some Voyager magic going on.
I can't wait to see the live chat on that.
The chat
on that.
The chat's gonna be like, that's gonna be a show all in its
by
own.
itself.
Janeway was right, y'all.
Janeway
Janeway
was
did
right.
nothing wrong.
Hi. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so good.
Oh, but we got some great people joining Trek Talks 3. We have Tawny Newsome joining for the first time.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm excited for that panel.
Love her.
Yeah, she's gonna be on These Old Scientists panel.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
In the crossover, Jonathan
crossover panel.
Jonathan Frakes.
Strange New Worlds Lower Deck crossover.
Oh, we got a fan Jonathan Frakes again. Like we do every year.
This thing.
I mean, it's a whole day full of amazing content.
Yeah.
And I think it's all really fresh content. I mean, guys, if you've attended a Trek Talks 3 or watched it before, I mean, Trek Talks 1 and 2 before, and you're expecting like, oh, it's more of the same stuff. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
Trust
no.
me, it's
No, no,
not.
no, no, no.
No.
Everything is brand spanking new. And
Yeah.
it's going to be stuff that we've never talked about before. I mean, the Tuvix panel, when have you ever seen a Tuvix panel anywhere?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
And
And
we've been
yet-
discussing it for decades.
Yes,
Right.
definitely. Most
Right.
definitely.
How many late
Yeah.
night cons have we sat there?
The cruise.
The cruise. Oh my
cruise,
God.
Yes. New York
Vicious.
Comic
They got
Con.
vicious.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but I mean,
When I
the Tuvix panel is great. But I think we need to mention this phenomenal Picard panel that's going on. I mean, having all those
Yes.
people
Yes.
from the 3rd season of Picard. I mean, when that came together, that's just awesome. I mean, that's a full hour. There must be like 20,000 people on that panel.
I know, right? Well, because and you know who else is on that panel too, who's so excited, who's also never been to Trek Talks, I don't believe, before, is Michael Dorn.
Right. Yeah.
Mm.
Michael
Yes.
Dorn. And then our
Yes.
girl,
Yeah.
our girl,
Ashley.
Ashley.
Chestnut,
All right.
Yes,
sis.
the young Sydney LaForge, the
Sydney
pilot.
LaForge in the house.
Yes, that's it. That is it. It's
Crash
so good.
herself.
Crash, right? Nothing like Uncle Riker to bring that up, right?
Oh my
And-
God, I can't wait.
And it wouldn't be a Trek show without some science. It's going to be women in STEM, which I think is absolutely wonderful. Go ahead, Sabrina. I
I'm
know
so excited. My hero is on this panel. Okay, first of all, we do have our own Erin McDonald on there. Erin,
Yes.
I love her.
Yes,
Yay.
definitely, definitely.
Did you know Erin was also a screenwriter? So, that's really
Yeah.
interesting. But
Mhm.
we have, hold on to your hats because she's not been on Trek Talk. This woman is a legend, and her name is Chandra Prasad Weinstein. She is a cosmologist and a particle physicist. Okay. And the sisters from the Barbados. Yay. And I love her. She has the best TED Talk. If you could check out her TED Talk, she is going to be here. I am going to die. I cannot tell you how excited I am.
Please don't die.
Don't die.
No, please, please.
She has been speaking about diversity in STEM before it became cool.
That's
Mhm,
right.
mhm.
So this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
woman. So
Yeah.
listen to her talk and find her TED Talk. Listen to her on Trek Talks 3 and also donate when she comes on. Donate
Yeah.
because Sabrina said donate when the doctor is on.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm really
Done.
excited.
Done and done.
Done
You
and
know,
done.
Done and done. And then there's a great panel called Producing Trek.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
that's got
our favorites.
yeah, it's got our guys, our brothers, the Hageman brothers, Dan and
Yes.
Kevin.
Yay.
Yay.
If you haven't seen the Hageman brothers with the sci-fi sisters, boy, you are missing something.
Please, it's something else.
It's like they're our brothers from another mother. Like,
Right.
Yes. Really another mother.
like, how did
Oh,
this
my
happen?
goodness.
We just love each other. So and Aaron Waltke, and that's going to be really cool. And y'all, Brandon Braga.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a heavy hitting
That's a heavy
panel.
load right
Yeah,
there.
that's the panel there.
Don't
That's really
forget
good.
our celebrity spotlights. because
Woo.
Oh, we got
Yeah.
a lot.
Heavy
a
hitters.
lot this
Heavy
year.
hitters. Heavy
A
hitters.
lot.
Yeah,
You know,
Connor
I
is
mean,
going to be there.
well,
I
you know,
mean,
I want
go
to
ahead.
just starting back with Rod Roddenberry.
Yeah, man. I
Um,
mean, starting off.
Yes.
Starting off with Rod Roddenberry, yes. I mean, because he's so amazing, and his commitment to obviously carrying on his father's legacy and shaping
Mhm.
it and helping direct what we're experiencing now.
Right.
But more than anything, what I love about Rod Roddenberry is that he puts his money where his mouth is, and
Every time.
he
Mhm.
supports worthy causes
Yeah.
like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
and a lot of people have him to thank for a lot of good things, and
Oh, yeah.
and he's just a really nice human being. So I mean, that's one I'm really excited to hear about. So that's
Let
just
it
me.
rain.
before we
Let
move
it
on,
rain.
since we're talking about donating, let's make sure everyone knows how to donate.
Absolutely.
You can use the QR code on your screen. You can go to trektalks.net, hit the donate button, and you can text Trek
Trek.
Trek to 53555, triple nickels.
And again, let it rain. Let it rain.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes until
Trektivism. You still have to
showtime.
talk about
Whoop,
Trektivism.
whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, yeah. They got Trektivism. There's a great Trektivism panel coming up today.
Yeah.
Yes, with our buddies, Matthew, Simone, and Heather Ray Barker, both our friends,
Yes.
leading off this panel.
Trek Geeks. So I just want to talk a little bit about Trektivism. They have a new podcast that's coming out, so check that out. They have a website. They're doing a lot of good work out there, so check that out. Trektivism is definitely a big part of Hollywood Food Coalition, Trek Talks. So check those out before you donate, and then go and check out Trektivism.
Yeah. and to go on to these celebrity spotlights that are coming up. I mean, we got a big one. We have a lot. All of them are big. So
yeah, they're all big.
Like, I don't even know.
They're all pretty big.
Nami Melumad. Did I pronounce your name right? I think I probably messed it up. I'm so sorry, Nami. But God, I love your music. I mean,
love it. Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
you're amazing. And I'm so excited that you're part of the Trek family and lending your talents to us and making all these shows, making the shows sound so beautiful. I know Sabrina's man, Connor Trinneer. Trip with his fine self. He's another one that just looks better and better.
Yeah, he does.
Podcast
He really
is
does.
pretty
Oh
good.
my
I love his
gosh.
podcast, so if you're not listening to that, you should.
True.
And we got a special for the Sci-Fi Sisters.
Yes, we do. We have a really special one that I'm really excited about. Miss Nana Visitor. Oh, yay. That I get to interview. So yay. You'll see me at that time.
Yes.
With Nana, and I'll be fangirling like all the rest.
Yes, 4:30 p.m. Pacific time.
I'll try to keep it in check.
There you go. You got this. You got this.
And Mr. Ken Biller, producer extraordinaire from Voyager.
Yeah,
now that's going to be
I
cool.
really want to see that one.
Yeah,
I'm really interested in that one. I want to know I really want to know, all those years on Voyager. I just want to know more.
Definitely. All that stuff. He did everything.
Yeah, definitely.
And then, I mean, come on, y'all. He's the sweetest man on the face of the earth. He plays some of the most amazing creatures we've ever seen. Mr. Doug Jones is going to grace us with his presence. And I do mean grace. He's like the epitome of grace.
Yes, he is.
He is.
I mean, he walks with grace.
He does. Whether he's swinging his arms or not.
Yes, exactly. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to showtime.
2 minutes.
That's right.
Don't forget, let's donate. You can donate, text Trek 53555. Use the QR code that's on your screen, or go to www.trektalks.net.
You know what else we forgot to say though?
What?
Our hosts. This year.
How can
we got the greatest hosts on the face of the earth. We got Miss Bonnie Gordon, and of course our buddy John Billingsley.
JB
JB in the house. So it's gonna be fun.
Oh boy, hopefully there'll be pants. There'll be pants.
Yeah, we're really praying for that.
I really want pants.
JB, please put your pants on.
Please, JB.
Just saying. Oh, actually, were we talking to JB or Bonnie? But whichever. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Put your pants on, y'all.
Okay, our time is almost up because this crowd is getting crazy.
Okay.
1 minute. We got 1 minute. 1 minute.
Oh, did we? Oh my God, there's so many people we haven't even mentioned yet. Did we mention Tim Russ?
Yes.
Did we mention William Phillips?
We did. What about
the guy that I
Picard
wanted
panel?
to invite to the cookout?
Picard panel. We can have.
Did we mention that Brent Spiner's here?
Nope.
And Gates McFadden?
Oh,
and Todd Stashwick?
What?
Oh, he's the best.
The man's hot.
And our buddy Jonathan Del Arco?
Oh,
Terry Metalis is here.
Yeah,
Terry,
come on.
Yeah, Jerry Ryan. Jerry won a big award. Congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah.
Awesome. And of course, I will say it again. Jonathan Frakes.
Jonathan Frakes. Jonathan Frakes. Yeah, we know you. We love you too, buddy.
10 seconds, 10
but
seconds, 10 seconds.
Oh my God, 10 seconds.
We gotta go. We gotta
Donate.
go. Don't forget to
Donate.
donate.
Open up those wallets. Donate.
Donate.
Let's go. Trek Talks 3. Trek Talks.
Have we started? I think we are live now. Welcome to Trek Talks 3. That was my homage to John Oliver. Our third annual 8-hour digital YouTube live stream in Lollapalooza Star Trek convention without pants.
Oh, so are you?
Yes, no pants. Plus,
okay.
I also have my pee jar ready. Do you have your pee jar?
No.
Oh, well, all right. I'm not going to want to miss a minute of today's exciting show. 8 hours in this chair. Bonnie, you're on your own. May I say what a joy and a delight to have you back again this year. Thank you so much for joining me as co-host for today's Pants Free Con.
Wouldn't miss it, John. Wouldn't miss it.
Might I ask you to preview some of the guests and panels we have coming up just in the first 2 hours?
Absolutely. Well, in the next 2 hours, how about this? We have the incomparable Rod Roddenberry, a panel devoted to the wonderful Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks crossover episode featuring its director, Jonathan Frakes.
I've heard of him.
Tawny
Yes,
Newsome, and the episode's co-writers Bill Wilkoff and Catherine Lynn. Amy Imhoff is doing an amazing panel featuring superhero women of science, and the Sci-Fi Sisters, Chin Wag with Michelle Hurd, Dawn Lewis, Adele Simmons, and Marion Smothers, all gathering together to talk about their groundbreaking careers and most notably Nichelle Nichols' remarkable legacy.
And this panel, and thank you for that fabulous intro, sisters.
Thank you.
What a great way to start off the day. The panel that they will be hosting commemorates and honors Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on his birthday weekend. Dr. King's work, especially in his last few years, centered around poverty and a recognition that people lacking economic security would never be able to enjoy the full rights of citizenship or be able to exercise its obligations. We are here today to raise money and awareness for an organization, the Hollywood Food Coalition, that in its own right is also concerned with the ramifications of economic injustice and seeks to rectify them to the best of our abilities. Los Angeles is one of the most expensive cities in the country. Not coincidentally, it has one of the highest rates of poverty, homelessness. It also has one of the highest rates of hunger. 1 in 5, approximately, citizens in Los Angeles, and this is sadly mirrored in our country, is food insecure, which doesn't mean they're necessarily not going to eat that day, but it means they wake up thinking about it. Where's it going to come from? How much is it going to be? Is it going to be healthy? This in the richest country in the history of the world. We will be showing some short interstitial videos today about the Hollywood Food Coalition, telling you our story. We'll be showing you what we do to help people in need all across the Southland. And in a minute, we'll be introducing the Food Coalition's executive director, the splendiferous Anali Ray, to talk about some of the reasons why HOFOCO's work as coalition builders, as social safety net menders, has significance that transcends the concerns of just our region.
Such a wonderful organization. And later on today, we have the Picard Season 3 panel, a retrospective, with a jam-packed panel of stars, and you are not going to want to miss that one. We have the Delta Flyers, Robbie and Garrett. They're going to host Tim, Johnny, and special guest stars Tom Wright and Lisa Klink. They're going to revisit Voyager's controversial episode of Tuvix. We have Nana Visitor joining us, composer Nami Melumad, Connor Trinneer, Doug Jones,
Hey, Connor Trinneer, isn't he dead?
Not yet. Doug Jones, Ken Viller, music or interludes for myself and the Roddenberrys, and so much more. And in return for providing you with a free day-long convention experience.
A convention experience in which you do not have to wear pants. This is the only convention in the world, I hazard the guess, that you do not have to wear pants at.
Pants optional. We ask you to consider making a donation to the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Please do that. And Bonnie, can you tell folks as we get ready for our first exciting guests how they can donate? And maybe as well, talk a bit about our silent auction, which will be taking place throughout the day.
Absolutely. Donating to the Hollywood Food Coalition is super easy peasy. Go to www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3, or you can scan the QR code on your screen or text Trek to at 53555. That's
And that's
the word Trek.
Trek.
Trek. Yeah,
I've heard of that.
Trek.
Yes.
In case you forgot how to spell it, to 53555. And our silent auction is amazing. It features 2 incredible packages. The one that I can talk about the most is a trip to the legendary private members-only Magicians Club, the Magic Castle here in LA. Not only do you get to go, you get to go with us, me and John. I tried to get John to not come, but he refuses to. He's
Second
going to
prize
show
is
up
2
anyway.
weeks in Philadelphia.
He's going to show up.
Come on.
Okay, you're going to show up anyway. But we're going to be your escorts and your host at the Magic Castle. There's going to be lots of food, lots of drinks, and most importantly, lots and lots of magic. We also have VIP invites to attend the Trek Talks Vegas cocktail party hosted by the marvelous Amy Britton this upcoming August. All proceeds are going to the Food Coalition, so just visit the site and bid by going to hofoco.org/Trek Talks. That's
And this is
hofoco.
my typo, because really you should just go back where you went before, which is www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3. There's been some controversy as to how we should direct you to give. The important thing is you'll figure it out. You can go to
So go to the other one that I mentioned before, not to this one that John told me to say right here.
I know.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Don is
You can click on the auction table.
He's a screw up.
I'm just going to throw you under the table and under the bus and under a lot of things. Just click on the auction table at the top of the page to place your
And that's
bid.
auction tab. I wrote table. It should be tab. It's a tab. The auction tab. And I wrote
So I really should have gone through and red pinned this entire
I'm not
script.
going to throw you under the bus. You're doing fabulously.
Thank you.
Fabulously. We have 4 minutes left.
It's technically a virtual auction table. See, it's like pretend like there's a table there, and you click on the tab. But please note, like we are over the moon because we have accumulated so much cool stuff this year. So many different things like memorabilia and other cool Trek stuff. People were so generous that we're actually going to be holding off on the other type of giveaways and do a separate mid-year Silent Trek Stocks 4 kickoff auction.
I want to thank Jeff Happ, Bill Smith, Jordan Schwartz, and Factory Entertainment. Their generosity through the roof. Stephanie and Trek Long Island, Dan Curry, Stephanie Jakowski, so many others for your fabulously generous contributions and your kind permission to hold on to those contributions until we do our first exciting mid-year auction. And special thanks to
the amazing Amy Britton, whose praises we'll be singing throughout the entire day because they need to be sung, for being a sponsor and a dear, dear pal and supporter of the Coalition. Lastly, free Tribbles. We have free Tribbles coming, and here's how you can get them. The folks over at Tribble Toys are carrying the live stream of this show on their Facebook and their other social medias. In 1967, most of you know that writer David Gerald wrote the classic original series episode, The Trouble with Tribbles. Tribble Toys, which David runs, will be giving away 8 toy Tribbles to viewers of Trek Talks. So enter the following URL, tribbletoys.com/Trek Talks. That's tribbletoys.com/Trek Talks, and enter your name there for free to win a Tribble. And you got to be 18 or older, and you got to be a U.S. resident, but they are giving them away.
Don't let denobulins get anywhere near those Tribbles. They are delicious. We like them pan-fried. We like them broiled. We like them raw, like oysters. Keep the Tribbles away from denobulins.
Side of butter.
Before we bring in our first 2 guests, the dazzling Anali Ray, our executive director, the Hollywood Food Coalition's amazing executive director, Rod Roddenberry, demigod, legend, and etc. One last word. Totally get it that you might not have the scratch to donate. Even 20 clams, though, helps. It provides about 5 amazing multi-course meals to our nightly guests. We always offer a vegetarian, vegan, or carnivorian option. We want our guests, who may not have a lot of options in their lives, to come to us knowing that at least one time a day, they can choose what they want to eat that evening. But
and if you can't contribute financially, there are still ways to contribute hugely just by getting on the interwebs and your social media and spreading the word right now and throughout the entire day. Keep people apprised of the stuff that you're watching and encourage them to tune in. Tell them how to do it. Just go to trektalks.net and push the button. Boop, 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 boop.
yeah, truly, that is as much of a contribution as you can make.
Absolutely.
It is equally important because we are trying to build audience and awareness. So call your friends, text your friends, open the window, go, hey, everybody, watch your Trek Talks. Are you out of your mind?
I
would
did
love
that
to
last
hear
year.
it.
They called the
It's
cops on me, but that's
like
okay.
like in Network, if you remember that movie. You don't. Who remembers that movie? I do. 10 seconds left. Ta-da. Without further ado, our first guest of the day, the splendiferous, as mentioned, Anali Ray, and demigod Rod Roddenberry. Wow.
Yay.
Yay.
Hey guys.
I got to start
Hi,
this by
good
saying
morning.
we had a number of fans last year saying we want to meet Anali Ray and we would love Anali Ray to meet Rod Roddenberry. But you guys have already met. Right?
We sure have. At your facilities, which you keep growing out of because you're doing so much good for LA. Seriously, I mean, it's a great problem.
Yeah.
When was that? Was that now? I've worked all of time. Was that 2 years ago? A year? No, couldn't be 2 years ago. I haven't been with the Food Coalition for 2 years, but probably about a year and a half ago.
Shortly after you came in, and Rod was generous enough to come and tour. We had a marvelous dinner together that our
the generosity comes from you guys having me. It's very easy to show up.
Well, we appreciate all the support, of course.
In the time we have, I'd love to ask you, Anali, a few questions about some of the work we've got coming up, some of the ways we're going to be helping to grow our capacity to serve the community. But before I get started with that, I know that everybody's going to want to hear from Rod and hear about what's going on in his life and what exciting news he might have for us. You don't have any exciting news, you can make stuff up, Rod. I do it all the time. I know you have a few questions that you'd like to ask. I turn it over to you.
Oh, thank you. Rod, well, first off, it's so good to see you, even virtually. I know
and I love your necklace. That is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. Isn't that lovely?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to remember the company's name. They're based out of Arizona. Do a lot of cons. They do amazing jewelry pieces.
It is beautiful.
I know. I love it. It's more of a weapon than a piece of jewelry, by the way. It's very heavy.
Probably
to where
no
if ever I was in a bar fight, I could just probably throw this like a ninja star. And
there's the story. There's the breaking story. Bonnie Gordon gets in bar fights.
That's
only on Tuesdays. Only on Tuesdays. Not today. Today it's all about the Hollywood Food Coalition.
I wouldn't mess with you.
That's the only fight I'm gonna get in. It's the best. Don't you fight me on it.
Bonnie, I know you have questions. I
do. I really do, Rod.
Yes. What are those questions?
So, Rod, recently there was an incident that I know you've already commented on this before, but I'd love to hear more of your thoughts on this besides what the articles have written. The ashes of Star Trek actors and legends that were supposed to land on the moon that didn't quite make it and are now floating throughout the interspace of the world, of the galaxy. I know you've commented on this already in some interviews, but I just would love to hear your thoughts on this. I'll
give the very quick version. First of all, it's very cool. But I have very little to do with it in the sense that Charles Schaefer, who runs Celestis, is the company who started this. Back in the 90s, 96, 97, approached my mother. He didn't have a company. He just had an idea. And he said, hey, I'm doing this crazy thing. Would you like to send up Gene's ashes? And of course she said yes. And, that snowballed a little bit, and he helped leverage and use that to get more support and get more money and fundraise. And I mean, to send something into space is quite expensive. And so he went up, my father's ashes went up and orbited the Earth for something like 7 to 10 years. And then they burned up in the atmosphere. But my mother said after that was successful, she said, this is a weird thing to say, but she said, when I die, I want you to send me and Gene out into space. And that was 20 years ago.
Wow.
And he kept his promise 20 years later, trying to get something aboard a rocket. It's not easy. Not easy. So so they did it. It went up on a Vulcan rocket through ULA, United Launch Alliance. And yes, there was a mishap, I believe, with the propellant. So the idea, it was carrying a lunar mission, and that was going to be the first private vehicle to land on the moon. My current understanding, and things may change because they're always working the problem, is that may not happen. But the idea was for my parents in ash form, symbolically, to go where no one has gone before. And they will still be doing that.
Now, Rod, did you kind of carve out some of your dad's ashes specifically to be held back?
Yes, these are very small amounts that they take up. Obviously, weight restrictions and all that sort. It is a symbolic thing, and we all have our beliefs and our thoughts. But the other cool part of it, or I like to think fun sci-fi part of it, is that you too can send up your DNA. You get a little cheek swab, you send it in, they turn it into a powder, that also goes in. And so I have DNA either crashing on the moon or going out with my parents. And then the fun part of this is to get all sci-fi and wacky and think about maybe as this goes way out there, some aliens in 100,000 years will find my DNA, find out how to remake me. And then my friends made fun of me saying that's all we need is a planet full of, dumb rods running around into each other. And,
Yes, I love it.
populating the galaxy.
We will
But
be
didn't-
asking them to come and appear on Trek Talks, I guarantee you.
Correct me if
My
I'm wrong,
father
but
is still sitting on the mantelpiece, I got to say. He passed away a few years ago. I can't even get the energy up to put him on the rowboat, send him out and put him in the ocean, which is where he has to go. So you guys are lapping the field on me. Sorry.
and also correct me if I'm wrong. It did also include the ashes of like DeForest Kelly, James Doohan,
Yes,
Nichelle Nichols.
Yeah.
Yes.
There were hundreds of people aboard that, not just luminaries, but a lot of Star Trek people were aboard, in front of and behind the camera. And it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful thing to send anyone. But of course, for Star Trek people, it's beautiful for them to repeat myself, go where no one has gone before. It is just perfect.
I feel like it having that leak and releasing the ashes early, I think it's almost, I think it's very poetic and better than it landing on the moon, in my opinion. Because now, again,
Absolutely.
like you said, they are exploring space.
Any other news or exciting tidbits of information you want to share with us, Rod?
God, I don't know
There's so
when
many
I'm
new
supposed
movies
to.
that have just been
Yeah.
announced. Like, what are you excited for? What are you looking forward to?
As in Star Trek movies or movies in general?
Oh well, there's new shows being announced, new movies being announced, all
John
within the
Wick
Star Trek
9.
universe.
Yeah. I honestly am not that tuned into what's going on out there in movies. I stick to my TV, and I don't go to the theater anymore unless it's a big one. I mean, I hate to be a broken record and say what everyone said. I wasn't sure I was going to like Oppenheimer, but that was really amazing, incredibly well done. And I generally don't like those kinds of movies, but that was fun. I don't even know what's coming out.
Well,
I really don't.
We'll take that as an artful place to segue. And
Yes.
I'm with you, honey. I'm like usually reading a book, and I'm like over what's going on in the movies.
I'm not saying I only watch caliber stuff. In fact, I always say I come home and pretty much watch crap TV all the time because I'm just trying to turn off from the day. So I won't mention what I watch because that will
use our imagination. The Petticoat Junction channel, I'm sure, it's 24/7. That's
yes.
Anali, here it is, your opportunity to tell us a bit about what you're excited about for this year upcoming at the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Woo! We have a lot going on. I'm so excited. As most people maybe might know, we do something that's so unique, which is to use the climate crisis to solve the hunger crisis. And obviously, we've got a lot of folks to feed, and people who are also in housing, but are struggling with inflation and all of that stuff. So we have these incredible programs, and we've been really just growing. With the pandemic, we had sort of an infusion of opportunities, and we really have been growing. And some of the coalition work that we've been doing, we've recognized that, a lot of these small organizations can't do these things on our own. And so we said, like, what a wonderful opportunity for us to get together. So one of the exciting things that we're doing is we have our community exchange program, which is our concierge program that brings in all the recovered food that essentially goes to our kitchen so we can feed people. And then we also supply 150 small and medium-sized nonprofits across LA County. And we are growing, we're bursting out of our seams. So essentially we have to find a new warehouse. And what's really exciting is we've been talking to a lot of different partners, and this is coming off the heels of working with the county and the LA Food Policy Council to say, like, what are the needs of these organizations? How can we help? How can we be good community members? And so a lot of the other organizations, we've been talking through how to share space together. There's a lot of needs for cold storage space, just space to co-locate, to use resources together, to share equipment. So we've been talking about that. So what's on the horizon for us in this coming year is getting that beautiful exchange open space so that we can bring other partners on site, and then also think things through and say, how do we create creative solutions? And so that is really exciting for us, John.
And I really want to also, bringing you guys together is in part for me an opportunity to say thank you, Rod, for appreciating our vision. because it's your vision, which is that it takes not only a village, it takes a galaxy of partners, recognizing that only through collaboration and cooperation and coalition building can you address some problems that actually create true systemic change.
Absolutely.
For us, it's
well
more,
said.
as you said, more cold storage, more capacity to collect and share food with more organizations in need. And we are so blessed to have you and Ollie, because from the moment she met us, it was like, totally get your vision. Here's how I think you can take the next steps forward. So
I'm
Beautiful.
so blessed. I'm so blessed because it really is. I mean, when I think about, just so much similarities between all of us, right? It's like we're just all trying to solve these really intense, complicated problems, but we can only do this together, talking through it together, coming together as like mankind. You know what I mean? And I think those things are so important. So I'm just grateful to be in space with people who are just brilliant, like you all, and are just heart forward, and it's just an amazing part.
I also want to tie this together a little bit with Star Trek itself. And something else that Rod is very generously supporting is the introduction of a podcast that we call Trektivism, which is basically designed to allow fans and people in the Trek community to tell the stories of the work they're doing in their communities. One of the things that I think is really important about the values of the coalition and the values of Star Trek is it's basically finding a way, because we are very volunteer driven. We've had tens of thousands of people come and volunteer for us over our 37 years of existence. Generating enthusiasm for getting involved in your community is so much of what the ethos of Trek is about. And I know, Rod, that is something that has been dear to your heart. And again, can't thank you enough.
No, I mean, listen, you guys are doing the hard work. Once again, it's very easy to just come in and contribute. I think most people have heard me say this. I love Star Trek not because of the TV shows, but because of the idea behind it. It's true. I mean, there's actually Star Trek shows that I don't find very entertaining or interesting. For me, and we all have different tastes. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying there are ones that aren't my cup of tea.
We killed the franchise. I know. It resuscitated.
The messaging is what's so important to me, because I truly believe in it. I mean, people will say it's just a TV show. It is more than just a TV show. I understand there are other great concepts and organizations and people out there that are making change for the world. I'm not saying it's the end all be all. I'm just saying, in terms of my family, my last name, and what Star Trek is, I want nothing more than to promote the philosophy, the messaging, the ideas behind Star Trek, more than anything else. And your organization is a perfect example of doing that. People coming together to help humanity, not relying on outside sources, but saying, we need to do this because this is our people. These are our problems. We need to just put our boots on the ground and make this happen. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And our fans who are watching and who are doing so much in their communities, it is a universe of support that we all offer each other.
Mm-hmm.
Rod, at the 2-minute mark, I will ask you if you don't mind, because you have so graciously volunteered to come forward and kind of kick us off, as you have in years past, with what I can only say is, as always, a gift that is generous and kind and incredibly appreciated. I turn it over to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I genuinely love what you guys are doing. And I love that you guys are going to be spending a lot of time. Everyone here is volunteering their time to make this happen today. We've got Earl Green in the background who's making this. We got plenty of people, especially on the waiting list, coming to participate and give their time.
Mm-hmm.
Last year I did this, and I kind of want to do it again, but I would love to ask, can we, I don't see on my screen, are we at a certain place with the number? Because that'll inform me a little bit in terms of donations given so far, approximately.
We are, and I can't quite make out the screen. It looks like we're at the 6,000-ish mark right now.
6,000. And how many more hours are there?
We've got 8 hours.
We've got 8 hours.
8 hours of amazing Star Trek entertainment.
Then I would like to challenge everyone out there to hit that. I see a number there of 50,000, to see if we can hit that. And then I will gladly match, the Roddenberry Foundation will gladly match all those numbers up to 50,000. Wow. So if you guys hit 50,000, Roddenberry Foundation will contribute another 50,000.
Wow.
If you hit 30, we'll contribute 30. If you hit 60, we're going to contribute 50.
We're going to hit and exceed that 50,000. And we're going to take full advantage of Rod's generous gift. I know it. Rod,
Yes.
I adore you, and I adore the
No,
work.
absolutely.
And
You
I
guys
can't-
are amazing.
Anali, I adore you. I adore both.
I'm just blown away right now by the gem box, and we're gonna do this today.
All right.
Yes,
Onward.
it's awesome, guys.
Mwah.
Live
Thank
long
you.
and prosper, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Hollywood Food Coalition. Our longest standing program is our community dinner program, which is located right here in Hollywood, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The team prepares a 5-course restaurant-style meal from rescued food through our community exchange. At the dinner, we strive to create a welcoming and dignified experience that allows us to build trusting relationships with all of our guests.
To be able to plan a menu as a chef, to be able to provide nutritional meals as a chef for our guests, the idea of hospitality really does excite me.
On average, we serve about 200 to 250 free nutritious meals each night to our unhoused and low-income Angelinos with absolutely no barriers. Leveraging this trust, our community wellness program identifies barriers to meeting their additional health and housing needs. We collaborate with other local nonprofits to more effectively provide services such as housing navigation, physical, mental health care, and other essential services.
We partner with UCLA so that people who are not comfortable going to the hospital can come in and get regular medical care. We have the UCLA Vision Clinic, we have showers, we have haircuts. We try and do all the things that people might need to have access to and make it easy for them to have access in one location.
Our Community Exchange is one of our newest programs. It was launched in May of 2020 in response to circumstances brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. There were businesses who wanted to help by contributing their excess food that would otherwise go to waste. And there were also a growing number of nonprofits who struggled to access nutritious foods for their communities. Leveraging technology, we developed a concierge service that allows nonprofits to customize the quantity and type of food they want to receive.
We are able to bring in larger donors like farms, distributors, and grocery stores to greatly improve the quantity and quality of food that we are able to rescue and provide to our dinner program and provide to our neighboring community organizations that are feeding those in need.
To date, we have served over 130 small and medium-sized nonprofits who would have otherwise been unable to collect from traditional food banks.
Some of the temporary shelters that we serve only have like a little hot plate, so they love the fresh romaine, the cucumbers, the squash, all of these fresh tomatoes and things you can eat, just really fresh salads. They absolutely love getting all of the fresh stuff.
There's so many stories about why people fall out of housing or fall out of employment. But at the end of the day, everybody is a human being. At the end of the day, if no one has spoken to you nicely, if no one is treated like a human being, you get to come here, and everybody who comes here respects you as a human being, talks to you, engages with you, gets to know your name, and helps you connect again with being a person of value.
Thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 to benefit the Hollywood Food Coalition. Hi, everyone. I'm Bill Smith.
And I'm Dan Davidson, and we're here to tell you how you can make your secure donation to Trek Talks. It's so incredibly easy to do that even Bill could do it. First, you can go to the Trek Talks portal on GiveButter at givebutter.com/TrekTalks3, or you can take out your cell phone and text the word Trek to 53555. You can also scan the QR code that you'll see on your screen to go directly to GiveButter to make your donation.
Plus, new this year, you'll see an auction tab on the top of the GiveButter portal. We have 4 silent auctions going this year. 2 of the auctions are for a magical night of tomfoolery, as described by John Billingsley at LA's legendary Magic Castle, with John and with Bonnie Gordon for yourself and one companion. The other 2 auctions are for a Vegas cocktail party with the stars during Creation Entertainment's 2024 Vegas Con, thrown by our dear friend Amy Britton.
Now, past celebrity guests have included Robert Picardo, Nana Visitor, Anthony Montgomery, Dominic Keating, Connor Trinneer, Sirach Lofton, Rod Roddenberry, and others, just to name a few. You never know who's going to show up at this party, and trust me, it's always a great time.
You can get all the details by going to the auction tab on the Trek Talks 3 Give Butter portal. Every dollar donated goes to help the tremendous work being done by Hofoco, and your help is greatly appreciated.
And remember, your donation to Trek Talks 3 may be tax deductible, so be sure to check with your tax advisor on its eligibility.
On behalf of the entire production team, thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 and for supporting the Hollywood Food Coalition. There are more great panels coming up, so stay with us.
Hello, everyone. You are watching Trek Talks 3, a benefit for the Hollywood Food Coalition, and we are here to talk about Those Old Scientists, the Strange New Worlds Lower Decks crossover episode that took the comedy and vibe of Lower Decks and seamlessly embedded it into the DNA of Strange New Worlds. I'm with some of the people who made that happen. We're going to start with the writers because you can't start anything without the writers.
Right on.
Yes. So we have Bill Wolkoff, who's co-executive producer of Strange New Worlds and co-writer of the episode. We have Catherine Lynn, supervising producer on Strange New Worlds, who was a writer on Lower Decks and is still their canon consultant. We have Tawny Newsome, a writer and an actress who voices Lieutenant Beckett Mariner on Lower Decks and played her in live action for the first time on Strange New Worlds. And last but very not least, Jonathan Frakes, the episode director and basically the king of Star Trek.
Yes!
King.
So
Patrick Stewart. That was
What about
sad.
SPS? What about Wild Bill Shatner?
No, I think it's you. I think it's you at the title. You've directed a lot of episodes. You've been in all the shows.
We can get on the phone.
Good point.
So let's start at the very beginning. You find out there's going to be a crossover episode between these two shows. What are your emotions going into this when you find out that you are going to be involved? Anyone can throw this.
I was on the assignment, I was told, because they needed somebody who knew something about Star Trek.
That was the conversation. Who should direct
Right?
this? I don't know. Who knows something about Star Trek?
Well, according to their mandate over there at Strange New Worlds, they assign a director who allegedly fits into the genre of the episode being done. And because I'm so famous for shooting sitcoms, it seemed to me, and animation, that it was a logical.
And you were available.
And exactly, tech avail.
Writers, how about you?
The super fan of Star Trek in me that has, been delighted to be writing on the show ever since the beginning of Strange New Worlds, thought, oh, what a cool thing to get to take this loving tribute to Star Trek that is also Star Trek and Lower Decks and get to marry it with our show that does these huge genre swings. So it was like the best of all worlds, getting to, do a show about this true love of Star Trek, where you get to meet your heroes and how that can kind of go awry. And it was delightful.
Connie, did you have any concerns or worries about doing this?
Worries? No worries. Just like excitement, just wanting to see. I was so eager to see a script. I was hounding their lovely showrunners. I didn't know Bill and Kat yet, so I was just like, show me a script. What are we doing? I got to see this. And yeah, it was great because I think we knew about it for a long time before, we actually all got to get in a room and do it. So there was a lot of lead up, a lot of anticipation.
And then once, I know Catherine and Bill, you were both on set too. Once everybody was on set, what was the vibe like during filming?
It was not like we were even shooting a show. I feel like we were just messing around and trying to make each other laugh and have fun. And somehow an episode got shot in there.
Was there singing? I assume there was singing.
I said I'd move the mountain.
Don't get them started.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good amount of singing.
If you've never heard Jonathan Frakes call action on a set before, you haven't lived yet, because it gets you singing, it gets you energized.
And then I assume that there must have been stuff cut between the ad libs and script ideas and directing choices. Is there anything that was cut from the show that any of you wish had still gone in, even though the episode turned out great?
A salat.
That's right.
Bill,
We
Bill and I had an animated salat at the end that got cut.
Oh.
Which is I don't know, it's a Vulcan. We all know what a salat is, but
yeah, we all
got
know.
cut. And we've spent the last year trying to get a salat back into Strange New Worlds.
The salat that could have been.
Could have been.
Ooh.
And there must have been a big challenge in terms of taking the physicality of the characters on Lower Decks who are constantly in motion, their faces, their hands, everything. And then, in Strange New Worlds, generally in live action Star Trek, people, unless they have business, are quite still. So in terms of the directing and the acting, what kind of conversations did you have to try and calibrate, find the right volume for that?
Jonathan, what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing. I'm thinking about Jack Quaid running down the fucking hall.
Yeah.
So that was the tone. And then he'd look at me, he said, "Do you think that's too much?" I'd look at Tawny and she'd say, "No, that's a character." And it was the bar of first of all levity aside, Kat and Bill allowed us to ad lib, which was absolutely forbidden on all other Star Treks that I've been involved in for 38 years. So the idea that we now had, brilliant ad libber. We had Tawny, who's, famously
can't say the words on the page. Have a real struggle. I've never done a show where I had to. I've never done a word perfect show. It's just like not the type of actor. Like, you don't hire me for that. So I was like, thank God that's how this one went, because I wouldn't have survived. I would have been like, I would have you would have seen all the cracks in my talent.
No, but it also freed up Anson and Ethan and Rebecca, who I've worked with a lot, all of them, and they're very funny people. So once the permission was sort of given to us by the writers, and then we didn't have any adult supervision really. Chris came down occasionally to say, "Hi, how you doing, Fisher?" This is Chris Fisher. But we were left to our own ways, and only when they realized that there was a lot of laughter and that there was plenty of footage, I think they realized they were best to let them get this done. So
we got the call to say more.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, really?
After a couple of, I get the same call. Feel free to do whatever it is you're doing, because these dailies are a blast, and you don't get that call.
Yeah, that doesn't fit in with the history of Star Trek as I've heard it.
Yeah, exactly.
It did feel so remarkably like some of the best experiences in my career, which are usually on half-hour sitcoms. I've never done. I think this is my first hour-long, truly anything. And it felt like the vibe on some of those favorite times of mine where, like, it was really the five of us. It was like the four of us here and Jack that got to really say, like, what's the tone of this next moment? How much shenanigans? What's it going to do? How's it going to feel? And like, we got to kind of like dictate that moment to moment and scene to scene. And that's the stuff I love working on the most. It feels like there's no directive from on high to do something very specifically. It's like the people who are in it, who've had their hands in it the longest, the writers, and the people whose bodies are showing you the work. Like, and then a director saying, okay, I want to gel all this together. In my opinion, those are the best people to say, let's really figure out the tone and tenor of this. And that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, we were also encouraged during prep to embrace the fact that this is a comedy. Let's not pretend it's not. We're filled with it's written funny, the actors are funny, and lean into it. Otherwise, I'm sure other producers would have tried to remind us that we were trying to walk a line, and don't forget it's an episode of Strange New Worlds, and that we were all in on from both shows, which I think was very, very helpful.
We even had our producing partner was there from Secret Hideout whispering in my ear for a few days, make it funnier, say some funny things, make it funnier. And so for the regular Strange New Worlds actors. So that was a lot of fun to get to throw them lines that, they normally would never have gotten to say.
That also reminds me that we were filming this episode. So I would say that everybody on set when we were filming season 2 was a little on edge right before we started shooting Those Old Scientists, because season 1 hadn't premiered yet. And when we were shooting this, like within like the first couple days, season 1 premiered and we were certified 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. And suddenly the rest of our cast was like, their minds were, like set at ease, and that also helped the energy. Just reminded, because I think that's why Aaron Byers was up. He was like, I hope we have a show here.
Yeah.
And then it kind of that also helped give us all permission to really take an even bigger swing with this episode. So timing was right on that.
Yeah, there was a big vibe shift when y'all came back from the premiere and stuff. I was like, because we first got there and we were like, y'all are stressed. What is happening? And Jack and I are just like, and everyone was so tense. And then you guys came back and you had these amazing reviews and the public and the fans just loved it. And I just felt everyone go like, okay, we're a hit. Now we can have fun. It was so great.
But Tawny, me and you and Jack didn't go to the premiere. I feel like we were like, we did karaoke, and I feel like I think one of my favorite memories is you showed up at my room, and I think we were like both in pajamas, and you had like luncheon meat. And you were like, I bought too much deli meat.
I had a pound and a half of mortadella.
Yeah.
And I was like,
great.
I need to give this to someone.
Yeah, that was a nice surprise.
Yep.
One thing you guys did in the episode that was really impressive was that you didn't lose the DNA at all of Strange New Worlds. And I think that scene in the turbo lift with Chaplain Boimler is like the perfect encapsulation of that, because you have your novelty, wacky character going on. And then this deep emotional moment for her as she's realizing what's happening with her and Spock and what's going to happen. And I'm wondering how challenging it was to really keep the characters moving and keep the depth of it along with the wacky, fun stuff that was going on.
I didn't know how wonderful an actor Jess was until those scenes. And I know a lot about Ethan's Spock because I spent a lot of time with him on Discovery, so I knew he had a lot in his a lot of clubs in his bag, if you will. But that all it did was make the show better. All the idea that we could change gears into a very emotional, self-aware, evolved kind of character study, and then go back out in the hallway and have Jack run like a madman, and have same thing with Tawny and Celia, a very serious scene about their relationship, about those two characters' relationship, and two women playing it who took it very seriously, and then the wacky hijinks that ensued in the ready room about Hot Spock. So the rhythms and the changes and the colors made for the success of the episode. We couldn't have had one without the other.
Yeah, there's a moment where they're all in the conference room, and very unusual for Star Trek, because you have your Enterprise crew is talking and making their plans, and we hear Merrin and Boimler like whispering to each other at the same time, which I don't think I've seen in Star Trek, sort of the dual conversations happening. Was that like a big choice? Was that in the script? Was that a big choice?
That was in the script, and I was trying to figure out how to stage it so that we would believe that these two, because neither Tawny or Jack were very quiet. So it wasn't like we could really, even their stage whispers carry.
You got to make sure people hear the jokes.
Exactly.
Because if nobody laughs, it's usually because they just didn't hear it. It's never your fault.
Nobody didn't have that.
Exactly. I want to say Tawny for me in this episode was really, I mean, not only she's just hilariously funny, I think she's a surrogate for the audience in this episode, because she's saying all of the things that we're thinking. And that's one of Tawny's amazing skills is to be able to like say those things that are swimming in our head that we might not be able to articulate as fast as she can. And it's so fucking funny. It really brings an audience who both loves Trek, but also might not be as familiar with Trek really deeper into the show. So and that's hard to do that. So credit to Tawny.
Oh, thank you. It was in the writing for sure. I mean, the only improv or ad lib that works is when the writing is already good and it's just like a springboard to play with. So it was just such a testament to like the script you guys wrote. And I told you all this when we started. the sturdiness of your show, even untested, even before you knew that you had 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, your show is so like sturdily written that it could take this massive shaking that Jack and I did, and that all our little bits and bobs and asides and nonsense could do. It didn't break it. It didn't make it weird or make it sit weird. It just, we were able to enhance something that was already so strong. So.
And it also set the stage, which everybody was excited about, for the next, I think it was 2 episodes later, they did the musical episode, which was another massive swing.
Yeah, I've been
Bill
singing all those
also
songs
wrote.
ever since.
Yeah, another Bill
Yeah.
jam.
It's a great one. Tawny, we heard that on set you were touching a lot of things and maybe breaking some things.
Yeah, that's not real. Did you guys know that? That's messed up. Like, shit is not real. And like, but I mean like things that you would think should be real, like a little slider on a console in engineering. My first day on set, I go whoop to move a slider and it just breaks off because it's just a piece of plywood glued onto another piece of plywood. And I kept doing that. And I was like, oh, none of this is like, you can only touch the things that, you know, an art department or props person comes up and says, this is the button you push. I was like, man, this is not a real place. I pulled a thing off the transporter thing. Jack was like counting them. So every time I'd break something, we'd usually like still be rolling and we're trying to like be quiet about it. He would just whisper to me. He'd just be like, that's 6.
Whenever we have new actors on the set and they're because it does, everything looks so real. There's always a moment, especially in the bridge. And Jonathan Frakes is like great at like making it easy for us, the actors, to sell that it's real. But like they look at it and like, oh wait, this panel doesn't actually take us into warp. How do I do it? What do I touch? You know. So it's there is like a moment for the actors to have to like understand that a lot of the, you know, what you see on the screen, it's I mean, it's because the art direction is so great, but it's also the actors being able to sell it and, you know, possibly break it and then, you know, run the ship down.
Was anyone on the production team freaking out when that breaking and touching was happening?
No, they're used to it because like we all broke stuff. Even when the writers, when we first went to set, I sat in a chair and I was like, oh my gosh, I can click all these things. And I just like popped off 3 things. And I was like, I'll just like back away from this and pretend I didn't do that. So yeah, they're used to that.
Yeah, we climb up the Jeffries tube really
We
quickly.
climbed up the Jeffries tubes that's not supposed to be climbed.
Yeah, only to realize there's nothing on the other end and you just break your neck if you go to the top of it, you know, and
Yeah,
fall off.
I think I have a picture, Bill, of maybe it was me and you in a Jeffries tube that we were not supposed to be climbing up, and someone took a picture of us from above.
So there are some almost sort of cartoon-like shots I found in there that are unusual choices for Strange New Worlds. Like we get Boimler's point of view a couple of times, which I'm not used to seeing. And after the explosion in the lab, like when their heads are popping out, it's very cartoony. And Jonathan, did you worry at all about going too far with that stuff and having it not fit in? Sounds like no.
I thought that somebody would pull me back if I was too far. I mean, the comedy's, you know, comedy plays in wide, and comedy's funny in symmetry, and comedy's funny when people do shit that you can see, you know, like people falling is funny. And the stuff that I think you're referring to with our friends Spoimler, the staging just lent itself to these 2 guys who look similar, who were similar heights, do similar, you know, it was there to be eaten.
And did you at all, and Tanya, I'm asking you the same question, watch Lower Decks to get a sense of the physicality of those characters? Because you voice her, but you don't act her.
Yeah. No, it's interesting because so much of her is in me, but I did have to recalibrate and be like, okay, but there are like cartoony signature moments that I really need to hit. So one of them was like the sitting with the knees up in the scene with Celia. Like Mariner always has her little hands around her knees, like tucked into a little ball. And then there's a lot of like this move, like one hand here, and then this other hand is like doing that stuff. The only thing I couldn't do was cross my arms, which Mariner does all the time, because the comm badge and the lav mic was in the comm badge. And I think the first time I did it, sound was like, And then they were like, you can cross it really low. I love when a sound guy comes up to you and says, you can't do that natural human thing you're going to do. But maybe if you cross your arms down here, like no human has ever done on Earth. And you're like, thanks for the suggestion. I will just do something else.
Bill and Catherine, this one's for you. Was there any discussion in the writer's room of having Boimler react to hearing La'an Noonien Singh's full name?
Was it a discussion? It might have been a discussion in passing, but
I think we went through every single iteration of what he could be reacting to, and I'm sure that was one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, there was, you start, you call it a blue sky, week, where you're just coming up with anything in the world, and the board, the whiteboard gets filled with ideas and thoughts, and we're kind of all over the place, and then you start to laser in on what the story really is. But yeah, we knew we wanted to have a scene with the two of them because the energies would be right. But yeah, we didn't land on that. We didn't land on him freaking out about the Noonien Singh part of her character. Maybe more. Maybe later on.
Maybe I'll remember. Catherine, given that you are the inspiration for T'Lyn, the character, was there any talk about putting her in that episode?
There might have, I think, again, in the blue skies, when we were just going through various characters, I think it was briefly discussed, but I mean, for all of 30 seconds, but it wasn't her story. We knew who we needed to focus on, so it was probably thrown away right away.
And what do you guys have, like, a favorite moment for each of you from the episode?
I'm gonna bring up something from the table read that I remember fondly that I feel like I can't share because so we do our table reads on Zoom because our cast sometimes is all over the place, and it wouldn't be right to like share a video of the cast on a Zoom table read that like they may not be prepared for camera. But in our table read, Jerry O'Connell plays Ransom briefly in the episode at the end. And he wasn't on the Zoom. I was like, where is he? And we get right to his part, like 10 seconds away from when he's supposed to come in. Suddenly, boom, he zooms on, perfectly timed, driving his car, delivers his lines while driving his car, and then peaced out. It's very impressive. I don't know how he did it.
Insane.
I still don't know how he did it.
Jerry spent the whole day preparing for that.
Yeah, just driving in circles around Calabasas.
Yeah, it was a good bit. It
Waiting
landed.
for his cue.
Yeah.
Anything he could do to upstage his wife.
Yes.
I loved seeing the look on some of the Strange New Worlds cast face because even though Rebecca's in their cast, I don't know that many of them really knew his personality, and people were just like,
yeah,
like, who is this maniac? We're like, welcome. That's our weird older brother.
Exactly.
Is there a collection somewhere of footage that didn't make it in and a time that any of us might get to see it?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
Breaks, where's your director's cut?
Yeah. Oh, I kept everything in. We turned in a show that was in great shape. That's a really good question, though, to see what's on the floor. That I think it would be outtakes or not used takes of. I'm thinking of Tawny and Rebecca in the hall.
Yeah.
And
that was a lot of fun.
That was fun. And I also I said to Jack, you're in the privacy of Pike's office. Just check it out. You can check his things out, and you don't know that Uhura's in there. So whatever you want to do. He said, what about the saddle? I said, well, yeah, you should certainly check the saddle. You just everything, explore it, and I'll follow you around with the camera. So he did, and he did, and he did. And then on the first take, he pulled the classic where he threw his ass up in the saddle and yelled Riker. And it took me out. It took a lot of us out. And that's the kind of classy work we did all week.
Oh yeah, it was a high-minded affair. There's also a lot of extra filthy stuff of me objectifying Spock that I think is on the cutting room floor somewhere.
I think you're probably right. There's a reel.
Yeah, there's a good reel of me just saying despicable things to my friend about my friend.
I think we all want to see that. Tawny, there's a moment when you you're talking to Captain Pike about his birthday, and then you're talking about how you know what happens to him, and you do this gesture where you are basically outlining the beeping chair that he's gonna. Was that you? Was that in the script? Where did that come from?
That was me, and that's an important moment, because I think to me that kind of highlights the type of humor that's permissible in Star Trek, because there's a lot of different takes of me doing different, like, ooh, and the face and the, but what's interesting is, like, I was very conscious of that moment seeming in any way ableist. Like, you don't want to make fun of someone who's suffered an injury like that. But what I was trying to make fun of was the ridiculous old school characterization of what they thought in the future you would be put into if you had an accident like that. So that's a high-minded, that's a lot to communicate with like a couple of hand moves, but I do feel like that's an important distinction, and that's where Star Trek works best. It's like, you're not going to make fun of someone who's had an accident, but you are going to kind of gently poke fun at old school future-minded thinking, So yeah, that was very fun. I was glad to see that it made it in, and that it didn't piss Anson off too much.
That was the take that we chose because it was clear by the physicality.
Yeah,
but the exact tone that you just described was what you did for us.
Yeah,
I want to give props to Anson for that scene too, because what's so great. I think that scene really does show how the show wound up working so well. Like, you can have that moment, that next level satirization moment that Tawny brings to it, and then still stay grounded in the emotion that he brought to the scene, because it is a very emotional scene for him. And that, like, he did that so well. So that was I love that scene, showing how the worlds of Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds were able to meet on common ground.
That's a good point. I think before we disappear, we should give Mike McMahon props.
Yes.
For the beginning and the end, and the amount of work that his team put into it. And personally, I was always on those Zooms when he was directing, and I had the privilege of being on Lower Decks as Riker anyway. So I kind of know how he works, and I know how he works with Tawny and Jack specifically. So the tone that's at the front and the back of the show is very Lower Decks, and that's very Mike, and we are indebted to him.
Yes.
Mike came in and he was helping us behind the scenes on the show a lot. He was key and instrumental in making the two tones meet. Mike and Henry and Akiva, both they all put their brains together.
Yeah, you can really feel that when you're watching, I think. Mike has talked about how he was sort of bummed he didn't get to be on set, and that and then he said, "Oh, I'd love to do another crossover." Has there been any discussion of that?
Ever since we wrapped.
Really? And these two shows, again, I assume specifically, because they're so perfect for it.
Those are the two shows I'm referring to.
Yes. Good to know. And Jonathan, did you have to, like, working with the Strange New Worlds cast, which that was your first Strange New Worlds you directed, I think?
I didn't direct Strange. Oh yeah, the first Strange New Worlds I directed, yes.
Yes.
I was just going to say I didn't direct Lower Decks. But yeah, something happened. I wasn't around for season 1, is that right? Or they didn't want me? Some version of.
No, we tried to get you for season 1, but there was also COVID was throwing things up in the air too. Like, it was hard to get directors. Like, we needed to get directors that were willing to go to Canada and be quarantined for like almost a month before they could be released to prep their episodes, and that's really hard to find people that are available for that long.
I know. I had that experience on Discovery. I was holed up in that very hotel that you're in for 2 weeks before I was allowed to go to the office. And I, luckily, had never seen Game of Thrones. So I was able to see every episode while I was quarantined.
There you go.
Well, when you were working with the Strange New Worlds cast, was there any, like, special direction you had to give to them, again, to balance this crazy vibe of what was going on with our improvisers running wild on set?
No, they're all clever, talented, versatile actors. We're all in this.
They're all funny too. Their
Yeah.
characters might not be written always funny, but they all like. I was blown away by Christina Chong. I was like, you should be doing half-hour sitcoms. Whenever this job is no longer for you, go do sitcoms. You are so funny. And she was like, had never. I don't feel like she'd ever been told that. Like she'd had this career in England doing pretty serious shit. And I'm just like, you're this epic straight man, you know.
She's great. She would reprimand Boimler. Oh,
There was an entire think piece written about her one improv line about the grapplers.
Yeah.
That was great.
It's so hard to deliver limited lines of dialogue that are not one-liners really, that are just like point of view, character-driven things and have them be funny. That's such a talent that you cannot teach. I could go on. And then I think Celia is one of the funniest people on earth. She also doesn't think that she is. And I'm just like, everyone here's a comedian. Let me just tell you. I've worked with enough people who think they are, who aren't, and y'all are.
you're here. I second that emotion.
All right, we are getting to the end of the panel. I just want to remind people that to donate to the Hollywood Food Coalition, please go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks3, or you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can text Trek to 53555. And I want to thank all of you guys so much. This is a dream panel. Yay. Thank you so much for making a brilliant episode and then coming here to support Hollywood Food Coalition.
Thank you, Lori. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring forward my second favorite nephew, not counting my niece, Riker Ricardo.
Are you ready to dance? Soy Ferengi, págame. Que quiero ganar más Platinum, so págame otra vez. Soy Ferengi, págame. Que quiero ganar más Platinum, so págame otra vez. Ferengi, págame, págame. Págame otra vez. Quiero ganar más Platinum, págame otra vez. Paga, paga, this is our tradition. Paga, 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 trust the rules of acquisition. Come on, dance. When I get my umax, me siento en el aire. Sure, she can touch your lobes, but never your latinum. The rules say that only wives serve, but I say that's loony. Ferengi without profit, no Ferengi at all. Soy Ferengi, ese coro. Que quiero ganar más latinum, so págame otra vez. Soy Ferengi, que quiero ganar más latinum, so págame otra vez. Take out your wallets. No quiero un poquito, dame todo lo que tienes. Empty out your wallet, I'll get paid and you'll wepa. I'm a cheap steal, cause greed is eternal. A Ferengi without profit is no Ferengi at all. Soy Ferengi, que quiero ganar más Platinum, so págame otra vez. Soy Ferengi, que quiero ganar más Platinum, so págame otra vez. Try your luck at Tabo, buy a stick of Junja. Have another bottle of my best syrup of squill. When I become Red Davis, it's business all the time. A wife I can hear the profit in the wind and in this this rhyme. Soy Ferengi. Que quiero ganar más platinum, no pagan otra vez. Soy Ferengi. Que quiero ganar más platinum, no pagan otra vez.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Trek Talks 3, and this is the Women in STEM panel. I am so excited to be hosting all of these fabulous ladies today. I wanted to thank John Billingsley, Trek Geeks, the Roddenberry Foundation, and of course the Hollywood Food Coalition for giving us this platform so I can talk to these excellent women about how they are building a diverse, inclusive future in STEM. I'm Amy Imhoff. I work in the aerospace and media. Star Trek comes up so often in what I do that I've been using it to connect with some of these incredible people who are taking humanity forward by leaps and bounds. There's so much happening in the space industry right now and in science, and I would love to introduce these ladies and have them tell you a little bit about their fields of study and how they're using STEM to build that Roddenberry inclusive future. So first up, we have Dr. Erin McDonald. Erin, welcome. She's the science consultant for Star Trek, and I'll let her introduce her work a little bit.
Hi. Yeah, I'm super happy to be here. Again, this is the third one that we've done. So I'm just thrilled to be asked to be part of it again. My background is in astrophysics and gravitational waves specifically. And then I left academia and I worked in the aerospace industry in what is now called the Space Force for a few years. Before transitioning into the entertainment industry. So now I work as a writer and, as you mentioned, a science advisor for the Star Trek franchise, which I've been doing since 2019, which is crazy. So thank you for having me.
And now we have Dr. Chanda Prescott-Weinstein. Let us know what you do.
Hi, I'm Chandra Prescott-Weinstein. I'm an associate professor of physics and astronomy and core faculty in women's and gender studies at the University of New Hampshire. And my primary area of research is early universe cosmology. I do theoretical physics. My focus is on dark matter. I also do a little bit with neutron stars and X-ray observations of neutron stars. And I am a proud member of the Vera Rubin Observatory Dark Matter Working Group. And I'm just a major cheerleader also for the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. So I'm a cheerleader, I'm a psychomer. I'm also, I don't know if now is an okay time to say I'm the author of a book, yes. The Disordered Cosmos, A Journey into Dark Matter, Space-Time, and Dreams Deferred. So I'm super excited. This is my first Trek Talk. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Chanda. Rika, please let us know what you do. Rika Serva-French.
Hi, I'm Rika French. I'm a professor of astronomy at Miracosta College in Oceanside, California. I am also the associate director of the Center for Astronomy Education, where we work on how people learn physics and astronomy. We develop research validated materials and assessments. I'm also on the advisory board of the NASA Community College Network, which connects community college instructors who teach astronomy, many of whom have absolutely no training in astronomy whatsoever, to actual subject matter experts, to get more current information, more engagement. I'm also an Astronomy Airborne ambassador with the SOFIA group, and we kind of bridge the gap between, again, educators, middle school all the way through community college instructors, bridge the gap between them and getting real science, particularly infrared science, into the classroom.
Awesome. Thank you guys for those intros. What you do is so interesting. And I love that you're all involved in these, adjacent groups, especially like working with NASA, working with the Roman telescope. These are things that I think a lot of the public might not, and even, the fandom, even though we're tapped in and we're big space fans in the Star Trek community, I think that we don't necessarily know everything that's going on in space. The Artemis missions are going to put a woman on the moon finally, hopefully in 2025. They just released that new timeline. And I want to talk a little bit about what it's like to be part of the next generation of teaching these students, and for Erin, Prodigy, bringing in the kids into STEM, because as I've learned from working in the industry and most recently from the Space Force, we're experiencing a big brain drain. When the the boomers are retiring, Gen X will be next up to retire, and we're going to need to be replacing all of those people. And the Space Force considers it a matter of national security. We need to have these people behind our science so that we can continue to keep up with the rest of the world. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how you guys go about that, whether it's through teaching like Rika and Chanda, or Erin through Prodigy. So Chanda, why don't you kick us off on that? I think you'd be the perfect person to start that.
So as someone who works not only in astronomy and physics, but also who does research on feminist thought and gender studies, I'm obviously thinking a lot about what are the working conditions that scientists are going into, and how does that shape the enthusiasm that students are able to sustain as they pursue their degrees. So research shows, and I'm sure Rika knows this better than I do, that we have a lot of students who come in with high levels of enthusiasm, particularly as first-year university students. And then often, particularly people from underrepresented groups, that enthusiasm drops after the first year. And so it's clear, often people like to blame K through 12 educators, and I think they're heroes, by the way. Just for the record, any teachers who are listening, y'all are my heroes. But really, we have a problem at the university level of doing things that dampen enthusiasm and don't keep people engaged. Particularly, obviously, I speak from the place of working in physics and astronomy. We have a huge problem with introductory physics. And that, for example, students don't get to the exciting astronomy stuff fast enough, that often those courses are for upper level students. And we really do see that enthusiasm gap, and it leads to people thinking, well, maybe I should go do something else, and they drop the major and they wander over to the English department, which is an amazing place. But what if they did physics and English at the same time, right? So those are the kinds of things that I'm thinking about when students come into my classroom. How can I make sure that the things that I have to teach them and make sure that they know also connect with what excites them about the material in the real world, so that they can stay engaged with the reason they walked into the classroom in the first place?
Yeah, wonderful. I've heard that from so many educators about the college drop off. It's not necessarily what happens in the teenage years, but it's mostly what happens when you get to college and you try to figure out, is this something I want to do? And Rika, I think that would be something that you focus on a lot, especially at the community college level.
Yeah, for sure. So just like Chanda said, we definitely see a disproportionate effect with respect to females and underrepresented minorities in all STEM fields, not just physics and astronomy. But we have a tendency to, I don't know how to describe it, but we have a tendency that, without even realizing it, that the fun just gets sucked right out of it at some point, and it becomes too much like an obligation, or like work, or, oh, I have an obligation as a member of society in order to meaningfully contribute, that I need to improve my science and mathematical literacy. And a lot of times people have had terrible experiences with respect to those. And I see that a lot because I do focus on the science for non-scientist population. So those are my targets now. I rarely do pure astrophysics research anymore. I mostly do research on how can we better engage and better serve those populations. And what we know so far is this push towards what the buzz phrase is active learning. But it's unfortunate that it's a buzz phrase now, because we actually have pretty big mounds of research to support that these certain types of interactions where the person is involved in constructing their own knowledge and figuring things out for themselves, but it's a guided perspective, of course. But when you do that even reasonably well, you don't even have to be super great at it. As long as you're doing reasonably well with it, that disadvantages no one, and it almost levels the playing field. It almost brings everybody up to the state where everyone has now the capability to succeed in ways that some of them did not before. So it's a big thing also too, because if you teach astronomy or an introductory geophysics course in the first, typically what's a freshman or sophomore course in college in the United States, there's anywhere from 300,000 to 500,000 students in the United States annually that take a course like that as quite literally their last formal exposure to science in their lives. So no pressure, right? This is your kind of your last chance to show them that humans are born scientists. This is not something that's accessible to only a few of us. If you have a human brain and it works reasonably well, you have the makings of a scientist. From the tiniest humans are always knocking things off of the table, and the parent tells them, oh, please stop doing that, right? And they keep doing it. But what a lot of us don't realize is they're not always doing it just to annoy you. They're conducting an experiment. They don't know yet that literally the same thing is going to happen every time they knock that same pen off of the table. That's the tiny human's way of discovering gravity, which they'll come to know a little bit later on. And so if you can take that little spark, if you can take that desire for knowledge and this wonder, this curiosity, we talk about the wonder of the tiny humans, if you can take that and nurture it, or if it's already been sucked out of them by the time they get to you, if you can try to figure out how to tap into that. So that's one of the things that we try really hard to do. Most of us take it as a pretty serious responsibility.
I love hearing that. And I love hearing you phrase it like that, especially, chaos is how kids learn, right? They learn from that. And I think with what Erin has been doing with what Prodigy has done, having worked with Kate Mulgrew and doing her social and promoting all of the things that are adjacent to Prodigy and the lessons of the week. I am in awe of this show. I think it is one of the most Star Trek of all the Star Treks, telling kids what the Federation's about, Rock Talk, and specifically, a little girl who loves science. I want to talk to Erin a little bit about how, and also what Chanda said, which was do physics and English together. That's what you're doing, Erin. You're doing writing, you're doing physics. So I want to hear a little bit about that and about Prodigy for you.
Oh, thanks. I think, what's so important when we talk about recruiting people into science, especially from underrepresented fields, is the idea of representation in our media. And, I wanted to be a scientist because I saw a redheaded woman on TV who was putting on a lab coat and Dana Scullying it up, and we love her. And she was such a huge inspiration for me.
This one?
That I desperately just wanted to be her, and because she looked like me, and so I think it's so important for everyone to get that opportunity to see themselves and to relate to characters on screen. Just so it's this idea that is pushed by a lot of organizations, but the Gina Davis Institute for Gender and Media does a lot of studies into this. They were the first ones who discovered the Scully effect, which was a sociological, statistical significantly phenomenon of women, particularly my age, that if you watched the X-Files growing up, you were more likely to become a scientist or enter the STEM field. And so using entertainment and media is something that's like so core to my origin story. And I know how powerful that can be, that I'm thrilled that that's kind of the path that I've ended up going down from all of these other amazing career fields that are incredibly difficult and come with their own challenges. And I just have the ultimate respect for everyone here for being so successful in their fields, because I know how hard it is. And for me, the passion lies in telling these stories. And so seeing Rock Talk especially grow as a character where she is interested in science, but she doesn't know what kind of scientist she wants to be. And I loved that idea that they showed where she tries different things, and meteorology is not as exact as she wants it to be, and orbital dynamics is really hard, and she has an affinity for aliens. And sometimes it takes that trial and error to find, we just tell kids get into science and they take a biology class and it's really hard, or a chemistry class. And they're like, well, I'm not cut out to be a scientist. And it's like, no, there's lots of different kinds of science out there that's possible. And I think it's important too, I'm not going to go on too long because we could definitely go on a tangent with this, but I've started to notice, and I want to study this a little bit more, but I do a lot of work with middle school age groups and talking to underrepresented folks who are interested in it. And we're finding this is purely anecdotal, but I have noticed there's hardly any girls represented in or interested in space anymore. And a lot of the feedback I'm getting is that the sort of capitalism approach to space and the figureheads at the forefront of that have made it feel very bro, for lack of a better phrase, tech bro feel. And it's starting to feel like space isn't really for them in that environment. And that worries me. It stresses me out. And so I think the more we can keep pushing this positive representation of people and diversity in space fields, the more we can kind of keep that recruitment and keep that interest going to show people that they have a place.
For sure. And I've been working with some companies that are really focusing on that have dedicated women in STEM programs. I had met the CEO of Terran Orbital. His name is Mark Bell. He is a huge Trekkie to the point where he has the Enterprise D like bridge is like his movie screening room. He has a group called Terran Wise, Women in Science and Women in Space and Engineering. And I think focusing on that, you know, with and these big companies that have this responsibility, I mean, they have a responsibility. These are billionaires. And yes, I have that conversation with everyone who says, you know, you work in space. Well, what do you think about, you know, the big three guys? And I'm like, well, they need to be doing more. And I think Chanda, you had talked a little bit in our pre-discussion about, you know, the way gender has shaped science and how it should be shaping science. And I'd love to hear from you a little bit more on that, because that's obviously something that I've focused a lot on and I'm super interested in. And I know that our audience is as well.
You know, just to draw a connection with why we're all here to raise money for the Hollywood Food Coalition, you know, the starting point for learning is having enough to eat so that your brain can do the work that it's going to do, right? And women and children are more likely to be in poverty than any other group on the planet, right? And so when we're talking about these issues of how do we promote young people's interest in science and how do we promote women in science, even looking at our students, you know, we're seeing students who don't have enough to eat and are trying to balance, you know, doing their academic work while also in some cases doing 2 jobs simultaneously and carrying a full course load. And that's really about, you know, having enough to feed the brain. And so one, I just want to give props to the Trek community for being here for the Hollywood Food Coalition, because it's so enormously important that people have enough to eat. And again, this is an issue that disproportionately affects women and affects children. You know, when I think about like how should gender be shaping what we do in the future, I think one of the really exciting things, this is like a nerdy throwback, is if you go back to like very early TNG, we saw scants for the first time, right? And they were starting to play a little bit with gender representation and even what does gender mean. That was like a very early version of that. And then, you know, we also hear all the time from trans folks about the importance of the Dax character on DS9 and helping people understand that gender isn't something you're assigned and isn't necessarily something that is fixed, right? And so I think all of these perspectives are telling us that we have a whole world out there of people and thought who are ready to explore ideas if we are willing to literally make space time for them. And so when I think about what does my work in gender studies and what does gender studies as a discipline do for us, it points us in that direction, which says, here is how you make space time for non-binary students who walk into your astrophysics class and are super excited. You know, getting their pronouns right can make the difference between them enthusiastically going on to a PhD in astrophysics and them thinking, you know what, physicists are the kind of people who misgender me, right? So I think it really is like almost, you know, I don't want to say that's a small thing because it's a huge thing in any individual person's life, but I think there can be a misunderstanding of how much we can learn by thinking through these frameworks, that it's, at the end of the day, you know, I'm a hardcore believer in IDIC. It's about building that Trek future where we do have respect for infinite diversity and infinite combinations. And the lessons that we learned from Trek, or that I think many of us should be trying to learn from Trek, is really that if we want to build that world, one, everybody has enough to eat in that world. Everybody's basics are taken care of. That's a fundamental value of the Federation. And that's what the Hollywood Food Coalition is doing. And that's also the work that we should be connecting with as scientists. And I think also as people see scientists concern themselves with these issues, what Erin was talking about, it makes it easier for students to say, scientists care about the stuff my community is facing, my group is facing. That means scientists see me, I belong in science. And so I don't think those things are separate.
And I think it's funny you say that, because so many people say to me, why are you focusing on space? We have so many problems here on Earth. That's a common thing that I'm sure a lot of us get, and I know that the space community gets it very often. But when I point out to this, to them, look at this community, look at what the love of space and the love of the possibilities of exploration, look what that has grown for the Star Trek community. It's creating the Roddenberry future with actions like this. That's what excites me. That's what gets me into, working with these groups and working with ladies like you. And speaking about, the diverse future that we need, and how, women and girls. I always think of that quote from the Black Widow movie, with Scarlett Johansson, where she says, who in the world are more underrepresented and less cared about than little girls, because little girls disappear and nobody cares. And to me, that was something that I was like, this is what we have to be working to stop. This is what we have to be working to lift them up, and then when you get to those places, when they get into the places, like you said, using the correct pronouns, putting all of those things together in order to, create that reality through STEM and through that connection. And I think public excitement, like, I want to know what you guys are excited about going forward. I want to talk a little bit about, like Rico, what are you excited that you're seeing, that you're thinking, yes, we have these problems, but yes, I see the excitement of the brighter future.
Yeah, one of the interesting connections that I was just making, Chanda, as you were speaking, I just finished giving a workshop at the American Astronomical Society, where a significant shift from some of the ways that professional development workshops for those that teach introductory courses, and not just the introductory courses, but that's usually our target audience, is this inclusion of a section on frames of identity and community agreements, and how bringing all aspects of everyone's identity into the classroom can really change not just the tone, but it can really change quite literally how successful some students are. I mean, everything that seems kind of dumb, but it's really not. If you're starting a class at 7:30 in the morning, have you thought about which populations you might be disenfranchising by starting a course at 6:30 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning? I mean, sure, there will always be people who take it, but who is being disenfranchised by this? From the students that are severely food insecure, because like Chanda was saying, they exist and they're part of the reason that all of us are here right now. Those kinds of things, we tend to forget about that while we're making the syllabus for going back to school, as we all go back now and get ready to bring all of this into the classroom. Have you thought about that? And so that became a huge part of our workshop, to not only not just internalize, but make explicit the components of your own frames of identity, the multiple aspects that you bring into it, all the way to, yeah, something as simple as misgendering someone can disenfranchise an entire population in a way that most of us probably haven't thought about. But for that person, that's a huge thing. And some of us used to do an exercise where, especially with the middle school and high school kids, draw a scientist. What does a scientist look like to you? And you do that, and inevitably, the vast majority of those pictures are a white male who is older, who has kind of scary hair, like a la Einstein photographs, and usually wears a white lab coat. And it doesn't matter if you change the type of science. It's not just what does a scientist look like. You can do it with what is a biologist, what is a physicist, what does, a geophysicist. It doesn't matter. And you always get the majority of them looking that way. And that, I mean, in the beginning, it was kind of funny, but it's not. Think about what that represents for all of those people. That represents one of the biggest barriers to, like Erin was saying, science is not for me. I'm not a science and a math person. And doing something simple like considering all the aspects of someone's identity and lived experiences that they bring into that classroom, that can be the difference between someone who now sees themselves as, I can. It doesn't matter what it is, just I can. It's okay. Other people like me can do that and be successful. That can be the difference for them.
I just wanted to say we've had some really awesome donations come in the last few minutes while you guys have been chatting. I saw a $500 donation from the Nerd Trek podcast, a $250 donation, and also a $400 donation from the Sci-Fi Sisters. So thank you guys. This has been incredible so far. We have about 6 minutes left, so we want to keep going with our discussion. And I think I want to hear from Erin a little bit about, what Rika was saying and how you kind of are taking those goals from and then working them forward, with representation in media, in what you, and I saw your short film and it was wonderful. And, you're doing a lot of things. You have a lot of irons in the fire. So I'd love to hear a little bit about what you're excited about in how you're building this.
I'm so tired, Amy.
I know. We're all tired. It's okay.
We all are. It's a lot of this, and that's what I think we have to also respect and understand. People who work in especially diversity initiatives, a lot of it is unpaid extra labor. And so to everyone who works in those, from Rika holding this, AAS workshop, to all the work, and Chanda and your books and everything that gets these out there, and it's so underappreciated. And so I hope people see, when these stories are being told and when people are putting the work to get this message out there, how often that is undervalued. And so
you are so right. I've done so much volunteer work in the last 2 years for the space industry, where I'm like, all right, it's time for your girl to get paid. Like we need to know, this is a big thing too, equal pay, equal work. I'm really glad you brought that up too, especially with the strikes. And I saw you out on the picket lines, and this has been an important moment for not just the Hollywood community, but for anyone creating intellectual property.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's so great about working in Hollywood is that you have the opportunity to not only tell these stories with representation in front of the screen, but to hopefully work toward a place where you're able to produce films and stories where you're able to have representation behind the scenes. And that was kind of what you talked about with my short film, and the short film I'm in post-production now for Identities, which is written and directed by Jessie Gender, which I know a lot of people here probably watch her channel. It's a narrative sci-fi that also stars John Delancey, which is fantastic. But being able to hire people behind the scenes as well, especially in a year where work was very few and far between, and a lot of people had to leave the industry because they weren't able to continue telling stories because they couldn't afford to live. And so it's so important to get that, to get appropriate pay for people. We had our hot labor summer, but the fight continues. Our colleagues at IATSE, the support crew, are going into negotiations this year. So we're going to see a lot of those conversations come back up again. And particularly, that's a lot of animation folks. And so the people who make Prodigy and all of those, it's important that they get paid so they can live and continue to tell these awesome stories. And that's what excites me, is continuing storytelling. I'll be honest, not a lot is exciting me right now. It's just, to be perfectly, I don't want to be
We're all
disingenuous.
tired. We know it's a tough world out there, and doing things like this, honestly, it lifts my mood. I live in the Northeast here with Chanda. We're in our seasonal depression right now. But I think what you're doing and the work that all three of you are doing, really, and bringing these stories in and talking about, we need these representation. People need to see women doing these things. They need to see non-binary individuals and people of color who are in these roles. And it's great to say to people, Iron Man's a scientist. The Hulk is a scientist. We have to bring kids in by telling them, look at these heroes, right? Look at your heroes. This is what they're doing. They're doing science. There we go.
She is a scientist, right? This is I just want to put out there, this sits on my desk with me while I work every single day. So I just want people to know it's okay, first of all, to put stuff like this on your desk and be reflect it back to you. I've also
I get more questions on my background when I have a Zoom with Space Force people than I do anything else. They're like, can we see your Star Trek stuff? And I'm like, yes, you can. But it's important that we see that we can see those people, that we can, little girls can play with those dolls. And I've spoken with people who are experts in the toy industry, saying, we need I bought all the Prodigy figures because the Prodigy team, we want to see more from them. But we only have 2 minutes left, you guys. This has been an incredible conversation. I want to, before we wrap it up and have everyone give a little closing remark, I just want to remind everybody, Trek Talks 3 benefits the Hollywood Food Coalition, as you know. And please consider donating at www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3, number 3. You can also scan the QR code that you're seeing on your screen or text TREK, TREK, to 53-555. But we have a little minute and a half, so I'd love to have everyone wrap up, say something maybe that you want people to, tune into, what you're working on next, what you want for the future for 2024. So, Erin, why don't you go first?
Sure. I'll jump the gun and just say that you should check out the NPR shortwave podcast that Chanda and I got to do an episode together last year. So you can go back and watch that. That was a really fun conversation, and I think people would enjoy that. I also wrote a baby board book called My First Book of Space, Star Trek, My First Book of Space, that people can check out as well. And I have an Audible original called The Science of Sci-Fi that people can read. And I also wrote a module for Star Trek Adventures this year called Dangers in Space. So if anyone, it's a series of 10 mission briefs about how space is scary and your crew has to overcome some of the science mysteries that space gives us. So,
all right, Rika, quick. 30 seconds.
The sky is free. There's a lot of us that are wanting to share it with everyone. And if you don't find the right person, keep looking, because you can, and we'll help you.
Chanda?
I just want to quickly shout out the graduate students at the University of New Hampshire who are unionizing. I'm so proud of you all. And I just want to shout out all the scientists who've been doing union organizing. You rock.
This is wonderful. Thank you, guys. And you can find these ladies. Look us up online. We're around. And yeah, thank you so much for tuning into this Women in STEM panel, and keep up those donations, everybody. Have a great rest of your day and a great Trek Talks 3 for all of our compatriots. Live long and prosper, guys.
Everybody, we're the Sci-Fi Sisters. We're so happy to be joining you today at Trek Talks 3, benefiting Hollywood Food Coalition. What's up? Whoop, whoop. Yeah. And we're really so excited to be here to bring you this panel, Tomorrow's Yesterdays, a retrospective of women in Star Trek. And when we say women in Star Trek, we're particularly talking about Black women in Star Trek. Yes. That's what we do. And that's what we're talking about. And we hope that you love this panel and that you all do what, sisters? Donate. Open up those Trekkie wallets, please, and donate to this amazing cause. I'm going to introduce, I've got my sisters with me. I got my sisters in me. Hey, we are family. Oh, wait, I'm about to get charged for that. Here you go. Okay, Yvette Blackman Tom.
How you doing?
Sabrina Wood. Fran T.
What's happening?
And we've got this amazing panel of amazing women, and every sister up here is seriously geeking out, and we're very much trying to hold it together because we've never been in so much royalty all at one time. It's kind of overwhelming. So you're going to hear me say some crazy things, but that's just because I'm super excited that I'm here with these. We're talking about in front of the camera, behind the camera. We're talking about our activists and warriors, and we're talking about our first fully pipped captain. So, representing in front of the camera, we have Ms. Marion Smothers, the sister of Nichelle Nichols, y'all. Hi, Ms. Smothers.
Legends.
Yes. Behind the camera, AD extraordinaire, the woman who makes it all happen, Ms. Adele Simmons. Yay! Our activist and warrior. I've loved her since the very first moment I ever saw her on television, way back in NYPD Blue days. Ms. Michelle Hurd. Yay!
Yes, mother.
And last but certainly not least, our fully pipped captain, fully realized captain on the bridge, no joking around about it. She came into our lives and she was there fully realized. I knew her as Jaleesa first, but I love her
That's
now as
right.
my captain, Miss Dawn Lewis.
Yeah.
Hello there, y'all, we are so ecstatic that you guys are here with us today. I'm not going to beat around the bush anymore. We're going to get right into it. Fran, I know. Oh, no, Sabrina. Sabrina, you've got questions to start off for Miss Smothers, right?
I do indeed. So we've all heard a story from a fan about the first time they saw Nichelle Nichols on the bridge of the Enterprise. And we've all got a story and we've all heard a story. But what I would like to know is, what was it like in the Nichols household when you saw that show?
It was amazing. But as you know, when we were younger, we looked a lot alike. And of course, our voices, all of us sisters, sound alike. And so I was raising children, but on the side, I was dabbling, going to little interviews here and there and stuff. And some of my good friends knew that. Not everybody did. But sure as shooting, some people thought it was me. They'd heard my voice first. They went running into the room, and then they see what they thought was me. They said it looked like me. They weren't sure it was me. And they'd call, and I'd tell them, no, that is not me. That is Nichelle. No way, Jose. So, but that was funny for me to hear people say mostly our voices sound so much alike, you know, and that they would know us anywhere just because they heard our voices, not necessarily that we looked alike, but the voices.
Okay.
But my mother, Nichelle, called her Duchess. And she was just so proud. I can't tell you, you know, because Nichelle had worked for a while, started off as a dancer, and my mother encouraged her and took her places on interviews and stuff as a young woman. And when she still needed to have a chaperone, she was working at 16 and 17 years old. And my mother, of course, was her chaperone. And so this was just so wonderful to see her on television. We had seen Julia, and that was kind of different, you know. But then when she came on the scene, it was marvelous for us. It really was.
I just want to remind you, your sister was before Julia. Your sister was in 66 and Julia was in 68.
Wow. That's right. That's right. You know what? I'd forgotten that. There's a lot that I have forgotten.
That's okay. Me too. But
thank you.
Because I got in an argument with somebody about that. I'm like, no. Miss Nichols was first.
All right.
Diane Carl was second.
You did that research. You're like, I know my facts.
I know.
Thank you.
Like,
there's a lot, of course, was going on in my life during that time. And so we were kind of just watching like everyone else was, and very happy for it. She lived in the neighborhood, you know, saw her all the time. My kids were around her all the time. And as babies, they coined a phrase for her because for a while, my younger sister lived with Nichelle and Mom after my dad died. For about maybe a year and a half. I can't remember exactly. But Kyle, Nichelle's son, was, I guess about 10, somewhere around there. And we had younger kids coming up. And so to make a long story short, because this could get real long, one of the Nichelle's nephews was my other sister's son, lived in the household, and he heard her being called Mom. He heard her being called Nichelle or Shelley. He called her being Auntie. To him, she was Auntie. So he called, just out of the 2.5-year-old little baby brain came Auntie Shelley Mom. And that is what Nichelle became from that point on. And that's way back in the 60s. And so even up until the day she died, to my kids, my sister's kids, and all of the family. That's all we ever called her, was Auntie Shelly Mom.
Oh, I love that.
That's a
And
great
she
story.
loved it. She
I called
loved
her
it.
auntie also. Yeah.
Yeah.
Auntie
So
Shelly
it was
Mom.
really funny.
I didn't do the Shelly mom part.
And you knew the Shelly Mom part.
I didn't. No, I would call her Auntie Michelle.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Auntie
Yeah, that was the babies. The babies did that.
Yes.
Love that.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you so much.
I
for
feel
that.
so honored to be included with you guys today. You are so accomplished and wonderful, and I'm just honored to be included as royalty.
Oh,
And
yes.
I try to represent my sister as best I can. It's really hard to do, but I'm just blessed that I'm still here and I can talk to you about her.
I don't
We appreciate that.
but I'm gonna speak
And
out.
that feels great. And Dawn, it's so good to see you.
Always wonderful to see you, Marianne. But you got to know how each of us feel
Yeah.
about your sister. Each
I
of us,
know.
we are here, literally on the shoulders of your sister, and you knew her best. I know of the siblings, the two of you were really the closest.
Very close. Yes.
So for her not to be here, you are an absolutely blessed representative.
Yes.
For the woman that we wish we could to this day continue to say thank you to and to honor. So you are absolutely royalty. You are. And
Thank you.
I love you dearly.
Thank you so much. That just is so gratifying, and I appreciate it so much. I do. And I carry her with me every day. Every day.
Miss Adele, I
Yes,
saw
ma'am.
where you were the AD for 126 episodes of TNG and 34
All
episodes
7
of
seasons.
all
Yes.
7. All right, and
I
34
started
episodes.
on the pilot and
Okay.
then went on after TNG to do 5 seasons of Voyager.
Okay. Can you explain? I'm a credit reader, but not all people are. Could you explain the job you did, please?
Yeah, I started off at the bottom of the rung on the production ladder, and as you move up and you become first AD, it's very much like the position that Commander Riker held, where you are the director's executive officer. So if the director wants something done, he doesn't run around and tell everybody. He tells his executive officer, his first AD, okay, I want to print this, move on, turn around. And then the AD is the one that says, okay, take that wall out, get the actors in touch up. We're going to turn around, everybody out of here. So you're really kind of running the ship on the director's behalf while he's usually on the phone with his agent. I shouldn't say that. But it's true. So when I started, I was 17 in 1967 when the original series aired. So when I came to The Next Generation, I was fully invested in this show, had been a fan for 20 years. I worked with Diane Carroll the year before on Dynasty, and I had watched Julia. I had seen her on Broadway in No Strings, and I was just gobsmacked to be in the presence of this woman. Never did I know that I was going to be walking in the footsteps behind the scenes of Nichelle Nichols. I met Nichelle 3 times. She came to visit the set. The last time was to honor Mae Jemison. And whenever I would meet Nichelle, you cannot imagine anyone as gracious, as kind. She knew my name. She gave me a hug. She called me by my name. She was so encouraging of me in that position because it was still an all-white environment. When I looked around many a night, there just were no other people of color. There weren't. It just wasn't. I think we had one electrician, Ralph.
Oh my goodness.
There were
Wow.
no black writers, no black producers. None of that was happening yet.
She
So
understood that and could walk that walk with you while you were
yeah,
going through it, because she was still going through it.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. And I think she sensed that, and she had empathy for that. When I started, I counted on my fingers how many assistant directors, black female assistant directors there were who worked consistently enough to support themselves. There were 10. All knew each other. When I retired in 2003, there were 8. So we were not moving in the right direction.
Wow.
Shonda Rhimes and the Me Too movement and everything that has happened subsequently came much later. And I owe so much to Patrick Stewart, who championed me every step of the way. He is exactly the person you want to believe he is.
Wow.
Wow.
Which is somewhat of a rarity in this. It's not so rare, but they have a saying in this business: if you have a hero, an actor that you really admire and love, do everything you can to not work with that person.
Yeah, isn't it sad? Isn't it sad? That's such a saying. It's true.
And it is a truism in this business. So
Michelle and I are amazing.
That's right.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Yes, you
Good.
are.
What you see is what you get.
So, yeah, I had an amazing ride, very fortunate, considering my very first job interview when I walked in to apply for the assistant director, the Directors Guild training program. The first question out of their mouths, this panel of men that were interviewing me, was, so does your husband approve of you taking this job?
What?
Yeah, that was the first word out of their mouths. And I was so taken aback. I didn't know what to say. I said, oh yeah, he's looking forward to having a rich wife. He wants to retire. But I knew in that moment, don't tell them you have a child. And I found out later, after I was in and everything had gone well and we all knew each other, they told me, if you had mentioned you had a child, you wouldn't have gotten in. So I was really the first female assistant director who was a parent, and made it possible for the women who came after me to be both a parent and have a career. So, yeah, it's been a long road.
I want to move on from there to, we get to our activist and our warrior. And we call you that, Michelle, because we see you fight. And I don't just see you fighting in your roles, but because you fight for people's rights in your real life, you know, and we really admire that and we really look up to that. And I know, like, Sabrina got some stuff to ask you, because she's been like, oh, I can't wait to ask her.
Well, and we've heard Viola Davis and Taraji P. Henson come out and make some headlines about pay disparities, and not just pay disparities between men and women in Hollywood, but specifically between white women and Black women in Hollywood. And I'd love to know if the unions can or have done something about that.
Well, I mean, what's so insidious is that we all know that that is true. It's just not blatantly spoken about, right? So you could say, why am I getting this lower pay? And they'll be like, no, this is, but business affairs, this is how it's broken down. 1 to 3 is going to get this budget, 4 to 5 is going to get this amount, 7 to whatever. But I know, I mean, one of my first series, I remember knowing that I had already had, no, it wasn't my first series, it was like my third series. And another person who was a white male was having their very first contract. And I knew they were getting more than me. And I, you know, because even back then, little Michelle still had a big old voice. And I was like, excuse me, pardon me, what's going on? And I remember my manager saying to me, I know, honey, I know. It's just you're a woman of color. And that means you're on the bottom of the totem pole for pay. And the fact that it was this sort of given, and I said was, but it still happens. It still happens. There is this concept that I mean, Octavia Spencer, you know, had that the whole thing with Jessica Chastain. And when you have to thank our white allies for stepping up to say, hey, wait, how much is she getting? She's not getting a quarter of what I'm getting. No, she needs pay equity. And, you know, I welcome our allies to step up for us. I'm also one of those that, you know, I really encourage actors to talk about what they're making. Don't be silent about your fucking pay. If I don't know, I need to know what pool I am negotiating in.
Yes.
And it's only told that this is my number, and then I think, oh, well, this is my number. Oh, so that must be their number. Oh, it must be in this number. Okay. And I'm perfectly fine walking about my day. And then somehow I find out from whatever someone else's pay is 2-3 times my pay. That hurts. Absolutely, that hurts. I'm going to take that pain. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to cry or whatever. And then I'm going to go, okay, now I know the numbers that we're talking about. Let's renegotiate. And so that's the whole thing. I mean, you know, with our union, you know, I'm a patient person. I will be doing this until we have equity in all of the environments, and equity to all, right? To all.
Yes.
All marginalized communities. And, you know, like I said this, I think I probably said this the last time. When John Lewis and all of our civil rights activists that we are, you know, here because of, when they marched across that bridge, when they sat at that diner, they didn't do all of this to sit at a diner.
Right.
They did all of this to own
the diner.
The fucking diner. We can't own the diner. We can't own the diner until we sit there. And then we work behind it. And then we become the managers. And then we own it.
Right.
And right now, maybe in some categories, we're working behind the counter. Maybe in some categories, we're the managers, but we still we don't own our diners, and we need to own our diners. So that's why I do the work I do. I want to empower actors. It can't be me alone. My brothers and my sisters need to step up, stand up, speak out, tell their agents and managers to stop being such wusses and get, you know, be aggressive when you have a person of color that you are fighting for. Don't let somebody say, you know, listen, I know, but I know you just pitched your white actor who's going to get this money, and then you're going to negotiate now with your black actor at this money? No. You need to do that. And I want to find ways to codify securities of that. The one thing that everybody has to understand as actors, that the union does, what the union does when we have our minimums, that is the base minimum. We can only codify the base minimum, which is protecting those who don't have strong agents. So at least they get a concept of a wage that they can try to make a living with. But this is the base minimum. Our people, our representatives, the people who work for us, have to work harder, stand up, be stronger, be brave, and say, my client is worth more. And then we all have to understand, acknowledge, and own the fact that we are worth more, and to say no when they say, I'm only going to give you this much. No is one of the most powerful words that an artist can have. The most powerful. And on that same statement, when people say yes to things that are not their worth, they not only undercut themselves, but they undercut all of us. I understand that. I understand it. I understand needing to take a job. God knows I understand that. And sometimes you have to say, yes, I hear that. But just understand, each time we do that, what we're doing, because we are setting a precedent. We are letting them know that we will work for less.
That's
And
right.
we need to empower ourselves, empower each other, and tell them, because here's the truth. You know, I fought really hard to get the equity for people of color in the hair and makeup trailer, right? You guys know that I've been working on that for
Yes, we were going to ask you about
Next
it.
question.
You were going to ask you about that. Literally, next question.
So nice segue. So nice segue. I've been working on it. I've been working on it forever, right? Because 30 years in this industry, I know I have always had this issue. Unless I'm working on a black set, it's always something. It's always something. God, it drives me crazy. It's always something. But I want to let you know how insidious our industry is here. When the proposal that we all had put forward, there was Jason George, Yvette Nicole Brown, Tiffany Cox, Avis Boone, Ezra Knight, Linda Powell, all of us on the negotiating committee, worked really tirelessly on trying to make sure that we would have rights and get people of color in the hair and makeup trailer. In the statement, the proposal, we had wanted certified, skilled cosmetologists, because by the way, they have it in New York now, and I think they have it in California, but before you didn't have to study ethnic hair to get your certificate in cosmetology. Thank you very much. We're an afterthought.
Right.
It's an elective thing. You can do it if you want. Wrong. But, so the words were certified, skilled cosmetologists who are proficient in ethnic hair, right? That was from the first, when we started going into contracts in July. They wouldn't move with that. They wouldn't accept it. The whole time, wouldn't accept. We went through our strike, doing our negotiations all the way to that last week. I'm like, we can't let this go without having something in there, some protections. Had to take out certified. Took out certified. Had to take out skilled. What? Finally, this is the language that they would allow us to put in that contract. I had to take out ethnic hair.
Stop.
It says people who are proficient in consultations with people who are proficient in all hair types. I mean, they can't even give us that. Do you know?
Wow.
And
Words are powerful.
Words are powerful. And this is the thing about why I want to make sure that we empower ourselves, because the truth of the matter is, if you have a person of color in a hair and makeup trailer, everybody is taken care of.
Thank you.
Because
we know how to do
all
everybody's
that
hair.
skill. Everybody. We have all that skill, you guys. That means we are valuable. We're valuable. Just in the baseline of what we do, the minimum of what we do, we have more skill and more talent than the ones who are getting certified in these cosmetology schools that don't need to study our skills. You know what I mean? So this is why, I'm going to do as best we can to always, put as much in the contracts, fight for our rights, fight for equity, fight for fair pay for people behind as well as in front of the camera. But we as a community, we have to value ourselves. We have to, you have to empower yourselves, and you got to understand the power of no, and and give yourself, give yourself a number. Give yourself a number. Like, I am worth this. I'm worth this.
Right.
Let me put that out there. Don't let them tell you. You put it out there. I know I get so long and I get so passionate. I'm sorry.
I love it. I love it. Bring it.
I remember reading an interview with you, and I heard you talking, and you said something about you were on a show, and they told you that the CEO, most Black CEO women have their hair straightened, and they made you straighten your hair.
Girl, they told me, they said, we did some research.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who are you talking to? They did research.
What research exactly?
And they said the words they actually said to me, that the audacity, the words that they actually said to me was that the research that we found is that a woman of color will only be taken seriously if she is the CEO of her own business, if she has straightened hair. What the?
Yeah.
My
mouth fell off.
Honey, my head. And as I said, I have no problem talking, but that took my voice away.
Yeah,
It took my voice away.
Yeah.
It hurt my soul.
Yeah.
Because all I could think of was, my name is Michelle Hurd, and this is, I got my braids in now, but I have my crown, I got my curls. And all I could think of is that Michelle Hurd could be a lawyer, a doctor, a barista at Starbucks, work as a bank teller, and she would still have her curly hair.
Right.
That I couldn't have a career unless I straightened my hair. What, so that I can be homogenized in the concept of beauty that I was never included in the first place?
In the first place.
Right.
In the first place.
Can I just give a shout out to Julia Walker, who for decades was the Lone Ranger out there. She was Whoopi's hairstylist, and she had no contemporaries for years.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
It
And
is
see,
insane.
and how many of us know her? Like, we don't.
Yeah.
We do, yeah.
Thank
I
you for
know.
saying her name. And now we know, have another
Exactly.
Shiro.
People.
We are almost out of time, so I don't want to. I would be remiss if we didn't get to our captain.
Very remiss.
We started with Ms. Nichols, right? Who was the first on our screen in Trek for us representing, and we get to finally Ms. Dawn Lewis and Captain Freeman, who is fully pipped. That's
Fully
important. Fully pipped,
Not
y'all.
a commander, fully pipped.
Right? Didn't start off as no commander and no second in command, no shiggity, none of that. She was fully pipped,
right.
That's
right.
So, I'm just we have some questions here, but I know we're running short on time. So I'm just gonna roll them into like one question, and it's a big question. Okay. So, I mean, first of all, we were gonna ask you about, since you were friends with Ms. Nichols, what she thought, what was her reaction to when you got this role and being part of the Star Trek universe. And we were also going to ask you, what you think about the importance of Captain Freeman is in the Star Trek universe. I mean, we have some other questions, but those are ones I really want to get to.
Let's see. I'll try to sum it up. She was
Take your time too. Don't rush.
Yeah, no rush.
Seeing her on television when I was, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old when Star Trek first came on television. I hadn't seen anyone of color that beautiful, that intelligent, that magnetic, that badass, that, she was doing communications, but she was the one that everyone came to. Everything came to and through her. When you were communicating with any other species, she was given such regard and such respect that I had never seen being given to a woman, much less a woman of color. It was such a man's world. And I grew up in a home with domestic violence. So watching my mom even speak her mind got her back of my dad's hand. So watching this woman communicate with other worldly beings and being smart and able to pick up a phaser with the best of them, and in those boots and in that mini skirt, I don't know, Miss Marion, all 3 of y'all, if y'all were 3 Nichols girls growing up all looking alike and sounding alike, I would have been in a whole bunch of trouble. It was fun. It was amazing. It was remarkable to see all of these men defer to her.
Yeah.
And undeniably defer to her. And not just because of the way she looked, but because of the excellence that she brought to what she did. Star Trek in itself showed me it was possible to be in a world where you really could be accepted for your excellence. Where you really could, it wasn't unusual for everyone around you, regardless of what color they were, what gender they were, what species they were, to be able to hold their own in the game. And that's the world that I wanted to be a part of.
Yeah.
So, you go through life and you grow, and realities, smack you in the face of what's what and who's who and who gets what opportunity, etc. So when you see her standing her ground, and not just her ground, but the ground for us as women, the ground for us as people of color, the ground for anybody who dares to be more than what the majority or those in control will give you credit for or give you opportunity to accomplish. When you see her standing in that gap, she was a superhero to me. And then when I got my opportunity to come through my career through stage, through music. We had so many things in common. You get to know she was a singer, she was a dancer, she had all of these other amazing gifts. This one particular show launched her in a specific direction, but it did not diminish the fullness of who she was, which in itself was exciting. So when I got to California to do my first TV series, and I got to meet her, she was one of the few people that I had no. I'm like Michelle. I'm not shy. I'm not. And I have something to say, I will go ahead and say it. And sometimes it gets me in trouble, but I'm from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I don't know how else. I met her, Beverly Todd and Judy Pace, who were friends. Again, two more women of color that were trailblazers in their own right, as sex symbols, as intellects, etc., on screen that we didn't get to see. But they introduced me. Oh, we want you to meet our friend Michelle. We're going to go out and but no, they said Shelly. We're going to go out with Shelly and we're going to go to this thing and hear some music and da da da. And I walk in and it's Nichelle Nichols. First of all, I had no words. And like when I first met Lena Horne, tears were coming down my face. I could not believe I was meeting this person in human form that I had raised to superhuman status. And she was, first of all, she was always fabulous, head to toe, jewelry, just Spoon had that thing he would say in the movies, you got to coordinate.
Every time.
Always with big bangly baubles and looking like some ethnic put together princess person.
I love it.
And it was always fabulous. And her speech was always elevated. And while she was elevated, she was right down there with you, honey. She was very, very neighborhood and true to who she was. And I loved that about her. And I got to tell her my story of how inspired I had been in my entire life and in my journey because I got to see her. And then we went from that to being friends. So, okay, flip to now, like any working actor, you want the next gig. I do a lot of voices for animation. I do a couple of dozen shows now. So you get the call and you have to sign an NDA for this new show. It's about outer space. And they want you to read the role of Captain McDuck. And it's like, all right. So, they all had all kinds of other names. We had no idea. So I auditioned for it and I did my best impression of if James T. Kirk and Avery Brooks had a child.
Love you. Thank you.
Yes. I was the love child of the surrogate parents if they were lovers and said we need to have a baby and we'll have some more woman to carry it for us. You give a sperm, I'll give a sperm, and this is what it will be. And that was what I did in my audition. And they were like, okay, great. And they had me improv a few things. Okay, great. Next thing I know, I get the call, you booked a gig. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'll get another check. Fabulous. So we get to the table read. And I am sitting there with Tawny, with Jack Quaid, with Noelle, with all these people. I'm like, okay, this is cool. And they have your seat, with your name on it. And we turn over our scripts and it says Star Trek Lower Decks. Yes. like Star Trek. And they had a room full of people for our first table read. And I was like, no, get out of it. And it was everything I could do to maintain my cool. I was completely unsuccessful because up until that point, we had no idea what it was that we had now been gifted with. And I was the captain. I was not Captain McDuck. I was Captain Carol Freeman. And it was everything I could do to really contain myself and not fan myself out of a gig.
Kind of like we're doing right now. So
it's fabulous. Fan out of myself right out of this gig. It's like, oh, she was really much better in the audition. So I left there and I literally called my brothers and I said, you will never guess what gig I just booked. And I never do that. I never do that. And I told my brother, they're like, get out of here. You are lying. I said, no, you don't understand. I am captain on the next Star Trek of this franchise. They were like, are you kidding me right now? So no. And the next call I made after my brothers was to Nichelle.
Oh.
And I was like, Auntie Nichelle, you have no idea what job I just got. And I told her, and she said, you okay? I said, I don't know. I'm getting emotional now thinking about it. I was so elated, and she knew what my journey was and where that show sat in my spirit. And I thanked her for paving the way. I thanked her for allowing me and so many others to stand on her shoulders. And I wanted to do her proud in continuing her legacy. And
I mean, it's been so cool talking to you that I almost forgot that we're here for a reason.
Yes.
And we're here to raise some money for Hollywood Food Coalition. And that is the reason for the season at the moment. And Yvette, I know you got stuff to say.
Yeah, I do.
No, say it. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
On this Dr. Martin Luther King holiday weekend, we ask for your help. We ask that you donate to the Hollywood Food Coalition as they do the daily work of making LA a city where everyone has food, community, and support. You can donate using the QR code on your screen, or you can text TREK to 53555, or you can go to www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3. All right, ladies, what are we going to do? We're going to donate.
Make it rain, y'all.
That's
Come
on now. That's right. That's right.
Come on.
Ladies, thank you so very much for joining us. We love you all. And as we say in Sci-Fi Sisterland, peace, love, and hair grease.
Peace, love, and hair grease. Come on now. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Trek Talks, everyone. We hope that you're enjoying all the panels. Incredible panels so far. Lots of fabulous guests coming up too in the next few hours. But first, I think we should take a look at how much we're making right now, because this is unbelievable. We have hit over $17,000.
Indeed. And remember, we are trying to match Rod Roddenberry's incredibly munificent gift of $50,000. If we make 50, we get 50. If we get 30, we get 30. Let's get 50. We're up to $17,716. And I want to take a moment to thank a couple of really marvelously generous contributors. Amy Britton, who has been such an incredible supporter of the Hollywood Food Coalition for years. She hosts our annual Vegas event. She has donated $5,000 to help us. And I also want to thank a number of other people. I'd like to thank Chris Lamont, Jeff Happ, Ronnie Manone, Colleen White, David Gregory, Caitlin DeMolder, Shara Kabakow, Jordan Schwartz, and Factory Entertainment. Gabriel Martinez has just donated, Janeway Collective, April Mead, the Werthers. Incredible generosity. We cannot thank you enough.
And also, just remember, everyone, what it would cost for you to attend a convention like this, with all these wonderful guests, plane fare, cab fare, hotels, bar bills, because,
laundry bill, babysitting, pet sitting, losing your shirt at the casino, doctor bills, divorce attorney bills.
Well, maybe those are yours, John. But consider how much that you save by just attending Trek Talks instead.
Plus, all the other benefits, including you don't have to wear pants.
Oh my goodness.
I know. You don't have to wear pants. That's the brand.
I'm actually not wearing pants either, but no one gets to see that. Anyway, please make a contribution to the Hollywood Food Coalition today. It is so easy to donate. All you have to do is go to www.givebutter.com/TrekTalks3. Or you can scan the QR code right here on your screen, or text TREK to 53555. And remember, we're also having our silent auctions where you can click the auction tab at the top of the page to place your bid with some amazing packages. We have a trip to the Magicians Club, the members only Magic Castle here in Los Angeles, with John Billingsley and I as your hosts. We're going to take you to a nice dinner there. You're going to see a bunch of magic shows, probably get plastered with us. It's going to be amazing. And there's also VIP invites to attend the Trek Talks Vegas cocktail party that's hosted by the marvelous Amy Britton, and it's this coming August at Star Trek Las Vegas. All proceeds go to the Food Coalition. Visit the site.
And I'm going to crack my knuckles and say this. Who knows? For those of you who are thinking about bidding on these marvelous trips to the Magic Castle, who knows what other Star Trek guests we might wrangle to join us that night? You know, Bonnie and I know some people. So let's say maybe Jonathan Frakes, are you free? If we get enough folks, there's a special room at the Magic Castle, the Houdini room.
That's right.
Which is full of Houdini memorabilia, and we might be able to conduct a seance. How about that?
Not only that, I feel like the person running the seance should be none other than you, John.
I would have
feel like
everybody close your eyes, hold hands, think of somebody you love very much who maybe should, from beyond the grave, make a contribution to the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Ooh, nice segue.
Can always segue. Coming up in the next 2 hours, a wonderful panel, Trektivism, about the wonderful work that people from the Trek world are doing to help make their communities a better place, hosted by our incredible Trektivism podcasters and our dear co-producing partners, Matthew Simone and Heather Barker.
We also have interviews with the extraordinary Trek music composer, Nami Melumad, and Connor Trinneer.
He's pretty sure he died.
Nope. Not yet, John, not yet. We're gonna interview him, and then, then you can take him out. Anyway, we have also a wonderful panel called Producing Trek, which is a conversation with the Hageman brothers, Aaron Wolke, and Brannon Braga, hosted by the wonderful Tony Pascal. But first, I think we should learn a bit more about the beneficiaries of your generosity today. We're going to show you another short film about the Hollywood Food Coalition. Enjoy.
And then we've got 5 seconds to go. Da-da-da-da-da-da!
Come to the Magic Castle! Pooh, pooh, pooh.
I'm Marique. I work as a kitchen lead for the community dinner. I started by volunteering in July 2020 when I came here, and I wanted to be helping the community during the pandemic. So I started coming 2 days a week, and I just fell in love with the kitchen, the people, and then they needed more help for the community dinner. So then I started getting involved as a staff. So I usually come in around 12. I will look at everything that we have, then set up all the station for the volunteer that come in at 1:30. Then I'll greet them, show them what they're gonna help with for the day. I'm gonna do dishes, and then we'll sit down around 4, order everything for the next day. So we'll look at what the exchange have in their inventory. We're gonna pick what we wanna cook with for the next day. And then at 5:30, we have more volunteer coming for the community dinner. So same thing, we're gonna greet them, show them how it works for the evening service, and then we will package all the food, hand it out outside, and by 8, we're usually done. It's challenging sometimes to not have to cook with the same produce every day. So it's adjusting with that, which is also a part that I love about the job, because not every days are the same. It's great because on Wednesday we have so many services here. We have the mobile clinic, which will help with any medical assistance that people need. We also have sometimes physical therapy. We have haircut, and we have mobile showers. So on Wednesday is a really important day here, and it's great to have everything in one place for people to have assistance with whatever needs they have. I'm really excited because we're gonna launch new project for the community dinner. We're trying to work with chefs that are working in LA to come to the kitchen and help creating new menus to help us with the produce that we get here, creating interesting and diversified menus. So that's exciting. I created so many good friendship with volunteer that comes every Monday, every Tuesday, so I see them every week, and it's nice to have a family away from home. Si vous habitez à LA et que vous parlez français, venez nous voir à Hollywood Food Coalition et ça va nous faire plaisir de vous montrer la cuisine et de rendre votre expérience la plus agréable possible.
Merci.
Merci.
Thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 to benefit the Hollywood Food Coalition. Hi, everyone. I'm Bill Smith.
And I'm Dan Davidson, and we're here to tell you how you can make your secure donation to Trek Talks. It's so incredibly easy to do that even Bill could do it. First, you can go to the Trek Talks portal on GiveButter at givebutter.com/TrekTalks3, or you can take out your cell phone and text the word Trek to 53555. You can also scan the QR code that you'll see on your screen to go directly to GiveButter to make your donation.
Plus, new this year, you'll see an auction tab on the top of the GiveButter portal. We have 4 silent auctions going this year. 2 of the auctions are for a magical night of tomfoolery, as described by John Billingsley at LA's legendary Magic Castle, with John and with Bonnie Gordon for yourself and one companion. The other 2 auctions are for a Vegas cocktail party with the stars during Creation Entertainment's 2024 Vegas Con, thrown by our dear friend Amy Britton.
Now, past celebrity guests have included Robert Picardo, Nana Visitor, Anthony Montgomery, Dominic Keating, Connor Trinneer, Sirach Lofton, Rod Roddenberry, and others, just to name a few. You never know who's going to show up at this party, and trust me, it's always a great time.
You can get all the details by going to the auction tab on the Trek Talks 3 GiveButter portal. Every dollar donated goes to help the tremendous work being done by Hofoco, and your help is greatly appreciated.
And remember, your donation to Trek Talks 3 may be tax deductible, so be sure to check with your tax advisor on its eligibility.
On behalf of the entire production team, thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 and for supporting the Hollywood Food Coalition. There are more great panels coming up, so stay with us.
Hi there. Thank you so much for tuning in to Trek Talks 3 and for your support of the Hollywood Food Coalition. We have raised almost $19,000 today with much more to go. My name is Heather Ray Barker, and I'm one of the hosts of the brand new Tivism podcasts, which continues the types of conversations that we're having here today. You might recognize my co-host for the panel. If you've seen the Tivism panel previously here on Trek Talks, then you know him as Matthew Simone. Hi, Matthew.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. Hello. So excited to be back.
Yay. So today, our panel, we're talking about Tivism as community building. Matthew and I are very familiar with Tivism, but for those of you in the audience who aren't, Matthew's going to tell us a little bit about what Tivism is, as it brought us all here today to raise money for the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Yeah, I was thinking actually about what Rod Roddenberry said earlier in the stream. He was talking about how like Star Trek's not just a television show. It's this idea, and it shows these ideas of a better future. And a couple of years ago, we all started kind of getting together. There's a number of us that were all talking and saying like, how can we maybe talk more about those of us, both on the fan side, but also the celebrity side, that are trying to make the present look more like the future that we see depicted in Star Trek. And so not just like television show that we escape into. Sometimes it's escapism, but when we come back from that world, can we bring something of it to make this world seem more like that future? And those things are happening, and there are people who are doing that right now. And so we want to highlight some of those stories. The last couple of years that we've been doing Tivism panels during Trek Talks, we've been had some of the celebrities on board talking about some of their fundraising that they've been doing, both for the Hollywood Food Coalition, but for other organizations too. But today we have an amazing panel of other fans who are also doing awesome community building work in their communities. So Heather, who is on our panel this time?
Oh, I'm so excited. So excited for everyone here today. So we have Ethan from Trek the Vote. Hi, Ethan. We have Yez from the LA Away team. Hi. We have Mark from Star Trek Family. And we have Mel from Sid City Social Club. It's really important to Matthew and I that we highlight the fans that are out there doing this amazing work and bringing communities together. So Ethan, why don't you tell us a little bit about what Trek the Vote does?
Sure. Hi, folks. I'm Ethan Truskin-Zoller. I'm the technical co-founder of Trek the Vote for Fair Elections. My co-founder, Tay Phoenix, had a family emergency, so asked me to come and talk about how we do Trektivism. Thanks so much for having us here. Tay and I have both been Star Trek fans since we were kids. And in the fall of 2020, Tay was looking at the chaos around the election and the efforts underway to suppress voting and the apathy manufactured by intentionally polarizing disinformation. From a logistics standpoint, we saw election administrators struggling to meet staffing needs. Volunteer and paid staffer demographics were colliding with actuarial tables. In 2020, 60% of poll workers were over 60 years old, and a whopping 85% were over 40 years old. Election staffers of all ages were increasingly worried about their physical safety just trying to do their jobs. Kay thought, wouldn't it be great if Starfleet could just come and rescue us from this mess? There's 16 million Star Trek fans in the United States alone, and they've been steeped in the Federation's values of fairness, inclusivity, and respect for democracy for decades. They're scrupulous, diligent, and they care passionately about the future. When a media-saturated society thrives on outrage and deprives people of connection, one of the most powerful sources of community is fandom, a shared story, an aesthetic, a set of values around which like-minded people can connect. If we could inspire just some of the people in our fandom to get out of their comfort zones, they could be the heroic Starfleet we need. So, we engaged with nonpartisan partners across the country who focus on empowering the communities most targeted by voter suppression efforts and inspired Star Trek cast and crew to participate in our volunteer recruitment videos that help tell that story. Unsurprisingly, some of the people involved in today's event for the Hollywood Food Coalition are our volunteers too. JB and Gates and Tim and Robbie and Garrett and Frakes and Jerry, thank you all for your efforts. We've had more than 30 folks from the franchise participate. Please let us know if you are interested. It almost feels like an aside here, but my job was just to write software that can perform simple matches, say, for a partner who just needs people anywhere to call at-risk voters, but can also make matches for partners with more sophisticated requirements, like volunteers in this geographic area able to drive and carry food and water to voters at multiple sites, or Spanish-speaking lawyers to field calls during early voting on election day, or any number of other criteria. We had great pull from our videos, and with just a handful of organizers and a budget of less than $2,000 per election cycle, we've matched several thousand folks in all 50 states with our partners. Our volunteers serve as election judges, polling managers, and phone bankers that get response rates like 75% positive, which is unusual to say the least. By the 2026 midterm, we envision 0.5% of those 16 million American Trekkies volunteering. Those 8,000 peoples would be a game changer for the partners we've worked with, and we're halfway there. And by the 2032 presidential election, probably needing the cooperation of not just Trek cast and crew, but involvement further up the development chain at CBS, our efforts could motivate 3 to 5% of American Trekkies. That's 500,000 or more volunteers. We want Star Trek to become synonymous with civic engagement, and we're looking toward other fandoms with passionate, public-minded audiences, and because these issues know no borders, expanding beyond the US. There are 297 days until Election Day. Anybody with a newspaper or a pad or a synaptic transceiver can see the issues from the 2020 election have only accelerated. Join us. Join Starfleet and help save democracy. Heather and Matthew.
Saving democracy. I was checking out the website before we did this, and If everyone hasn't, you should check out the Trek to Vote website, because on the beginning there's that awesome video that you posted that has like so many Trek actors in it. So like Kate Mulgrews in there, and you feel like John Delancey, and you have like Robert Duncan McNeil starting off by saying like "Yes, ma'am," following Kate Mulgrew, and it's such an amazing video that all these actors have come forward. Because apparently we live in a time now where it's like controversial to vote, which is kind of weird. So such great work. It's so cool, Ethan.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Is trekthevote.org? Is that the right address?
.com or
.com, trekthevote.com.
.vote. We're also on all the social medias as just Trek the Vote. We're on Facebook and Instagram and everywhere.
Awesome.
297 days to engage. When we were back at Mission Chicago in the Trek Tivism panel, someone stood up and was very adamant about how do we get people to vote. And so right away we were like, Trek the Vote, get out there, and just really proud of an organization that is engaging the community and making that real world change happen. There's a long road ahead of us. Long road.
We're the only heroes that are going to rescue us.
Yes, that is true. Like, to get to Star Trek and that utopian vision, we have to do the work ourselves. If that's what you want, you can't just watch the show and have it happen. You have to get out there and do it. And that is 100% what Trektivism is about. So Yezeni and I have known each other for a long, long time through the Star Trek community and STLV, the Star Trek Las Vegas convention. And Yezenia, you are part of the LA Away team. Can you tell us a little bit about how it came to be, how you came to be in charge, and what you guys do?
Sure. Thanks for having me. So my name is Yez, and I help run the LA Away team, which is basically now Southern California-based social group for Star Trek fans. So we don't have any dues or fees, no ranks. Really no responsibilities. The only expectation is that you just be cool, like just no drama, no gatekeeping. Cosplay is not required. So we're just a social group. We get together for any excuse, anything that has anything to do with Star Trek or Star Trek adjacent, as we call it, Star Wars, Doctor Who, anything space and science related. Even any movie that is about space, or, we will find an excuse to get together and make it an LA Away team event. I can't take the credit, though, for establishing it. That honor goes to our friend Mike Nguyen from New York. So he established the first away team in New York City, the NYC away team, as a way to stave off the con blues. So he wanted to bring back the camaraderie that he felt at STLV and at the Masquerade Bar, and bring that back to his city, which was New York. And since then, he's helped establish away teams in other cities like LA, Orlando, or some in Texas, Chicago. There's away teams in pretty much every major city, I believe. Some more active than others, but I became a member in 2015, shortly after my first STLV. And then the following year was when we really became pretty active, largely owing to the 50th anniversary, which was in 2016. So there was just a lot of Star Trek events happening. So yeah, that's how we started, the momentum that we've had since then.
And you keep going. I feel like you guys are at every event in LA. If you have seen like the Star Trek commercials, you have seen someone from the LA Away team at all the premieres. Picard premiere was the one I'm just thinking of, that everybody got to go and do. That was really awesome.
There was like, wasn't that big group photo of the LA Away team, like right in front of the screen at the Picard premiere, right? We were all down in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If you ever hear some crazy woman yelling, LA Away team down at the front, that would be me.
I heard that. So now I know that was you. Like, there we go.
And that's how I lose my voice.
Yeah. Well, and it's great. You guys have, you're there at STLV because you do the photo op at STLV. I always see like you've got your LA Away team photo. You get everybody together. You're going to be on the cruise. Your group kind of travels, and that way, like say you're going on the cruise for the first time, you've got built-in friends. So even if you're going on your own, you're not alone, which is such a big thing. I know for me, with my time at the Star Trek Las Vegas community, I always say just because you're a solo or newbie person, you're not alone. You've got friends there. And especially joining any of these groups, yours is on Facebook as a Star Trek family, which we'll talk about here in a moment. It really helps to know that you've already got friends before you show up.
Very true. Yeah, that's one of our goals too, is to always have a safe space for people who are new to an environment or an event, to have a resource to go to, ask questions, and maybe possibly make connections and, establish a friendship.
Yeah, very powerful friendships. I know we've lost a few members of the LAOA team that are also members of our larger Star Trek family. And it's even in those tough times, you have that group to come together with, which I think is really important as we move through life. So Star Trek family, we've got a Star Trek family here. Mark, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you guys do?
Certainly. Thank you so much for having me today. The Star Trek family is an online, a global fan organization. Currently about 14,000 members from 86 different countries. And it's so important to have that safe space that you were talking about. And that's what we do, is we create a safe and respectful place, a platform for fans to get together and really just share their passion about Star Trek and access that sense of family that you feel. Because like when you go to a convention or to an event for a first time, you may walk in alone, but you meet hundreds of your best friends you never knew you had. And so it's important to have that sense of connection. And how we got started about 2.5 years ago, I went through one of the scariest times of my life when I was told that a brain tumor that I'd been fighting for about 10 years had come back aggressively after 2 brain surgeries. And the doctors wanted to do another surgery, and they were using an experimental tool. And they basically were upfront, and they said, you've got a 50-50 chance. And I was naturally very scared. And like many of you, I take a lot of strength and hope from Star Trek. And so I had gone to one of the Star Trek Facebook groups and just kind of posted about what was getting ready to happen to me, and how I just needed some strength from people. And the outpouring of support that I got from the community was outstanding. It was phenomenal. It was overwhelming. We had hundreds and hundreds of people responding to the post, thoughts and prayers and positive vibes. But it went even further than that, and we had hundreds of people that would reach out to me in private messaging, text messaging, wanting to share their personal journeys through the surgery like this. We had people that insisted on sending me like prayer blessed blankets to keep me comfortable while I was recovering, and books to read. And it was really just kind of a very touching experience for me. And my wife and I both agreed that it felt like we had just been unquestionably accepted into this family of Trekkies, and I had never met any of them. And it was a very powerful experience. So that's sort of what gave rise to the Star Trek family as an organization, is that we wanted to, number one, give back to the fan community and show our gratitude, but also we wanted to find ways that we could help others, and not just individuals that might be struggling, but charitable organizations that we can support through the community to try to solve one problem at a time and make the world a better place, and try to get to that hopeful future that Star Trek shows us.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I'm really glad that you're here. I am personally moved. I have also been through difficult times in my life where the Star Trek community has stepped up and saved me. I mean, Star Trek saved my life is a thing that I say, but it's not the television show itself, but the community that has built up because of it. And I think that speaks so much to what we have here, and our ability to literally change the world and shape the world as Star Trek fans. I know that one of the things you did alongside helping out with the Hollywood Food Coalition, which very quickly I will chime in and say we have hit the $20,000 mark, which is amazing. So thank you everyone out there. But I know I've also seen you help out with PanCan. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Certainly. We've just through association have gotten to working with some of the Star Trek actors and some of the production personnel behind the scenes, and I made a connection with Kitty Swink, who is of course the wife of Armin Shimmerman, and I felt very moved by her story, her personal story, and wanted to help out with that. And so, accessing that sense of family that we all share within the franchise, and the incredible generosity of Trekkies as a community, we were able to lend our support to them, and I'm very excited to work with them year in and year out, and we're getting ready to do again this year. So I'm looking forward to see what we can do for them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for those continued efforts. And again, I'm just super, super glad that you are here. So Mel, Sid City Social Club, I hear so much about what your group is doing, all the cool things. Like, I want to be a member and I just haven't signed up yet. So will you tell everyone about all the amazing things you're doing?
Of course. And what a privilege to be here with all of these people. I've got the warm fuzzies from being part of this community and all of the stuff that you guys are doing. The Sid City Social Club is a branch and offshoot of sidcity.net, which is the official fan site for Alexander Siddig. I launched that in 1996 because I wanted to learn how to make websites. And he didn't have one yet. No one had a fan site for that particular actor. And I was like, I'll do it. So I did. And it's been the official fan site since 1998. In the process, in the last 25 or so years, he and I have become pretty good friends. In late March of 2020, he emailed me and said, hey, what's going on right now? It looks like this is going to be going on for a while. And I'm concerned about the mental health of the fans, because we were told to stay home. A lot of people were in isolation. And that's not good for people's mental health, especially, if you're already neurodivergent. Isolation is not the healthiest thing. So he and I had an email in my drafts folder to him along the same lines. I was just trying to come up with some ideas before I emailed him. He doesn't have any qualms about just saying, hey, I have this concern, let's fix it. So we brainstormed for a couple of weeks and tried some different software, different platforms, different ideas, and we came up with the Sid City Social Club, which we did twice a week for the first year, and then once a week for a year after that. So for 2 years, or at least once a week for 2 hours per meeting, fans could log in to the Zoom room, and we kept it at 100 because he wanted to still be kind of intimate. And they could just chat with him. You could sign up to chat, and he'd spend 10, 15, 20 minutes, depending on how involved he got in your story and what you were doing. Some of those talks went quite a bit longer because he's just fascinated by everything. And he really wanted it to be him reaching out to the fans rather than the fans. Like, he didn't want to be interviewed. He wanted to do the interviewing, and he's very, very good at it because he's so interested in everything. And so he talked to more than 600 people, many of them more than once. And this community grew up around that. A lot of people never did get the courage to sign up and chat, but with him directly. But they're in the actual chat, talking to the other fans. And we've done, oh my gosh, we've just done so many things. There've been a lot of in-person meetups, either at conventions or just people who are like, hey, I'm going to be in this city, and I know there are people from the social club who live here, so let's get together. So they'd send me photos, and we would, get to share them in the social club. And we did a community cookbook, international cookbook, with contributions, both recipes and artwork from all over the place. He's talked to people from everywhere, from Siberia to South America to Australia, New Zealand, the Great White North, up in Canada, just all over the place. And it's just been fascinating to really get to know the Trek fandom literally around the world through this. So we're not doing regular meetings anymore because we don't really need to. It was supposed to be a pandemic thing. At the beginning, he was like, I think we'll probably do this through the summer. And then two years later, he's like, okay, I think we might need to put a cap on it because I've got, he was starting to get work again and was gone for long stretches. So we worked around that for a couple of things when he was filming in Australia and Thailand. We were able to work around it a little bit, but we just, this community has built up. It's been about a year and a half since we've done regular meetings, but we just had a pop-up meeting this past Sunday. And we maxed out immediately. Like people were like, yeah, let's go. And they were, and there was as much conversation happening between the social club members in the chat room as there was, actually happening on screen. It's just wonderful to see. There's lifelong friendships that have sprung up. There's romances that have sprung up. There's creative collaborations. It's just been really terrific. And we've had the opportunity to have a lot of special guests on. Robert Hewitt Wolf has been on several times. Nana, of course, has been on several times. We did some original fan fiction productions that you can see on our YouTube channel, Sid City YouTube channel. There's a 2-season series called Alone Together that has several of the DS9 folks coming back and reprising their characters that I highly recommend. We were finally able to post season 2 over the holidays. So it's just, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's just been a wonderful experience. And I have a lot of emails and notes and letters that have been handed to me and mailed to me that I get out when I'm having a down day, just to say, you know what, we did a good thing. This has been, we did something really worthwhile out there. So
I think, going through that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say quickly, I think I made more like friendships at a stage in life during the pandemic that I had in years. It was kind of the opposite of what I expected. And mainly that was all through the organization of different Star Trek communities who had all kind of rallied together online and were like, hey, like, listen, we all know we're going to be in this really difficult period. We're kind of like this alone together. Let's like find a way to connect. And so that's amazing that you have that particular example. And same thing, like, I thought I was just going to be, I remember getting the emails where I'm like getting successively like laid off from like multiple jobs and then just being like, oh man, it's going to be a lot of home by ourselves. And yet all these Star Trek communities kind of came forward and were like, hey, let's jump in let's use the Zoom thing. Let's connect with each other. I mean, in Star Trek, it's how you talk to everyone anyway. It was on a screen. So, I mean, we're all used to that. So that's cool. Thank you so much, Mel. That's awesome.
If I can just say very quickly, Mel's group, City Social Club, was like a lifesaver for me. And I actually met a really good friend, Liana Ahmed, who ended up being one of our LA Away team admins. We hadn't even met in person. It was just from interacting on Sid City that we became friends, and she joined LA Away team because she moved up here during the pandemic from San Diego, and then she became an admin. And so the first time we saw each other, actually met each other in person, was at STLV after she'd been an admin for like a year already.
I love that. We love Leanna. We miss Leanna.
I love Leanna too. Shout out to Leanna. And to me, like, there's so much vulnerability that is shared within these groups, like talking about what we go through personally. When we talk about mental health, like that's how we empower one another. That's how you help other people find the strength to talk about what they've been through themselves and how we ultimately get through things like a pandemic. I don't know. To me, finding the Star Trek community like has changed my life. I can't talk about it without being emotional. So not just becoming a part of the greater community, but seeing all these subsets of families pop up. Like there's literally a space for absolutely everyone within this fandom. And then ways to encourage each other to just do more. I think once we get together and we start talking about that future that we all really want and ask what can we do to help, like donating here today. Again, like that's the way that we get to the Star Trek's future. I quickly wanted to go around and just talk about how to join all of these wonderful groups. Mark, your group is on Facebook. So is that the way to join, is to go to Star Trek Family on Facebook?
It is. Currently, we're based on Facebook. We are actively trying to find ways to get off of Facebook, or at least to expand off of Facebook to, to offer the community that we built for folks that don't like that platform. And I understand why, they don't. But we definitely do a lot of stuff in person, and we do a lot of Zooms. So we're trying to find ways to expand off of that right now. But Facebook, if you look us up, it's the Star Trek family community.
Okay, and then yes, same thing, LA Away Team on Facebook.
Yes, we are a Facebook-based community group. We're also on Instagram, but that I find that Instagram isn't that great for community building. Facebook really,
yeah,
it's hard to find something that is as easy to use for building community as Facebook. So primarily Facebook, but we do announce events on Instagram.
I totally get it. I get it. Mel, Sid City Social Club.
SidCity.net is where you'll find us. SidCity.net/social club is the sort of the landing page. And we'll have information about upcoming events there. There's links to all kinds of things. We also have the archive. We recorded each meeting that we had, and then they get edited. Some people don't want everything out there, which is fine. We edit some of that stuff out, and for clarity and length. And that's on YouTube. I think we're just Sid City on YouTube. We're Sid City online at Facebook and Twitter, which we don't really use much anymore because why would you? But SidCity.net/social club is going to get you where you need to go, and you can just go from there and find. There's a calendar of activities that are going on. And there's a newsletter there that if you sign up for that, you'll get in your inbox, the next time we're having a meeting, you'll get that delivered right to you.
Perfect. Ethan, we talked about TrekTheVote.com. That's the place to go?
Yeah, TrekTheVote.com. You can sign up. Obviously, there aren't a ton of things that we're looking for our volunteers to do here in January, mostly. That'll certainly ramp up as the summer and into the fall happen, but we're there. You can sign up. We're on, like I said, Facebook and Instagram, the platform formerly known as Twitter. We're on TikTok and LinkedIn. Trek the Vote.
Sweet. Please check out the Tivism podcast. You can find us on all the podcast players. We have our premiere episode out now telling you what the podcast will be about. They will be coming out monthly. Thank you all for being here for our Tivism panel. I have all the feels. It has been a pleasure. And I want to thank everyone watching for tuning into Trek Talks 3, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. Remember, please, if you can donate, you can go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks3, or you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can text Trek, TREK, to 53-555.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, folks.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 to benefit the Hollywood Food Coalition. Hi, everyone. I'm Bill Smith.
And I'm Dan Davidson, and we're here to tell you how you can make your secure donation to Trek Talks. It's so incredibly easy to do that even Bill could do it. First, you can go to the Trek Talks portal on GiveButter at givebutter.com/TrekTalks3, or you can take out your cell phone and text the word Trek to 53555. You can also scan the QR code that you'll see on your screen to go directly to GiveButter to make your donation.
Plus, new this year, you'll see an auction tab on the top of the GiveButter portal. We have 4 silent auctions going this year. 2 of the auctions are for a magical night of tomfoolery, as described by John Billingsley at LA's legendary Magic Castle, with John and with Bonnie Gordon for yourself and one companion. The other 2 auctions are for a Vegas cocktail party with the stars during Creation Entertainment's 2024 Vegas Con, thrown by our dear friend Amy Britton.
Now, past celebrity guests have included Robert Picardo, Nana Visitor, Anthony Montgomery, Dominic Keating, Connor Trinneer, Sirach Lofton, Rod Roddenberry, and others, just to name a few. You never know who's going to show up at this party, and trust me, it's always a great time.
You can get all the details by going to the auction tab on the Trek Talks 3 Give Butter portal. Every dollar donated goes to help the tremendous work being done by Hofoco, and your help is greatly appreciated.
And remember, your donation to Trek Talks 3 may be tax deductible, so be sure to check with your tax advisor on its eligibility.
On behalf of the entire production team, thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 and for supporting the Hollywood Food Coalition. There are more great panels coming up, so stay with us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Norman Lau, and I am co-host of Mission Log, a Roddenberry Star Trek podcast, Mission Log Prodigy, and Mission Log Genealogy. Before we start, I would like to just thank Trek Geeks, TrekMovie.com, the Hollywood Food Coalition, and the Roddenberry Podcast Network for inviting me to host this very special panel. Now, I am excited, and I am honored to interview this next guest, who is actually my first interview for the Mission Log Prodigy podcast. Please welcome Nami Melumad. Nami, how are you? So nice to see you.
Hey, hi. Thank you. I'm really glad to be here. It's exciting, and yeah, we haven't chatted for a while, so it's also great to see you, personally.
Thank you. Well, since our last interview, which was our first interview, it's kind of like charted the course of your career since then, and you have not been short of work. And I am sure that all of your fans out there who are tuning in, and thank you so much for tuning in, probably want to hear a little bit more from you than me, who they hear all the time. So what have you been up to in 5 minutes or less?
In the 5 last years? What?
5 minutes or less, because we have so much to cover. We have about 18 minutes on this panel, but we have so much to talk about.
Yeah, well, I think since we talked, I finished 40 episodes of Star Trek Prodigy. And we just finished the last couple episodes right before Christmas.
Okay.
So I'm very, very, very excited for fans to see it. It's coming to Netflix later this year, the second season.
Okay.
Been working on season 1 and season 2 of Strange New Worlds. We're about to start season 3. So I'm excited for that. I'm already seeing the screenplays coming into my email. I'm like, this is, it's finally happening after the strike and everything. So I'm glad that this is on the road. I have worked on, I think since we talked, I also did a Netflix show, The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window, which was a very thrillery kind of a dark comedy thriller.
That starred Kristen Bell, right?
Yeah, with Kristen
Yep.
Bell.
Mhm.
And I worked with Michael Giacchino on Thor: Love and Thunder
Mhm.
for Marvel. And right now I'm doing another animated show that is very different from Star Trek. It has a lot of jazz. I can't really talk about it yet.
Sure,
but
sure. No, I understand.
Yeah.
I think a lot of fans had their ears to their speakers or their sound systems and trying to listen in on when is season 2 gonna start on Netflix? So nice job dodging that bullet.
I don't know though. I wish I knew. I think that's a question for Dan and Kevin that are coming after me on a panel. So
We'll have to ask him the hot question, put him in the hot seat. Now, I have read your webpage extensively, and I just wanted not to put you, not to embarrass you or anything like that, but I do want to talk about some of your accolades and awards here. So among your awards and accolades, as the composer for Star Trek Prodigy and Strange New Worlds, you have made Star Trek history by being the first female composer to write and produce music for Star Trek. What does that mean to you?
That means that the door is now open for more female composers, and I really hope that I'm the first but not the last. And I'm glad that because Star Trek has been very diverse from the very get-go on screen, and I feel like it's a great time now that we're seeing more female directors and female writers and female editors and female composers also behind the screens. So in terms of crew, and it's not just in Star Trek, it's in other productions as well. So that's a very welcome change, and I'm glad to be part of it. There's also a sense of responsibility because with great power comes great responsibility, and you have to do a great job because you're sort of being judged for a lot of other things than only just your music. And so I feel like I just absolutely cannot fail. So it's a drive, it's an incentive and a drive, and I have to do the absolute best, which I do anyway. So
Before you were tapped to do Star Trek, did the level of responsibility, the weight of that responsibility feel different because it is Star Trek now, because Star Trek represents a certain ideal, for the audience?
I've always, strived to do the best in every project that I do, even like long before I even worked on any studio production. Like I've always, even if it was a little indie film or a student film, like, from the get-go, it's always about doing your best job. But the thing with Star Trek is that it's such a, as you say, there's, it's such a huge thing, and there's history and there's magnitude to it, and it's probably going to stay for a while. It's a phenomena. So, and then you have all these great amazing composers that started a musical tradition, and you want to honor it, and at the same time you want to bring new things and new elements and create something unique for the shows that you're doing. And so, yeah, of course, there's a bit of pressure there to be part of a great thing. And the thing is, like, everyone around me is so talented. Like, for example, on Prodigy, you have such a team that is just, each one of them is absolutely inspiring. And a lot of times I would watch the animation and I'd be like, oh my God, I have to do something, that honors this and serves this and is as great as this. And sometimes it's a little intimidating, but I enjoy it. And same for Strange New Worlds. Like, a lot of times I'll watch a new episode and I'm like, oh my God, like, how do I fit into this? How do I make it even better? I mean, it's already great. So you want to, I feel like the team, a lot of times the team lifts you up because you're like, oh, I need to be as good as them. So yeah, it's great to be part of this collective, and also with the fans, like especially me as a Trekkie, like I share that love. I share, I love to do that thing that I'm passionate about, and also see the reactions and you hear the theories and like where our storylines would go or should go, and it's really interesting. A lot of times I'll listen to podcasts and I'll think, oh, they have a great point here, and I never thought of that, and all sorts of connections to other Star Trek shows and things like that. So it's really exciting to be part of it.
Well, speaking of Strange New Worlds, also on your website, you have won an award, the David Raskin Award for Emerging Talent. You won that in February of 2023, I believe. And it's for your score for Strange New Worlds. So what does that award mean to you? And in retrospect of what we just talked about, for you being the first female composer for Star Trek, I mean, that is a major award for your industry, and rightfully so. Your scoring on Strange New Worlds is brilliant. It's beautiful. Is that something that just caught you out of the blue because you just, you are a professional and you like creating and you're into Star Trek, and then all of a sudden this is just probably the tastiest cherry on the cake, right?
What, to work on Star Trek or
to receive that award from your peers?
Yeah, it's a great honor because it's from the Society of Lyricists and Composers. So this is basically by it was decided by the composers community and the lyricists. So it's musicians. And so all the projects competing are all, they're judged solely on the music. So obviously it's an amazing feeling to be recognized by the peers and the community. And what I also feel like it's more, this award is designed for an emerging talent. So this is for, somebody who is sort of young and starting, a longer, with a long career ahead. And I felt like, it was a really good thing that it was, uh, given to us, in terms of Star Trek, because I felt the first Star Trek episode that I did, it was about being new as well. Like it was about Spock's first day on the Enterprise. And I felt the same, like, and even with Prodigy, I felt the same. Like I am new to this ship. I am like, those kids are new to the Federation. They don't know how to fly a star. Like they don't know how to operate any. They don't know what, like.
So you almost feel like a kindred spirit,
Yeah.
you
So
know,
I
as
felt-
yeah.
Yeah. And I
Mhm.
felt those journeys are very much connecting to how I felt when I started out working on Star Trek. And then also the idea of like going boldly, and here you go. Alex Kurtzman went boldly and hired someone who did a good job on the first episode that she scored, and then he took a chance. And I feel like if you take a chance on younger talents, then they'll deliver. You just need to give the opportunity.
It's almost like you're reading my notes because you feed right into my next question, which is, and I know that there are, again, many fans of yours out there that are watching this, and maybe in that audience, there are people that are trying, younger fans, both younger men, women, that are trying to get into the industry, that are following your career, that see you win an award like this as an emerging talent and say to themselves, I have a passion towards music. I have a passion towards, bringing my voice, to a project. How do they go about, how did you go about doing that? And in turn, maybe they can learn how do they go about trying to pursue that particular dream of theirs.
Right. There's so many ways to get to where you want. So I don't want to say that only my way is correct, but I can speak to my experience, which is that I try to work as much as I can on as many things as I can. And in that way, I sort of developed, like, even if I didn't know a certain style or a certain ensemble that the director specifically wanted, or a certain genre, I would sort of just learn on the job. So I would say yes and be confident about it, and be confident that I can learn it and do a good job. And so I practiced as much as I could on student films, on shorts, on web series, on animation, even just little practices from even 30-second shorts, but everything counts toward your experience and toward your confidence as a composer, and to your language, because now I feel that I can write jazz and I can write Star Trek and I can do a lot of things. So I feel like developing that as well as developing what people say here, people skills, or like communication skills, or how to speak with a filmmaker, and how to speak with how to talk about the picture, and how to serve the picture as well. The other thing is I watch a lot of movies and a lot of shows. Like I watch so many things just to know what has been done before, what is being done now. And it really helps you develop your cinematic language and storytelling. So these are the things that I went through, and then I simply wrote and wrote and wrote, and I started working on features, and then I landed a TV show for Amazon, and that was my first big entry to the industry. It was called Absentia. And then after that I did American Pickle with Michael Giacchino, and that opened up a lot of other doors, like Star Trek. And so that's how it went down.
Do you watch these TV shows because you're a fan of the TV shows, or you just watch as much as you can because you want to see what other professionals are doing for their specific shows, and almost kind of like learn through the process of just absorbing as much information as you can? Because I think that's for a lot of artists, writers read a lot, and painters, they study a lot of painting and a lot of art history. For a composer, you have the body of work of the entertainment industry at large. So is there something that you specifically tune into, something that you feel like, I need this in my skill set, I don't have this in my toolbox? How do you, what's your listening intent when you do that?
My listening intent is mainly to see how music connects to the story. Because you can listen on, you can go on Spotify and listen to a score by one of your heroes, say John Williams or Anne Dudley. But it will be more interesting to me that after I get to know the score is to actually watch a film one time or twice or even three times, and sort of analyze how the music actually relates to the scene. What is happening? When does it start? What is it trying to achieve? What is the accentuation of it? Like the purpose that it makes, the orchestration. Like there's a lot of nuance, and this is particularly with composers that I like their musical ability and style. Like Tom Newman does that really well, Michael Giacchino. And so it teaches you a lot about storytelling. And Jerry Goldsmith, by the way, also really a masterful with like storytelling. Because you can be a great writer, but it's a different art to write it for a story, for film or TV. Like you're basically serving a bigger purpose. Like it's a bigger art form to me. Like your music is not the center of the thing. It's it needs to not take so much attention from the viewer. It needs to help the story move forward. It needs to maybe add a layer of something that is just being hinted, or it could add so much, and it has a great power. So you have to learn how to use it. And to me, by learning from references and learning from the bigger and the great, that's very helpful to me in the selections and the choices that I make later. So yeah.
When I mean, I'm glad you brought that up with the association with the accompaniment of music, to the narrative, because there are so many times, like I've watched Star Trek Prodigy, and for all your viewers out there, I've had the benefit of being able to talk to Nami minutes before we were able to get on the show. And I said, there's this one scene towards the end of season 1 of Prodigy in the last episode, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's just one of those scenes where everything swelled and connected and evolved and crescendoed together. And it brings you to the point of tears, because that's what like the power of music and the power of the narrative do when they all come together all at the same time. When you're given the work, which obviously isn't scored. I know that before in our first interview, you said you temp track, but since you've worked on so many projects, do you temp track to your own music now as a placeholder, or do you still temp track to other music or other pieces or other, composers?
It's interesting because on shows like that, a lot of times what happens is after you scored season 1, they already have the music that you wrote, and then they'll often place it somewhere else as temp. But there's a lot of other references as well. The one thing that's interesting to me when they choose my music to temp is a lot of times it's completely unrelated to what to the theme that it's supposed to represent, or like it appears completely differently. So oftentimes I'll just listen to the temp once or twice, but I'll do something completely else. It's usually what happens, because the temp is there to mainly give you a general pace, a general feel, like or a reference point for the director or showrunners to say, oh, I like this less, this is not working at all, and stuff like that. And it's basically I know that in Prodigy particularly, it wasn't, it's scratch music. It's not really going to see the light of day. So it's mainly to help approve the scenes and to help to help the process move forward, with knowing, okay, there's going to be music here, it's going to move things around. But it's not, I didn't feel like it was serving my purpose as a composer so much. Like it's a little less important in my creative process.
Is there a moment in time where you, say the Hagemans or whoever you're like reviewing, like both the final cut, the final score, and the mix, where you just look at each other and say, that's it, that's the moment? Or can you find that moment on your own and really push for that to be part of the final production?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of proud moments that I experience on my own and also on the mix stage. When I find something I'm really proud of, I'll sometimes like really jump at my studio. Like I'm like, yes, this is working, because it is a challenge, and it's like doing a puzzle, and you find the right piece, and you're like, oh, this is what it needed, And so you're proud of it, and you're like, yeah, that's it. And a lot of times, like if I'm not sure about something, I'll come back to it. And if I remember it the next day, like a certain melody or something, I'll be like, oh, well, okay, so that's it. That's the one. If I remember it the next day or 2 days after, and I can sing it somewhere else, unrelated, that's when I know, okay, this is the right thing. And yeah, of course, at the mix, like usually at the end of the first playback, I think we're all very proud of it. And yeah, it's I'm so proud of our show, really. It's amazing.
Well, we have just a little bit of time here, so it would behoove me to make sure that everyone out there knows why you're watching this, why you're here, and thank you for giving us your time, Nami, for talking to your audience and for being part of Trek Talks 3. And I just want to let everyone know that if you would like to donate to Trek Talks 3, remember, this is benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition, and please consider donating. And you can do this at www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3. That's the number 3. www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3, or you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can text Trek. That's TREK to 53555. That's Trek, TREK, at 53555. And I just want to remind everyone, remember, every act of kindness is one step closer to the Star Trek utopia that we want and that humankind deserves. Nami, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. I'm sure all of your fans were thankful, and we will see you next time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I think I may need some backup for this next song.
We got you, girl.
Oh, goody.
Hi.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you know I'm all about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, yeah, it's pretty clear. I ain't a size 2, but I can slay play like I'm supposed to do. My ship goes zoom, zoom into the deep space. Boldly searching for new life and new races. I see your laser beams working the top and top. We know that Han shot first. Come on, George Lucas, stop. If you got instant duty, don't wear red. Every inch of you's a target from your feet up to your head. I love me some Star Wars, some Star Trek and Firefly. Stargate and Farscape and Red Dwarf and Babylon 5. Battlestar, she lost in space, Lex and Doctor Who. Move along if you don't think that bow ties and fences are cool. Because you know I'm all about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space. They're bringing Star Wars back, but it's with Disney, so it might be crap. Can my Disney prince be Captain Jack? 'Cause I'm here to tell you, every inch of him was perfect, from the bottom to the top. I love me some Star Wars, some Star Trek and Firefly. Stargate and Farscape and Red Dwarf and Babylon 5. Battlestar, she lost in space, Lex and Doctor Who. Move along if you don't think that bow ties and fences are cool. Because you know I'm all about that space, no tribbles. I'm all about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, Come on, Mr. Bassman! All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space, no tribbles. All about that space. Give it up for my space sets. I'll be back.
Give it up for Bonnie Gordon, everyone.
Bonnie Gordon.
All right. Welcome to the producing Star Trek panel for Trek Talks 3. And on this panel, we have some great guests. Let's start in order of appearance in the franchise, shall we? So Brandon Braga, who I assume has the record for most episodes written and no one will probably ever beat that. Joining the Next Generation in season 4, if I remember correctly, all the way through season 4 of Enterprise and 2 feature films, including show running on Voyager and Enterprise. Then we have Dan and Kevin Hageman, co-creators, executive producers, and showrunners for Star Trek Prodigy, along with Aaron Watke, the co-executive producer and co-head writer of Star Trek Prodigy. Or as some people think of it, Voyager Season 8, kind of, as it's slowly evolving. But we'll get into that.
Can I just first say, I feel like, I'm sure Aaron would agree, like Dan and I feel like Wayne's World, like we are not worthy, like to be a part of this.
Star Trek royalty.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it's nice to meet you guys. And it's nice
wonderful to
I'm
meet
not the only one with nerdy posters on the wall.
Yeah. Where's your standee though? You need a standee.
Yeah.
It is kind of an interesting dynamic that you all can share, though, as producers, in that you're standing on shoulders. I mean, Brandon, you dealt with this early on with Next Gen. You guys would bring in legacy people, Scotty, and obviously Nimoy, and with the movie you did Shatner, which I'm sure could be a whole podcast on that. But and these guys are standing on your shoulders. I'm just curious, when you're making a Star Trek show, bringing on legacy people like that is, do you feel like that's required, part of nostalgia, or what are the pitfalls of bringing in the legacy stuff into something totally new that you're trying to do?
Well, in my case, way back in the 90s, bringing in legacy, there was only one set of legacy characters, and that was the original series, unless I'm missing something. And I remember the first time it happened, it was with Spock, and for a 2-part episode called Unification, and it was a big deal. Like, should we bring Spock on the show? Are we going to be able to even get Leonard Nimoy to agree to do this? What's the story going to be? And I think at the end of the day, and as you say, we brought Scotty on and Sulu. We tried to get Kirk on Enterprise, came very close. I think that ultimately the challenge isn't getting the actor and paying the actor, and it's the story, and I think in some cases, and this is just my opinion, the story's worthy of the character. And in the case of Spock, I think there was something a little drab about that 2-parter. I mean, with all due respect to Michael Piller, my mentor, did we use Spock good enough? I thought I think you guys used Janeway in a great way. The fact that she's a hologram when she first appears was really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had a moment too where in our Kobayashi episode, we got to fill who's the all-star cast that's going to come on to this Kobayashi
Well, he's on a holodeck, right? So he
holodeck.
gets to like, fill out the bridge with the best and the greatest.
And we felt like our audience was people who have maybe have never seen any Star Trek. And so we really wanted Leonard Nimoy, and so Aaron Walke, God bless him, dove through so many audio tracks. You want to talk about that, Aaron?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, just to your point, Brandon, we always on Prodigy, we recognize the power of nostalgia and the power of fandom, but I think first and foremost, we wanted to say, are we servicing the character, and are the characters serving a purpose for the main characters of our show? And so, for instance, Kobayashi, which they mentioned, it was an example where we kind of toyed with that idea, I guess, of nostalgia, where like every Star Trek fan I've talked to, myself included, has always had that debate at conventions of like, who's the greatest Star Trek bridge, if you could mix and match them or what have you. And the holodeck seemed like the perfect opportunity for that. But ultimately, the reason that I feel like the episode works is not because you get to see those famous characters, but rather, in the end, we managed to find a through line for our main character, Dal, who is sort of this young, brash, almost sort of pre-Kirk type character, learning the lesson of the Kobayashi Maru from Spock himself, and learning all of those great lessons from this sort of voice of Star Trek, and the meaning that imbues. And it was a labor of love. We wound up trying to use some archival audio, because you can do that in animation, to preserve the original performances of those characters. Again, not just for novelty's sake, but because I think we all wanted to honor the original characters and what they brought along with the actors who portrayed them. So it is a balance you always have to strike with those sorts of things. But
Can I just add, like, we're fortunate that our show is kind of an on-ramp, an introduction. We're trying to introduce people to Star Trek, right? And so it for me, it never felt like a novelty act. It was just holding the audience's hand and introducing them to some of the core characters and tenets of what makes Star Trek great.
What was it about Voyager? Because, I joked about it before, but there's a lot of Voyager in Prodigy, and you had a lot to choose with. Unlike Brandon, who just had the original series on Next Generation, you guys had everything. So what was it about Voyager that drew you to that to be such a source of inspiration and storylines and characters for Prodigy?
It's all character. It started. We knew we needed Janeway. So when you had Janeway, not only hologram Janeway, but they soon later on discover the real Admiral Janeway is hunting them down in this sort of fugitive type of scenario. We just knew that we started with her, and then and there's Chakotay and these really close relationships that Janeway had, and so we never really thought of ourselves as a sequel to Voyager in any way. It was just starting with Janeway. And I think, we have a season 2 that we just finished that's not out yet. And I think people will be greatly surprised to see some other legacy characters, and that we aren't just married to Voyager.
And there was no real debate about anybody else, because I remember she came into the conversation in her first breath of what the show would be. He said, a bunch of ragtag kids who know nothing. Well, they need a guru. They need a mentor. Who would it be? We're like, well, they're making a Picard show, so it can't be Picard. We're like, it's gotta be
Picard with a bunch of kids.
Yeah, Picard and kids would not be it.
But as far as Janeway specifically, we're like, we need a mentor character who can shape a bunch of ragtag misfits stuck in the Delta Quadrant and find a way pointed towards Starfleet. And that was right in the proof was right in the pudding that Kate Mulgrew's presence, and specifically what she dealt with in season 1 of taking the Maquis and the Voyager crew and trying to mush them into something that could find a way home. It felt like a natural fit. And maybe Brandon, you could speak to that a little bit, of that, finding that voice in Janeway who could believably, be on her first mission as a captain and being able to achieve something like that.
Well, there was a lot of talk about, will she be called ma'am or sir? Does it mean to have a female captain? And then, should she be written differently? I mean, but at the end of the day, again, it's all about story. And once the story's got going, she's just the captain. And then enough can't be said about kind of the symbiosis that occurs once you've cast an actor. We were writing Voyager before we cast it, and so I was writing at least 2 episodes where I didn't know who was playing Janeway, and it wasn't until Geneviève Bujold left and Kate came in that you start to get the voice of the character. I mean, you know what it's like. You're sitting at your computer doing impersonations, getting the voice right. And so once Kate was cast, it wasn't that hard. It wasn't that hard. In terms of the character, we just kind of discovered where it went. She ended up becoming, I think you guys have made a great choice because the Janeway character, Kate brought a lot of I mean, she's very commanding, she's very clever, but she's also kind of maternal. And in the case of Voyager, she had to be. This was her little family that she was trying to get home. I have a story question for you guys, which is when Admiral Janeway shows up to hunt these guys, do they know a lot about Janeway's sensibilities that they can wield against the real Janeway because of the hologram, or is?
Yeah, I think hologram Janeway has taught them enough about the sort of idealized version, I guess, of what Starfleet is, and I guess who Janeway is, who they've met. But what's interesting is there's a bit of a gap, I guess, between the hologram Janeway and the Vice Admiral Janeway several years later, who's maybe a little bit more seasoned. And
the hologram is Janeway, it's younger Janeway.
Yes, she was in my mind. Dr. Zimmerman, modeled that, and in a sort of an ironic sense of like, if she's an emergency training hologram, who better than season 1 Janeway to bring them up to speed as cadets.
And then also the answers to where Chakotay are on the Protostar, so she wanted to catch that ship at all costs.
Yes. So her cleverness kind of comes out, and hologram Janeway is there trying to help our crew safely navigate their way back towards Starfleet without, spoiler alert, endangering them with a weapon that was planted aboard their ship. But Vice Admiral Janeway has a few tricks up her sleeve as well, so it's a very cool cat and mouse thing that goes on between them.
Very cool.
Brandon, you talked about Janeway as a maternal kind of character. When you guys were working on the show, was there any talk about how the show would appeal to kids? You introduced some younger characters and Naomi Wildman into the show. Was this issue of appealing to young audiences important? And if so, what did you guys do to make that happen?
I mean, to us, we don't think about a young audience. We just think of it's accessible to all. Like, I look at the movie Finding Nemo, and that's a movie accessible to all. So we never look at writing down to children. The stakes are always real. And so I think, and also I think on another point I remember it took us a couple episodes, but hologram Janeway to us was Mary Poppins. She was like, she's going to whip these kids into shape. And so there is touchstones to family movies that I think that that the audience can relate to.
The thing about Star Trek fans, and I guess non-fans who become fans, the kids don't. I mean, at least I found over the years, they don't like being talked down to. They like the adult characters just fine, and we like these guys. We just wrote the show. We didn't necessarily cater to any particular age group.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Aaron was going to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say, as somebody, who was a Star Trek fan growing up as a young man, I appreciated that, because even if I didn't understand every single technical jargon or technobabble that's in there, I always liked the sort of the big swings that Star Trek took, and I would stay up late, under the covers, thinking like, so how old was Data's head when they reattached it after he was buried in the sand, and how did they? So it was a retrovirus that turned them into mutant animal people. It was it like that's the sort of thing that I adored, because it set my imagination stirring, specifically because
No, you were already hunting for plot holes, it seems like.
No, I came up with original answers that I've since learned that a lot of other Star Trek fans also agreed with me. So we can't all be wrong, right? Creators or fans.
The someone mentioned Chakotay. Kevin and Dan, you guys recently were hinting, joking, teasing the kind of Janeway Chakotay fan, obsession with shipping those characters.
Yeah, there's a bunch of fans right now turning this up, going boop 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 boop. What are they going to say?
So, but here's my question. So when you were watching Voyager, and the same for you, Aaron, was that the vibe you were getting from them, and then turn it to Brandon to say, was that the intention? So let's start with the.
Can I first say, like, we're fortunate in what we're doing because it's all serialized, where Brandon was, handcuffed to no matter almost what happens in every episode, you got to restart it in the next episode. You can only change it, by an inch. So I think for us, we were just excited about what's the next chapter between these two.
What does she care about? Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And we're never looking to. We first started talking to Kate. I mean, we felt like Kate deserves to have a voice in this, and because she's the one who's been closest to this character for all this time. And I just feel like, I don't know. It's a dance, as I'm sure Brandon knows.
We're sticking our finger in the beehive, and so we got a lot of consultants to figure out what is the best play for how this plays out.
Yeah, but it's a lot of love and respect, and we're very careful.
Yeah, but in any case, I think as far as like what we took away from Voyager is like, I think it's unquestionable whether it's season 1 or season 7 that there is a strong bond between these two. That when we kind of looked at the list of people who would Janeway go back to the Delta Quadrant for, Chakotay was certainly near the top of that list, because you even see it in Endgame that one of the reasons, at least, why older alternate future Janeway goes back and violates the temporal prime directive is because Chakotay dies, and she wants to, and her other compatriots are also in a mess. So it kind of made sense to us that whether those feelings are how shall I say this? Whether they're requited in a really intense way, or like a personal way, or like a romantic way. I think there are different moments throughout even Voyager where you see glimmers of all of that.
It's a complicated relationship. It's more than just a relationship. They've been through quite a bit.
One of the things, I mean, you guys come from literally different eras. I'll say Brandon from the Berman era. All this, the 21 seasons, and you guys are under the Kurtzman era, kind of the new era. But I'm curious what is common and not common between those two eras of, as producers, what keeps you up at night? Is it the network? Is it budget? Is it schedule? Is it the fans? Is it actor egos? What's top of mind, that's keeping you up at night?
Well, I want to say for me, back in the day, it was always stories. Now, I'm very impressed to see you guys are doing 20. You did 20 episodes. I don't know about your second season, but you did 20
20.
episodes. They're half hours, but still, that's a lot of. They're still stories. Each one needs a story. So you and we were doing 26. So you know very well what it's like to come up with that stuff. And I don't know about how much time you were given, but in my case, none, no time at all. You were writing a script every 10 days. Story. That's what kept me up at night.
And I think what's new with the serialized kind of, place where it's not just stories, it's overall story. Like what moves the character in this season? Where do they start? Where do they end? And how have they changed? I think that's an added thing. And I think for us too, it's just like in the digital age of streamers and things like that, we've gone through the ringer, at Paramount, now on Netflix. So that's the thing that keeps us up all night is we 100% believe we have a good show. Will it be seen in a day in which there's so much content?
I think the thing that kept me up at night when we were doing season one was we felt, the need for Star Trek to find a new, younger audience. And we knew that our show was designed for that. And we didn't want to screw that up. And we knew that when we were writing it, that it wasn't just for kids, it's for anyone who's new. And we wanted to be treated, equally along with all the pantheon of amazing, past series. So we really, from day one, we really wanted to win over the adult Trek audience, the fans too. And so that was a huge thing that kept me up at night. And I know when our first few episodes started to drop and we started to see Trek fans start to really respond to it well, I was just relieved because it was such a small target to hit,
It's gorgeous. Yeah. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
And I feel like Star Trek is one of the few franchises that you can say, oh, I hope this version of it is accepted because, and, Brandon, you were on multiple iterations and it's a very strange cycle, I feel like, to introduce a brand new show and hope that the fans will come on board. And then, you just wait a few seasons and then people's like, hey, this is really good, even though it's different than the other shows. And then
sometimes it takes decades.
Right. Yeah. True. But, to that point, I talk to Star Trek fans all the time and people are like, I don't think that there's a Star Trek series that anybody universally says that one was a dud now. Everyone says they're great. And I think that's kind of the beauty of Star Trek in a way, and of television, of like, ultimately there's gut reactions to things, but the stuff that sticks with you are the characters and the stories that you love. And it just sort of becomes a sort of cosmic background radiation of like, I enjoy that.
I have a question for Brandon on this topic. Like, for us, we were feeling like, okay, we're shaking up Star Trek a little bit. Our crew is not going to be this well-seasoned crew, and we're really worried.
Nor human.
How are they going to how is the audience, will the Star Trek audience react well to this? For you, Brandon, like, you did so many different iterations. Which one for you were you feeling like, okay, we're doing something a little bit different here? Are the fans going to jump on board?
Oh, man. I mean, you set out with the intention of doing that with Voyager. We had great aspirations to not rely on any traditional Star Trek continuity, and everything was going to be new. And before long, you're like, God, what I wouldn't give for a Klingon right now. It's not that easy coming up with all new stuff all the time. And I think it was a successful show. For the most part, but maybe not really until the Borg showed up. Probably with Enterprise, which was designed to have a different sensibility, ultimately probably didn't have that much of a different sensibility at the end of the day. But there was some nervousness there. But I think what you guys are doing is way more radical. I mean, first of all, it's animated. It's animated in a way, I guess, in watching it, it's kind of like if Pixar made a Star Trek show, is kind of how it feels to me. It's very sophisticated animation, 3D animation. There's that. There's the fact that you've got a non-human crew, a lot of episodes. That's a lot of episodes, man. and I have a question. So I think you guys, and making all these changes, or all these things being very different, and yet you're trying to impart what the essence of Star Trek is at the same time, I think is really interesting. I see that you have some two-part episodes in there, part one, part two, and yet if it's all kind of is the whole thing serialized? And if so, why do you have two-parters?
There's a good reason for two-parters, is because sometimes, like, you only have so much budget, as all shows do, and if you're going to make like a planet, you have to tell your people, don't worry, we're spending a lot of money on this, but we're going to use it in 2 episodes. So it's just being fiscally sound on things like that.
And I would also add that our episodes are 22 minutes. That is so short.
Doesn't matter. You still have to have a concept.
Yes, but
for the emotions to land, sometimes you have to
allow for a 44-minute, in essence, episode. So nice for us. I mean, I still, if I look back at Prodigy, my one wish, would be I wish we could have had longer episodes. To be able to do like a 40-minute episode, it would have allowed us to sit on moments longer and dramatize stuff even more, because right now it's just so fast.
But to get to your original, your other question, which is, the story versus the serialization, we did try to take our cues as best we could in the age of serialized streaming or whatever, to not have it just be one long continuous story that you come out of a fugue state and you're like, oh, that was a good season of Stranger Things, I think. But rather that each episode does have its own sort of like theme or concept of the week or character, whose episode is this. So we kind of created this weird seesaw where there is like a B or C story runner throughout the season that is heavily serialized, but we tried to use it as a setup, just as you would anything else, to tell these little self-contained stories as best we could. And sometimes those self-contained stories were like, you know what, to really service this idea, we're going to have to let's do it justice, so it doesn't feel like we're shortchanging people.
I think back to when I was doing Star Trek, particularly throughout the 90s, where if you did anything that resembled continuity or a storyline that was being picked up by another episode, the studio just like came down hard. Like they had to be standalone. There could not be any continuing elements, to the point where the first time Next Gen did a cliffhanger, it literally had to say to be continued, like, because or else the audience would be confused. Like, what is this? It doesn't have an ending.
Is that? Yeah.
Oh, believe me, I remember that cliffhanger vividly. It gave me nightmares for that whole summer. Best of both worlds.
Right. So, in some ways, I envy you guys being able to breathe a little more with that.
Yeah, it's really kind of digging into the characters, and every episode we're like, where are they now? Next episode, where are they now? And it's tracking everything, and they're all moving in different ways. And it creates opportunities for episodes. You're like, well, this is interesting if you really kind of connect these 2 stories here. But again, we give a lot of credit to our writers' room. We had a fantastic writers' room. We got more writers than I think, most.
I saw the credits at the end, at your end credit, you had a set, I think, staff writers that had a ton of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's sort of like one of the weird things about animation is that it's not structured quite the same way as a WGA live action show. But I should say, season 1, I was one of those writer producers who kind of came on board alongside a bunch of amazing writers, like the Benson sisters, who kind of came from the 100 and had sort of a sci-fi background and huge Star Trek fans, and Chad Quant, who I worked with on Netflix on some Guillermo del Toro projects, along with the Hagemans, and
We try to create the whole room of like everyone's important, and every episode, everyone inputs in every episode. One person may be in charge of writing that episode, but then even when they're done writing it, it's like Kevin and I will do a pass, but then we'll go to the room and we'll do a room as the whole room will do a pass together. And so we've always felt like that's the best way.
That sounds great. I mean, how long? Like, I didn't even have time for read-throughs with the cat. Like, I had nothing. Like,
yeah.
What's your lead? Like, how much time do you have to write an episode, and what's your lead time on the animation to finishing an episode?
I think we had, roughly 3 weeks to write an episode where we let the writer, well, I don't know, maybe 4 weeks. We break the episode.
We break it as a room.
As a room for like 1 week. The next week, the writer would go off and write it. The third week, Dan and I would rewrite it. And then
the fourth week, we'd all kind of agree on, I guess, about a month, but they're all staggered, so we're juggling.
That's the other side of it. It's like, it sounds like a lot of time, and then you realize
every episode
you're stacking like 6 episodes on top of each other doing that.
But to finish the animation and the entire pipeline is ridiculously long. I mean, we've had one season out, and I've been on the show for roughly 5 years now. It's nuts. So,
but we have all 40 episodes done. So
that's true. We have 40 done.
How long did it take? I mean, because Brandon was comparing 26 episode season of Star Trek to your 20 episode seasons, but I feel like it took longer to make 20 episodes than it did for them to make 26.
It sounds like their pipeline's faster. I'm going to guess Lower Decks probably has a faster pipeline than we are. It's just being a CG animated show, and all the artists and every single prop needs to be thought about and designed, and
and you're getting animation back, and like characters are looking the wrong way, and you got to like go back and like make sure they're looking this way. Here's their emotion. I think when you're on set, you have human beings who can emote. Creating everything from scratch.
One of we had a wonderful animation house in India named Technicolor, but it was just funny because sometimes you get these artists who might not be familiar with how things are done in the Trek universe. So one of the constantly funny things that would come back to us was you'd have these ship battles, and they didn't know how phasers would shoot, or torpedoes. It would just be like, it looked like machine gun fire and stuff. We're like, wait a minute, this is not how it's done.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing was, all that continuity that you burdened us with, Brandon, that we had to make sure we had to synced up with.
Yeah.
Well, the Prodigy can always have its own unique weapon systems,
That's true. Well, we tried anyway, and people seem to compliment us for it.
But it's so ridiculous how much detail and mythos there is to everything, that we have to, the sounds, like, yes, we can play with it and stuff, but still, we can't just part and forget how this happens or what, so, and I give so much credit to our crew, like our designers who did the props and the costuming. I'm seeing people comment about, oh, wow, they used this from this one episode of Voyager or from TOS. And I'm just like, yes, like it's working. It's all working.
That's in this day and age, it does feel like in this wave of Star Trek, you just have to hire people that are passionate about it. And that's the only way that you can catch everything, because it is very much takes a village, and it's an all hands on deck situation just to try to make it as coherent as possible.
I love hearing you guys talk. I could hear you. Any other questions for each other before we go? Because we are running out of time. Brandon, I don't know if you know this, but they're bringing on Bob Picardo. Do you want to,
Well, I wondered when I saw the hologram Janeway, I wondered if there were any other holograms lurking.
Well, yes. I think, we just announced a month ago, I think that, Bob Picardo as the EMH is in fact coming to join us on season 2. So that's very exciting.
We have some other surprises that aren't necessarily Voyager. That's
true.
We have
I do, Brandon, I do recommend when our season 2 comes out, make sure you watch our pilot of season 2 because, yeah, it's, I think we've already shown that, there's a new Voyager and we really want to get, our kids are getting deeper into the Trek universe and they're now going to learn what it means to be on a big ship. And it's fun. And I just, it's not a last question. I just want to say thank you, Brandon, so much for everything that you've done for Star Trek and inspired all of us. And it means the world, I know for all three of us to hear that you have enjoyed Prodigy. And so thank you.
Thank you for keeping it going. It's so beautifully. Really, it is a beautiful looking show, and I mean I can't speak highly enough of it. When does a season 2 drop?
We don't know. Sometime. I mean, they just redropped season 1 on Netflix over Christmas, and so I can't guess.
Season 2 is coming out later this year. That's all we know.
Yeah. Oh, come on. You were just about to guess, Dan. Let's hear it. What's your guess?
But what is the guess though? I guess I
don't think Netflix would like it if we put out guesses.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, what's your guess on, because it's Netflix, do you think they'll split up 10 and 10 or all 20 at once, or do you have any idea?
These are guesses. Who knows? I don't know.
Okay.
Whatever it is, it'll be the exact way it was always meant to be released.
Because their strategies are always changing, right? Like they used to drop things a certain way and now they're experimenting with different ways to drop shows. So I really don't know.
At Trollhunters, they originally dropped 26 episodes all at once. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Can you imagine, Brandon, if they dropped like an entire season of Next Generation at the same time?
No. Yeah, to some degree. We dropped the Orville 13 episodes at a time or so.
Oh yeah, I guess.
But the problem is it takes years to. I mean, Next Gen and those other shows to do 26 took a year. Yeah. But now things seem to take longer, and if you want to drop them all, I don't know. Dropping them all at once is a whole different schedule.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a weird time, but I'm glad that we at least get to keep making these types of stories. That's what I'm most grateful for.
Well, thank you. Thanks, everyone. I also want to remind everyone that this is Trek Talks 3, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. If you want to donate, you go to givebutter.com/Trek Talks or scan the QR code, which is somewhere around here, or text TREK, Trek, to 53-555. And once again, I want to thank Aaron Watke, Brandon Braga, Dan Hageman, and Kevin Hageman.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I'm Phil Meister. I'm the food sharing lead here at the Hollywood Food Coalition Community Exchange. Day to day, I contact a bunch of recipient organizations around LA to have them come pick up food orders, and then we build out orders of all donated food that we get and try and keep them varied with healthy produce, some good shelf-stable things that'll last a long time, and basically whatever their particular recipients need, like 10 and 20 orders a day. I work closely with our food rescue coordinator and our program supervisor to kind of keep everything moving because it's a lot of food coming in and out just constantly every day. So definitely that teamwork is essential to keep things moving. I also oversee our California Action Climate Corps Fellows, and that's an environmental sustainability program. I oversee them and guide them during the year that they're here to help them support our program and grow it and make our routes more impactful and help with the sustainability aspect of our program to continue to grow the amount of food that we're able to rescue and also to help cut down the environmental impact of all of the food waste throughout LA. I got started at Hollywood Food Coalition working at the kitchen because I was trying to get involved in my local neighborhood, and it's down the street from my apartment, so I started working there, and then worked a few shifts here at the Exchange and fell in love with it and wanted to do more and more here because we really got to see the impact of the amount of food getting shared with orgs all throughout LA. For any community, such a nice support organization is necessary, but particularly seeing the rampant inequality throughout Los Angeles, an organization like this is vital to connect all of the extra food we have with all of the people who need it. And with our recipients, one of the joys is getting to hear the impact that's being made on their end. Like Mauricio from Mutual Aid will talk about how much this food is helping. He loads up his truck to the point where it's kind of beyond the laws of physics that it's staying on there as he's going back down to his neighborhood. So I love being able to help groups like that. In the years ahead, we have a plan to just grow the Exchange program. We have kind of a new warehouse plan on the horizon that'll let us improve our operations and grow them and reach even more people. My favorite part of the job is getting to meet a lot of inspiring people, whether it's the recipients of the organizations that we provide to and the volunteers who come in and devote their time to this. Basically, everyone that I get to meet and interact with day to day is just really kind and generous and thoughtful and wonderful people. It's nice to have work that I'm proud of and see the effect of and the impact of, which is a change of pace after working a lot in offices over the past decade. So it's been nice to work a job with a mission.
We are on. Yes. All right, everybody. Welcome back to Trek Talks. And you do not want to know what we were just talking about off camera. But I am so glad to be here. By the way, I'm John Champion from Roddenberry Podcast, Mission Log, etc. And I'm joined today by our very special guest, celebrity highlight, Connor Trinneer. Connor, welcome back to Trek Talks.
Thank you very much. And I do have to say, big props to your jacket.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry you didn't get the memo, but next time,
But I got the memo. I'm wearing no underpants.
Well, yeah, you got the memo from John from Billingsley, because that's how it's supposed to go. Exactly.
Right.
All right. So right away, right off the top, there are people in our chat who are saying, wow, it's Connor, and it's Connor, the host of the Shuttlepod show. And I think that we need to bring this up because it's been a few weeks since there was an announcement online about changes in the lineup over at Shuttlepod. And I'm curious your thoughts, what you want to share with us about that.
I think the what I can say is that we're in flux at the moment. And Dom left the show. And we collectively, everybody's trying to figure out, what our next step is. I very much enjoy doing it. I had no idea how much I would like it. And I've gotten, I feel like I'm a decent interviewer. And to sort of wrap this up, I just want to say that, we are in a position of a flux right now and trying to figure out what our next step is, who our next step is with. And I'm speaking that only for myself. So, sure. We will know. I can say to people who are curious, we will know shortly about how this is going to pan out. But okay. I do believe that our voices will continue to be heard on the interwebs.
Great. Well, I'm glad that you say that that you have had this interesting and very positive experience as a host, as an interviewer, and doing the show, and that your intention is to stay with it and at least see how this unfolds and what your next steps are as a show. But I want to hear from you personally about that. What has that been like for you to get in front of a camera, get behind a mic, and then talk to other people from the Trek world about their experiences?
Well, I'll start by saying how blessed I feel that the people that have come on have come on. And it's a testament to our various friendships. It's a testament, I think, to a commitment to the world of what we're all in Star Trek, and diving into that and pulling it apart and having opportunities to hear stories that we might not have heard in at conventions, where we all know our little pat. We've got our the 15 questions you're going to generally be asked, and
right.
and to really dive deeper into who the person is behind the character and how they got there, and that's been a real joy to me.
Yeah.
And the ability to sit down and have like a long form conversation, which doesn't really happen that often, and to be able to sort of dive into how they got to be them.
I mean, did that wake something up for you, this kind of new skill that you've picked up, and think, oh, wait, I can do this. I can be a host. I mean, it's a very different situation from being in front of a camera with lines that are given to you, where you've got to adopt a new skill set.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, one, I think of myself as a pretty good listener, and that's, I think, the key to any good interview. Yeah, I've gotten a great deal of satisfaction out of being able to just have that space where people can open up and tell their stories. And I had never thought of myself as an interviewer. I'd never done it before, and I get a lot of joy out of it.
Yeah. Did you did you try to pick up pointers by listening to other interviews? Say, oh, they did that very well, I'm going to do that in my next thing, or does it just kind of come organically to you?
I think there's a combination of those things. It did come organic to me, and there were, there's who's the guy who did the Actor Studio stuff?
Oh, James Lipton.
James Lipton.
Yeah.
I always loved watching those and what he got out of people. And also, oh my God, he was the 70s, 60s and 70s interviewer.
Dick Cavett.
I'm
in your head.
Thank you. Thank you. Dick Cavett is the one I model after how I approach something.
He's the best, and I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, I want to buy pieces of furniture that look like his set from about 1971, just so I can kind of be in that environment, get in the right headspace for it.
Right. Yeah. And the suits.
And the suits. Yeah, very, very true. I watch his stuff, his interviews with Orson Welles, with I mean, anybody.
Brando, his
Groucho Marx.
Canadian tuxedo.
Yes. It was so good. Well, there are people here in the chat saying that you're so good doing these interviews, and you've done these on the Star Trek cruise before. And I noticed that you did these kind of long form, almost inside the actor's studio kind of thing, except not asking, what's your favorite word? Yeah, I don't think you've ever done that.
No. No.
Yeah.
In fact, I was surprised last year when they asked me to do, I guess we're calling it In the Hot Seat with Connor Trinneer. We're doing it again this year on the cruise. And
nice.
Yeah, I really enjoy the opportunity to have a decent long conversation with someone where I find something out about them that I would never have known before. And I'm not looking for it, but generally speaking, it happens. And I think that's a testament to, and I'll tell you this again, what I'm good at is listening. Yeah, so yeah, in this sort of, what third chapter of whatever my career is or going to be or is right now, yeah, it's something I didn't know that I was going to be good at, and I feel that I am.
Well, let's talk about that for just a second, because you just said that this is the third chapter of your career. And I'm curious, does doing this kind of thing, without putting words in your mouth, I'll say that it kind of scratches a creative itch for me, being behind a mic and talking to people and hopefully presenting that to an audience in a way that's entertaining. Does that do that for you in a way that being in front of a camera on stage did as well?
In a way, in a way. I mean, I think that there's something so dynamic about the opportunity to be an actor and work with another person and figure out text and dialogue that wasn't written by you, but how it lives in you and sits in you and how it courses through you and how you express it. That is different, obviously, than sitting down and having a chance to talk with someone about their life, but you're still keeping the ball in the air. That's a job. You're still working at and thinking as you're going along, as you're listening and as you're talking about, how you can, find your way into a deeper, more dynamic exchange. And that's kind of my goal.
Nice. All right. Well, now I promise our audience that we will get into some Star Trek questions at some point, but I've been doing a little bit of research, and the first place that I turn is IMDb. I had to look up some of your other credits because I'm most familiar with you through Enterprise. But I was so happy to see that I could stream online a short film that you did just a couple of years ago called John Hamm. And it wasn't just that you did a short film called John Hamm. It was that you did a short film called John Hamm co-starring Jill Whelan. And I have to ask you about that experience because it was funny. You were very good in it, and you were doing a thing that is very difficult for an actor to do, which is to be an actor present in the moment, playing somebody who is being a bad actor in the moment, right, and then switch to the reality of the scene. And I thought you did a really nice job in that.
Thank you. Yeah, that was buddy of mine, Max Martini, another actor. His son Sean Carlo was doing a project for school, and my son and Jill's son are friends with the younger son and Leo. And so, he called me up and was like, "Would you do a project for me?" And I was like, "Absolutely." Funny thing is I thought that so Jonathan Mangum and his wife Leah were also in it, and I had gotten the script and I misread it, and I thought I had Jonathan's part, which is a little weird.
Yeah.
Which only had like 7 lines.
Right.
And the day before, I'm told, no, actually, you're the guy with all the lines.
Well, because the other guy in the film is called Connor.
Yeah.
So you would think, yeah.
Right. That was, it's one of the things that we all do to stay busy. And, we shot this at Max's house, in his office. And, Sean Carlo he's a fantastic young director. He's going to make his way very well in the business. And, and there was Jill and Jonathan and Leah. And I was like, it makes sense now that I'm not playing your husband because your husband's here.
Right. Right. But let's talk about really the most important part here, which is that you got to work with Jill Whelan. You got to work with Vicky Stubing in a project.
Yeah.
And that is the coolest thing to me, because you cannot tell me that 10-year-old Connor Trinneer did not have a crush on 10-year-old Vicky Stubing in The Love Boat. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And not only that, now I'm 6 degrees away from like Richard Burton.
Yeah, right.
You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that lineup is the best. I was just talking to Bill the other day, and we were saying it's a shame that The Love Boat isn't on the air, because you then, just by proximity, you'd be on like every other season. You know, you'd have a guest star bit, and I worked it out in my head already. Like the first time you're on, it's your character and your wife and your mystery novel writers. Gopher, Gopher mishears something and he thinks you're literally trying to kill each other. So you got to do that. You come back next season and like you're a single dad and you've lost touch with your daughter, but she's actually a dancer on board. So you reconnect. She's going to come visit you in Iowa when she's off, you know?
Yeah.
I think by the third season, you've graduated. Like you're an older husband, you have a younger wife. She's embarrassed. She feels like she's being made fun of. But then you have like Captain Stubing gives you some advice. She gets some advice from Doc to follow her heart, and happily ever after, right?
Listen, I love that storyline. Yes.
I got a million of them. If Love Boat comes back, you're on. And Jill Whelan's back on.
Why hasn't it? They brought everything back.
They brought back everything. They tried to bring back The Love Boat as new wave, and it had let's see here. It had Robert Urich, the late great Robert Urich. And I forget her name now. She was in the Red Shoe Diaries, but it just didn't work. It just didn't play, and that's a damn shame.
It's a damn shame. What I loved about The Love Boat was that they would trot out all of these amazing film actors, TV actors, character actors, whatever. Yeah. And they all did the damn show.
Yeah, everybody. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter if you were ascending in your career. It didn't matter if you hadn't done a gig in 20 years. They were all mixed up together. And that was brilliant.
Brilliant.
It was great. It was great. But that is so cool. So you and Jill Whelan in real life then, because of your kids, you know each other. Yeah.
Yeah. We, my son and her son were very, very good friends in elementary and middle school, and are still friends in high school. They go to the same high school. And yeah, we spent a lot of time together, and I would have to kind of like go like, you know, hi, Jill.
Yeah, you did. By the way, check in from the audience here. Joan Severance, that is from The Lady in LA. You're 100% right. So thank you for that. Very critical. Yeah. So of course, Joan Severance, Robert Urich. If only that show had lasted another 10 to 15 years. Right. Would be. Yeah. If only. All right. So look, we do need to switch to a little bit of Trek talk, because we are here for Trek Talks, of course. Right. And we will check in a minute about how we're doing. Thank you, everybody, for your donations. Absolutely appreciate that. We'll check in with that again in a moment. But let's talk about Enterprise a little bit. I wonder, are you the kind of actor who, on a show like that anyway, where there's some built-in long-term assumptions, and you have this cast, you're together for a number of years, are you the kind of actor who then feels comfortable going to writers, producers, sharing ideas, getting feedback, or do you just kind of get the script and go like, yeah, okay, I'm going to do that?
There were times, I am the kind of actor who does say something.
Okay.
There were times in our show where, you know, as we all know, Star Trek, you know, you wrote the lines written. You didn't make anything up. There was no ad-libbing.
Right.
So there were a couple of occasions where I was protecting what I thought was the integrity of Trip's character. One example is there was a bet. There was a scene where there was a bet in engineering of how far the ship would go on a particular day. And as the joke in the scene was that I'd lost that bet 19 days in a row. And I read that, and I called up, I think I called up Brannon, and I said, here's the deal. If you want to make him dumb, well, you should let me know, because that's not what I'm playing. And that scene makes him look dumb, because the commander of engineering would know how far and fast that ship goes at all times. So is this joke worth that? Because it's saying something specific about this guy. And they cut it. I didn't go to the well very often.
Yeah.
I didn't. There was another occasion where I did say that, it felt as though the Trip and T'Pol relationship was really imbalanced. And I said, look, he really needs to just walk away from her. And then they had the episode where he goes off to the other ship. He comes back and she gives him a kiss, and he's like, all right. So it was an effort to give some more balance and credibility to the fact that he was an all-American guy and she was a Vulcan, and they're developing a relationship. Vulcans have sex once every 7 years.
Yeah, that's rough life.
Yeah. Excuse me. So
yeah,
there were times when I would chime in, but not often. I mean, they gave me so many opportunities to really flesh out that character that there were only times when I thought it was something being overlooked or dealt with in a pedantic yuck way. I cared about that character a lot, and wanted him to be seen as a full-fledged, fallible human being, but not a joke.
Were you receptive then to the idea when it first started to emerge that there would be this romantic plot line for Trip and T'Pol? Did you go, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense, and let's follow that through, or do you have some trepidation about that?
No, not at all. There was a time when it wasn't clear whether or not it was going to be a relationship between Archer and T'Pol or Trip and T'Pol. And again, one of the things that really made me have this conversation with them was when Trip went to T'Pol's wedding. And it was like, come on. Really? and I think it was after that we had the conversation about trying to find a way for the two of them to, again, have some balance with each, and still be able to be the interesting dynamic about, I think, Trip and T'Pol was they were so different, but ultimately it's one of the things I wish that I'm bummed out about, that we didn't get an opportunity in later seasons that we never had to explore, what it would have meant to fall in love with each other.
Oh, interesting. So you think that there was more to that story to tell after that?
I think definitely by the time our show was over, this was a big part of the show. I mean, this was an element to the show that we were going to be exploring. It had the baby.
Mm-hmm.
It was clear they cared about each other, and to see how that could evolve is probably the one thing about the storyline that we never got to finish that I'm bummed out about.
Somebody in our audience says, I am so fascinated by the Trip and T'Pol relationship. I feel like it was amazing for seasons 1 through 3 and then derailed in season 4. I feel like they had potential and preceded Spock's half human, half Vulcan, I think she means storyline in that. Yeah, and then follows up a little later saying Trip and T'Pol were becoming friends and respecting each other. It would have been amazing to see them fall in love and continue that journey. So there you go.
Yeah,
somebody
I would
in the
actually
audience is
disagree
right
with
there
the
with you.
first comment that, seasons 1 through 3, we were actually trying to figure out, the show was trying to figure out, the dynamics of the relationships with everybody. And season 4 was the season where Trip and T'Pol really began to explore this, which was fascinating as an actor to, the given circumstances being what they are, how you emotionally evolve in that relationship.
We mentioned a moment ago about how Trip changed, or rather how you influenced Trip over the years. And I'm curious then, how did Trip change over those 4 seasons for you? I mean, other than, being alive and then not being alive, there is still an arc in there. And I'm curious what those moments were for you.
In the beginning, I was given a number of episodes from which to hang myself. and they worked out. And so I knew pretty early on that, and I was told this pretty early on, that, and this is what you want the writer's room to hear your voice, because then they write for you. And they did. And I didn't have it wasn't until season 3 when the whole Zindi arc happened. And sorry, I've got a cat here.
No problem.
Where his sister passes, and he's mad, he's angry, he's sad, he's overwhelmed. I don't think that you can watch our show, and I've said this before, without thinking about contextually that 9/11 formed all of it.
Yeah.
And when Trip lost his sister, sometimes acting can be sort of therapeutic in a way. I got to express feelings of how 9/11 had operated on me. And through work, I was able to really, come to terms in my own way with what that was. So the change in Trip, I found really satisfying. The struggle for, which I think everybody was dealing with. It's like, what's the right thing to do? What do you want to do right now? Where are you going? Who are you going to be after all of this? And that exploration and of him was really satisfying and kind of fascinating to be a part of. I feel very lucky.
Yeah. There's a familiar drum being beat in our chat here. People saying, just in summary, I must admit I wasn't a fan of Enterprise at first, but rewatching years later made me absolutely love it. And that seems to be a very familiar refrain. And I think in no small part because recognizing the depth and the arc of characters like yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I wish they'd been there.
Well, different TV landscape too.
Absolutely. And look, the fact that a show that I did 20 years ago resonates with people today, I take a great deal of pride in. We told good stories, and the fact that we're part of the pantheon of the whole Trek universe, I'll be forever grateful for.
And let's not forget the Trip came back in very short treks, only very recently, the animated shorts. Well, here, we've only got a few minutes remaining, but I do want to dip into the importance of what we're doing today, talk a little bit about philanthropy, and more importantly, that connection between Star Trek, its message, its fans and audience, and what this is all about, affecting social change. Now, you told me that you have been active and supportive with Hollywood Food Coalition, and that's why something like this is important to you. Can you speak a little bit to how that connection is made for you between Star Trek, the story, the fans, and then affecting some real world good?
Yeah, I think that the wonderful thing to me about Star Trek and Gene Roddenberry's message is the effort. We are fallible. We do make mistakes. We make bad decisions, but at the end of the day, we're looking out to the universe and trying to make connections, help, and really actually doing those things. And with what John and Bonnie have done with the Hollywood Food Coalition, when we had the opportunity, with our show to, be a part of giving to them, and it was really important. And even before the show, before the Shuttle Pod show, my son did his community hours for school at the warehouse at the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Nice.
And if you can make any sort of translation between what the show is doing in space and what we're all doing collectively here in Los Angeles specifically, is we're trying to help people, get them off the streets, give them food.
Yeah.
And that matters a great deal to me. I think that there's the altruism that courses through every Star Trek actor I've ever met lives strong. And I think that we also have a responsibility to it, because we are a collective that believes in the ethos of, live long and prosper. Get out there, do your best, just do your best. And I couldn't be, I will forever be grateful that I have been a part of this, because that's what I would like to think of myself as, and, helping.
Well, perfectly said. And everybody here can help by donating at givebutter.com/TrekTalks3. You can scan the QR code that's on your screen, or you can text TREK to 53-555. Thank you so much for helping out. Let's blow past that goal. And remember the Roddenberry Foundation match up to $50,000. Thank you all for your support.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
And I think it's time for us.
I think so. I was like, did we just totally crash the panel?
I think we basically were dropped
it's okay.
to the end of this panel. Connor, John, you can stick around and hear us talk, or you can leave, whichever you want.
I don't get enough of you talking. Okay.
Fabulous. All
Go
right.
right ahead.
Welcome back to Trek Talks 3. We hope you are enjoying the show. Lots of fabulous guests coming up in the next 2 hours. I just took all of Bonnie's
I
lines.
was about to say, he just took all my lines, but that's okay,
did.
John.
We'll tell you about
no.
some of those...
You know what? Keep going. All
right, we'll tell you about some of those fabulous guests in a minute. But first, we are, as was mentioned, trying to match this marvelous $50,000 gift made by Rod Roddenberry at the top of the show. We are already up to $37,890. We have coming up an amazing tentpole event that we would like you, after you watch it, to go, oh my God, how could we have seen this anywhere else? We want to give Hofoco money to support this kind of programming. Tell us about this tentpole event, Bonnie.
Oh.
I'm giving you my lines because
great. Oh, I'm so glad we went over this. Well, everybody, if you enjoyed the show so far, just wait, because coming up right after one more great Hofoco story, another reminder of what we are doing to help people in need throughout the LA County. We have our tentpole event, the Picard Season 3 panel, featuring
This is the part
basically
that
a
Bonnie doesn't like
whirlwind.
because she has to pronounce people's names, and she doesn't
No, no,
like.
no, no. But these names I can pronounce. But I'm still in shock about who you have for this panel.
I know.
So everyone from you want to switch off? That'll be fun.
Sure, you start.
Okay, Todd Stashwick,
Ashley Chestnut,
Michael Dorn,
Brent Spiner,
Jonathan Frakes,
Gates McFadden,
Jerry Ryan,
and Terry Metalis.
and it's
Hosted
oh yeah, no, go ahead.
hosted by. We have worked on this, and it's just.
You're doing great. You're doing really.
This is I'd like the pros you are.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
thank God it's not live.
I know. Hosted by Jonathan Del Arco and Kayla Iacovino. Wow.
Wow.
I would know what to say. Wow.
This is our big panel of the day. It's going to be an hour long, a deep dive with some of your favorite Trek folks. And it's certainly worthy of a nice donation to the Hollywood Food Coalition. So yes, thank you to all the wonderful guests, because everyone here today is donating their time, and they're here to help a great not-for-profit do important work to mend a tattered social and safety net and help promote the Federation values. So just like all of us who are fans of the Federation, we should be living those core values day to day: collaboration, cooperation, partnership, compassion. And
Watch
yes,
this, Bonnie. 19 seconds. I'm going to go fast. Go to. I know you haven't been watching the time. www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3, or scan the QR code on your screen, or text Trek at 53555. Also, amazing silent auction. We're out of time.
we'll do it next time. Woo! Panel.
We are Congregation Kolami. We were founded in 1993. It was founded as a primarily LGBTQ congregation and as an inclusive space for LGBTQ Jews to be able to embrace their spirituality and their connection with Judaism. Our senior and founding rabbi, Rabbi Denise Egger, has been a huge pioneer and a change maker when it comes to LGBTQ inclusion in the country. She was one of the first openly gay rabbis in the country. Throughout the 30 years, Kolami has always valued social justice, social action, making a difference in the community and in the wider world. Kolami has had a relationship with the Hollywood Food Coalition for a few years now, and Asher Landau actually came and spoke during one of our Friday night services, and really inspired by his talk, we got together with the Tzedek Council, our social action, social justice committee, went on a site visit, saw the many different ways that the Hollywood Food Coalition was impacting the community, both here in Hollywood and West Hollywood, but also the greater LA community. And we decided that getting together and making these lunch bags to help support the Sunday lunch bag program would be the best way to support their work, and also a great way for us to bring people back together, to bring people into the building, and to really enjoy time together while also making an impact in the community.
This is one of the first activities that it's necessarily in person. And it's been great coming back together and rebuilding some of those bonds within the community, and just being able to bring people back into the community in a way that felt comfortable. It's been great seeing some of those relationships, and it's been, for some people, it's rekindling and getting to spend time with people they already knew. But also for this, we've got a whole range of people from the community involved. So there's a whole lot of people who hadn't met previously, who've actually met and got to know each other by standing alongside each other making sandwiches or packing boxes.
There's a lot of food insecurity now, and it's only going to get worse. CalFresh is starting to go away, and as the recession supposedly keeps growing, there's going to be more families that are food insecure, and being one of the richest countries in the world, that nobody should go hungry. I feel like it's a little bit I can do, and I'm just happy that I'm able to help.
If you come and visit our sanctuary, you can see many of our values actually written up on the wall really beautifully, and those include mitzvah, the idea of obligation, that we are obligated to help one another, to lift each other up when we're in need, tzedek, justice, and when we came and visited and saw their approach, not only in terms of everyone is deserving of a good, healthy, hot meal, but also that each person has their own story, and the commitment to building relationships and sustaining relationships over the course of time, we felt aligned very much with our values.
We get to smile, spend some time together, be doing something positive, and knowing that's immediately making a difference to people who are food insecure or homeless, and that we're actually able to put together something that's a nutritious lunch that people will appreciate.
The one that's Origin.
Is it out? Where do you see it? Because I see people posting about it, but I'm only seeing like SAG screenings, so I don't know where.
Yeah, there's like I think it's online. I mean I don't have a screener. I think it's online. I would really like to see it because I love the book, but I want to see it.
Oh, it was a book. Oh,
well, it was
Cast.
based on Cast, and then
Based on
she
Cast.
has done her own thing with it, but she worked with the author, so.
I think we are live now. Am I live?
we're live.
Hey, you caught us all in a little
Hello.
backstage discussion of movies. Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan Delarco. Welcome to Trek Talk.
Hi.
Before we get started and we introduce everyone, including the fabulous co-moderator, Dr. Kyla Iacovino, would you tell them what you do for a living? Because you have a very big title that I don't even understand.
Sure. So I'm a scientist, and I work for a company called Jacobs at NASA Johnson Space Center in I call it the geology department of NASA. So at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, is where we have all of the collections from the moon rocks and some Antarctic meteorites. The OREX samples, if you're aware of that mission, just came back there. And so I study that stuff. So I run a laboratory there where we perform experiments on the rocks to try to understand how planets form and basically how the stuff of the cosmos came to be the way it is.
So I'll be handling all the science questions. I hope everyone.
Obviously, yeah.
That's amazing. You will be handling all the science questions. We are so excited. We're starting the day out with a matching gift from Rod Roddenberry of $50,000. And it's matching because we need everyone that's watching to contribute so that they could match that amount, which of course would get us to 100,000, which would be a fantastic thing for this amazing organization. So thank you all for tuning in, and thank you to this panel. And if you're a big Next Gen fan and a big Trek fan like I am, this season of Picard was epic, exciting. I am totally geeked out that everyone is here talking to us about their experience on the third season of the show. And so I want to just get to introduce everyone first. We've got the showrunner and writer and sometimes director of the show, Terry Matalis, who also just won an Astro Award. Hey, Terry.
Oh, hi.
Congratulations. We have Jerry Ryan, who also won an Astro Award. We all know who she plays, Seven. We have Jonathan Frakes, who's not just a director, he's also an actor, as you well know. Jonathan, hi. The incredible Gates McFadden, who, we haven't loved for a long, long time. Gates, welcome. We have Michael Dorn here. Hi, Michael. Are you still watching the game? No? Okay.
No, it's paused.
Oh, it's paused. Damn it.
Paused.
Okay. We had a game going in the background, which was kind of exciting. We have Brent Spiner. Hey, Brent. Nice hair.
Lost
it. Ashley Sharp Chestnut. Ashley, where are you? Hey, welcome. And the amazing Todd Stashwick. So
I like Kayla have also done many experiments on the rocks.
Oh, in that room, right?
But
It's a drinking joke.
No, I understand.
It's a joke about drinking, and it's funnier when you explain it. That's all.
So ideally I want to get this crosstalk going, but I thought I would start out with like a blanket question for all of you, which will take on a different meaning as I hit each of you, because I think this how we get to this point will be very different for each of you. I'm really curious to know how you ended up on season 3 of Picard. Like what were the circumstances that led to you being in the show, on the show, creating the show, however it was you got there? Because I'm fascinated to know how these pieces come together. And I want to know from each of you what surprised you about the experience. It could be a great thing that surprised you. It could be a really bad thing that surprised you. I don't really care. I just want to know when you were in the job going, because I know when I did season 1, there was a ton of stuff that surprised me. Going like, oh, I had no idea it was that. It was going to be this, right? So let's start with the big boss. Let's start with Terry. I know you have a history with Trek, which has been talked about because you worked on Voyager, and I think you and Jerry were pals.
Yeah. It's a long history with Star Trek.
Long history. So how did it happen? How did you end up at the helm of season 3?
Well, I just finished a show called 12 Monkeys for Sci-Fi, and had been looking for another gig, and I wanted to stay in science fiction. And I said to my reps, I was like, I knew that Secret Hideout was going to be making more Star Trek. And so I said, get me a meeting. And I went in, and they said they were developing more shows. They were developing a Khan show about Khan. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. They're like, we're also, we might be doing Picard. I was like, wait, what? I want that. And they're like, well, we've got someone. So, but we'll keep you in mind. And then the Khan show ultimately didn't go. And I kind of was scrambling. And I ended up doing a season of MacGyver. But to satiate my Star Trek-ness, I did put Jerry as the villain in that season of MacGyver. So that was my... and then I got a call. Once they'd finished season 1, saying Michael Chabon, who was running season 1, was going on to focus on developing his novel Cavalier and Clay, and so they would need someone to come in for the next 2 seasons to help Akiva Goldsman in season 2, and then eventually take over in season 3. And so I said yes, whatever it takes. I'll pay you guys to do it. We made season 2, and then about halfway through shooting season 2, I split off to do season 3. But it was a hell of a journey. That's for sure.
So season 3 came out of your head, really. I mean, you were already cooking season 3 during season 2, I imagine, or was there like a big break in between the two?
No, God, we all wish there was a break. No, no, we didn't know. There was many different versions of season 3, and we didn't know exactly what was going to happen. But it wasn't until they said, "All right, you're up," that I needed to quickly. And we didn't have a lot of time either, because season 2 is very difficult during COVID to shoot.
Yes,
and we were in, it was a time travel thing back in Los Angeles, and it was just we got shut down multiple times. We had redeveloped the season a few times. There were some different thoughts as to how season 2 should go. So it was by the time we got to season 3, we were mostly out of time. We just had to go.
Wow. Was there something that surprised you while you were in pre-production or production of season 3 that you went, I didn't see that coming? Like so many things.
Oh, Jonathan,
give me one.
So many things.
Give me one that really surprised you.
Well, I'll choose a feel good one.
Okay.
I think the thing that still surprises me today is how many friendships I would develop during it. It was, to work with your heroes is one thing, but to actually break bread with them and call them your
Right.
friends, it's something else. And like everyone on this screen, to me is that. And I can genuinely call it like that's the best part of it all, because we were in the trenches together in a pretty big way.
Wow.
So that's the most surprising and gratifying thing for me.
That's great.
Really
I'm gonna jump to Jerry because I love this connection that how the two of you knew each other when you were both kind of kids, right? On
Well,
Voyager.
yeah, we were both the new kids on was it season 4 of Voyager? And so I was new, and Terry was a PA, and he was new, and he was delivering the script to the makeup trailer, and we kind of bonded over being the new kids, and we had developed a friendship, and it was nice.
That's amazing.
It was
Now
really
we all
cool.
know like part one of the question how you ended up on season 3 because you were on season 1 and 2.
Seasons 1 and 2, yeah.
However, there not everyone survived season 2 of Picard. So why do you think Seven not only made it to season 3, but got to have this huge development where your rank changed, you're in the captain's chair at the end. Why do you think that happened for that character? Besides your incredible brilliance and Astor Award winning performance, where is the trophy anyway?
Oh, it's in the other room.
Oh, Terry, I think Terry has his. Can we see yours, Terry? No. Oh, look at him feigning like he didn't have it an hour ago.
He's like, oh, I have no idea where it might be. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, that's a major award, as they say in Christmas Story. So why do you think Seven got to go on, Jer?
Well, I think I can thank Terry for that. The first meeting that I had with him pitching his idea for the season, he said, so here's what I'm thinking. She's back in Starfleet, and we're gonna end with her becoming captain of the Enterprise. And I was like, wait, what? Which was not anything that I saw coming or expected.
You knew this before you began shooting?
Before we started shooting.
Wow.
That was always endgame in Terry's mind, which was pretty cool.
That's exciting.
She didn't believe it. Yeah, I remember you were like, what? No. Really? No, I'm like, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He's like, no, I'm serious.
I'm serious.
So I guess that would go to what surprised you most.
Yeah, that'd be it.
I answered the question for you. Okay, cool. Jonathan.
I'll take the next one.
Yeah, no, the next one is for you actually, because I remember being in Vegas right after we finished season 1, and I think you brought up like how weird it was to be an actor again, or how.
Oh, I'd done an episode in season 1, but during season 2, when I was directing, the late great Annie Wershing and Allison with the Borg, and we were down at the hotel. Terry kind of enigmatically, obtusely said, "Hey, Frakes, you ready for any more Riker? Do you want to play? Do you want to do a little?" I said, "Well, sure, that sounds great." He said, "Are you ready for a lot more Riker?" I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And he threw all this fly line over the water like this, and then it laid longer and longer and longer, and then he just and it was the best stuff I ever had to play in all of my 38 years on Star Trek. Came out of a young man's head.
Well, it shows.
Breaks that you were never better.
You were
never
so incredibly good. You were at your best, which obviously makes sense with great writing. But
let me get my ACTRA award.
Yeah, we didn't get one. Sorry, they totally robbed you, dude. But you were amazing. How do you feel now about acting? Do you want to like do more, or are you just like not that interested?
Now you got a little taste for it, after this.
Yeah, I got a little taste. I'm available. Tech avail.
I think what you would do more. The other thing to remember is his best performances are in episodes he directed too. So just to have it is really hard to just direct one of these things, but to be in it at the same time and maintain a positive attitude.
Well, he was working with his favorite director.
Yes, exactly.
That's so true.
Brings out the best in him.
Good
Oh my gosh. Okay. Kylie, do you have any follow-ups on these folks before we continue with this question, and then I'm going to hand it over to you to get your fan questions in that we're burning to ask.
I have so many burning questions. I think you should finish this up because I'm just going to otherwise derail everything.
Okay, no worries. Okay, great. So, Gates, same with you. I'm really curious about the circumstances that led to you doing the show, because I see you at the supermarket all the time and you never told me. So yay on the mum's word. I do see Gates at the supermarket all the time. But you had to have known really early, because had you said no, an entire house of cards would have had to be rebuilt, because your season revolves so deeply around your relationship with your son and Patrick and all that. So did you know really early? How did it all come about?
I don't know if it was really early, but again, it's like he's the man, Terry. Terry was, and Akiva, I got somebody, I don't know if it was probably your secretary who got in touch and said they'd like to, know if you're interested possibly in doing something. And it was really nice to feel there was a really cool story. And I loved the way everybody was being used. I didn't feel it was not just like, only my character. It really sounded different, and it sounded very family. And I loved that there were these new people coming on. I think that it really is. I know, Terry, this is like, you're so sick of hearing it, but it really has so much to do with your personality and who you are and your excitement about it. You win. Yes, you win people over. And really, I would say that the biggest surprise was how much I enjoyed it all the way through, and that I loved the story, and I loved the collaboration with everybody, with every single person on the screen that I worked with. It just was so much fun. So, that's really it.
Wow. It was so much fun to watch you be back. I mean, like I said, as a fan of Next Gen, that to me, that season.
Bad? I was bad.
You were so brilliant. To me, that season was such a gift to the fans, that we've all been waiting for such a long time for a Trek that resembles what we grew up with. And I feel like it's finally that payoff happened. I think that's why the fans love the season so much.
And then Ed Spaliers, I have to just do a shout out to Ed. I mean, he's just
so great.
Great. So great to work with. I mean, what a presence. And he was great.
He did a great job.
It would not have worked without Ed.
No.
I don't think anybody else could have played that role.
And Brent, you, like Jerry, did all 3 seasons. So what surprised you about season 3 that didn't happen in season 1 and 2? I mean, did you have a special affinity for it, or?
Well, I think the biggest surprise was that Data was still alive.
Right.
Having been killed 2 or 3 times, I was surprised to be coming back playing that character again.
Yeah, I'll have what he's having.
Albeit as an older guy, he wasn't the same Data.
But that's great, though. Isn't that like much more satisfying in a way?
Well, it definitely was a bigger challenge, and that's always more fun.
Right.
And again, Terry pitched it, and I thought, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And so I said, okay. And, it really came down to, because I had been in the first 2 seasons, and I thought, I'm not sure really if this is going to work. And, but then all my friends were doing it. And I thought, I don't want to be at home hearing about all my friends.
No, yeah.
And
right.
So, I thought Terry had a real interesting take on it. And if it worked, it'd be great. And if it didn't, it wouldn't be great.
Right. So it went. It was great.
Jonathan, can I do a quick follow-up on that one, actually?
Jump in.
Because we're all talking about this. I know this has turned into a Terry Metalis love fest, which I absolutely approve of.
No, I don't.
I think one of the awesome things I think you're all picking up on about this season is how you all were able to resurrect the heart of the Next Generation while modernizing it and bringing new people into the fold. And Brent, one thing myself and I think a lot of fans have always appreciated about your work is your ability to play a lot of different characters from one man. You know, like you've had a lot of experience on that in TNG, and in this one, you finally got to merge lore and data into one person. And I absolutely thought it was incredible how you really merged them. It wasn't just switching back and forth between lore and data. You really put them together. So I was wondering if you could talk a bit about, you know, how you did that, how you prepared to do something like that.
Well, you know, really, I really saw them as two different characters, and that made them easy to play. I mean, not easy to play, but you know, I could distinguish between the two very clearly. I knew when I was being lore, and I knew when I was being data, and they were completely different things. And yeah, it was an exciting experience. Particularly that sequence was particularly exciting to. You know, as Jonathan had that experience, I got to work with my favorite actor, and but no, I like the way, you know, Chris Bonfett and I had toyed with the scene again and again and again and again and again to try to get it right, and I think ultimately it worked out nicely. And so now Data is not just Data; he's many things in one, and you know, hopefully he'll destroy the world one day by himself.
Amazing. Ashley, you were so wonderful in this role. I loved you so much. I'm super curious to know the process of how you got the role, and I'm super curious to know what it was like to play the daughter of an iconic Star Trek character with the actor who was the iconic Star Trek character and his daughter, who ostensibly you're basically kind of playing. So how did it all happen? How did you do it?
Sure. I guess, I mean, the normal like acting way, I got an audition from my reps, but I didn't know it was Star Trek. It was called Dylan's Kitchen. So I did the scene, or there were two scenes actually. But my mom was my reader, and she's a huge Star Trek fan. And I did the scene once, and she was like, "No, I don't think that's a good like acting decision." I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." And she was like, "It feels like Star Trek," and I was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." And so I did her adjustment, sent the tape off, and then found out that I booked it. And not only did I find out that I booked it, but I found out that I was playing Geordie LaForge's daughter. And I guess the sweet part about it, my mom was actually in the room too when I got the call. So I guess like circle moment. But to answer your second question, yeah, I mean, Geordie's he's an iconic character. So like a lot of, I don't want to say like they were big shoes to kind of fill, but it was nice. And I think they welcomed me, and so did Mika. I think Jonathan actually told me that LeVar and Mika were actually related. I didn't know that was his real daughter.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't introduced. I didn't know her last name was Burton. I just was introduced to her as Mika. And I was like, "Hey, nice to meet you." But yeah, I mean, they were so welcoming. They're awesome.
That's great.
Yeah.
Amazing. And Todd, you've been a Star Trek fan a long time. Yeah? It seems like.
Well, you're not wrong. I'm not going to say a thing until we get that number to $40,000.
Uh-oh.
The
We're not
burden
far
is
from it.
on the viewers. This is a telethon, people. So we need to step up.
They're so excited.
We're here to hear
we got some more money.
There you go.
Well, we did. Imagine that. It's a telethon.
Why don't you tell them a little something, and then we'll wait and see if it gets to 40.
I'm just going to be a shameless shill for the cause because I believe in this cause.
I agree.
So, yeah, I've told this story before. My first action figures, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of nerdy. My first action figures were Kirk, Spock, and McCoy that I got from my cousin Tori in 1974. Yeah. So I have been pretending to be a Starfleet captain since I was 6.
Wow.
So you get this role. What, did you like lose your mind?
Well, you know, it's interesting because it's you know, people have asked, how did you, like, what was the audition like? And I said, well, it was 4 seasons of 12 Monkeys because I was fortunate enough to get to work with Terry and those writers for 4 seasons on that. And I think from that, Terry sort of understood what I bring to the buffet. But when he called and he's like, so we have this idea to make you a Starfleet captain, and I've told this story. I'm like, your immediate thought is, thanks for thinking of me. I've been in this town long enough to understand that if a role is written for you, it eventually goes to somebody else.
Right.
So I was very. He's like, just sit tight. We're still in the process, but it's going to happen. And then all the paperwork ink dried, and there I was getting fitted for my uniform. But it happened in kind of slow motion, where it was like Terry. Then once I got the part, Terry was telling me about the part, and then I would go in for the fitting, and then he's like, "You want to come see the bridge?" I'm like, oh, "Yeah." And then so there I went. But I got to go down there with the 12 Monkeys writers that were writing on stuff. So it was, this whole thing has been like a family affair. And then I got to meet the Trek family on the other side of it, which was, and I'd worked with Jonathan before. So it was slow motion excitement. I mean, it was cool. And then, to answer the other part of the question, which is what was so surprising, part of me thought I was going to be a lot of like, here's your coffee, Mr. Picard. Like I was going to, Terry was doing me a favor and including me in the process, but I didn't really understand the breadth of how much Shaw was going to really kind of figure into the plot. And
I called it.
Jerry, you did call it. I remember.
Was like,
I said he is my favorite Star Trek character. You have no idea how big this character is going to be. I called it.
And then they killed me.
God was brilliant. Brilliant.
Thank you. It was. I mean, look. We've talked about this. That a performance, and every actor here knows this. A performance is not a solo thing. It's the writers. It is the people that you're acting with, and it's the room to take those risks and take those big swings. That atmosphere is set by the directors and by your scene partners.
Right.
And then the permission. Like, if you don't feel trusted on set, you can't take risks. And
right.
From day one, I felt embraced and trusted, and that is no small shakes. The tone that was set from day one was so beautiful. Yeah.
Wow.
Michael. Well done, Todd. We're at 40,000.
Yeah, look at that. You got it
nice
out.
Job. Nice job.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Wow. So, Michael, I think all us Trek fans were delighted to see Worf again. And surprised, because I think the sort of knowledge in the fan world was that you were waiting for a Worf series, right? Like that'd been out in the water. People had been talking about a Worf series for a long time.
Hashtag we want Worf.
Yeah, exactly. So seeing you in this, I'm also curious about the genesis of how they lured you in to play the role again. And again, what surprised you about the experience? You were so terrific with Michelle. I love that relationship.
It wasn't so much luring you in, and just as much as once they called and said, "Hey, would you be interested?" They were very good, in from my standpoint, about saying, "Hey, we'd like to talk to you about the part. We want your input, and we want to tell you what we have in mind," and I like that. I mean, that made it easy to come back, because I love that kind of collaborative thing, especially when everybody listens to everybody else. But I think the surprise to me was it was the makeup has always been a challenge.
Yeah.
But the surprise was halfway through the season. I remember it was November, and I just kind of thought to myself, like, I'm having a blast. Just like I kind of went, I'm really having a good time. Looking around, and
yeah,
and that was sort of the surprise of, you're gonna have a good time. I'm with my friends, and that's spectacular, and like you said, working with Michelle was just an added bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just sort of the idea that, like you're really having a good time, and They said, "Are you?" No, I'm really having it. So that was the surprise for me.
That's wonderful. Great. Well, you guys, I think we got a lot of ground covered. I would love for Kayla to like sort of ask you some more. I know you wanted to talk about the bridge and a lot of stuff that we talked about
Absolutely.
offline. So I'm handing it over to you for a bit and see what you get out of these folks.
All right. I like I said, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to very selfishly start with the question that I really want to ask, which, as Jonathan said, is about the Enterprise D bridge set and the scenes on that set. So, I mean, and I'm asking, like I said, I'm asking this selfishly because from the standpoint of a fan, you know, I call myself a TNG baby. I was born in the 80s and I grew up watching Star Trek The Next Generation with my parents. So it's something that's very near and dear to my heart. There's been a lot of Star Trek that has been reminiscent about TOS, quite a bit about the original series, and a lot less about The Next Generation. And this was really that for us. When we saw the characters we love step onto that bridge scene, onto that set, recreated piece for piece, and for the first time ever in modern high definition clarity, it was like, I think I may have cried during that scene because it was like, it felt like it was for me. It felt like Terry put pen to paper and said, I'm writing this for Kayla. Like, this is for her. You know, that's how it felt. And the way you guys brought that to life, too.
That's what he
and
told us. He said
it was for Kayla.
Yeah, it was for
Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. But yeah, no, like, I think everyone felt that way. All of us who have that in our hearts. And I was wondering what it felt for you guys to see that again. You probably didn't think you'd ever see that set again that way. So, you know, what was that experience like?
I mean, I got the question at a couple of conventions, and it was when you're working, you don't really get. I didn't get that sort of feeling when I was working on it, because you're walking on the set and you see behind the set, and it's not you're kind of busy. But I felt the same way you did when we saw the screening, and you saw the set in its full glory without cameras and people walking around and stuff like that. And it was like, oh, once again, well, that was nice, But during the filming, I just didn't have that feeling. I mean, it was amazing what they did. But I did clue in on one thing, is when I got the original job, I was the last one cast. Everybody had been cast, and I was, I mean, literally the last person, and nobody knew who I was. And I really wanted to see what the bridge was. And when I saw the bridge, it was something, that in those days you had never seen before. Bridges are usually, they look like military operations on a carrier or on a battleship. And this was like a comfortable living room. I just remember the takeaway from that was, things have changed where, you're out in space for like 5 years or whatever the case, you got to be comfortable, and I remember that. And that's the same thing I felt when I watched the screening.
That's so well said, Michael. I think I felt the same way. It didn't feel so impactful when we were acting it, but as soon as you start touching that rim, and it just feels absolutely like home. It really was amazing just to have that there, and all of those, the same commands, and it just comes back to you, except they have new little names that are the surprise. They have different writing on some of the panels, but it was powerful. It was so genius, Terry. It was powerful when you saw it. It really was.
I cried.
Good, not just me then.
Yeah, no, not just you.
When we were watching it at home with my wife, it's like we're watching the scene where I'm literally dying in Jerry's arms, and I look over at my wife, and she's just weeping, and she puts her hands on my hand, and I was there at the time shooting it, so I'm fine. And then a scene later, those bay doors open and reveal the Enterprise. And I just lose it. And then she's like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, you can't possibly understand. Yeah. So I was feeling all the same feels that all the fans were feeling as well. And I only got to stand on that set after hours and just get to walk around it but it was really cool to sneak around. But it was moving.
Is that set preserved somewhere now, Terry? Because it was not
I
cheap.
I believe they yes, they
The
have
one that I think they saved.
yeah, that's
Okay.
the one, or most of it at least. Yeah, no, they have it saved.
Okay,
But I
great.
mean, the thing that for me, as directing that was we only had 2 days, and it was a lot of material.
Wow.
For 2 days, and it's the whole next gen cast together, and that's that's brain going. Like they are every bit as insane and as joyful and as playful and bursting into song every 2 minutes as you've seen in all the behind the scenes footage ever. And you're like, and the other thing was I would be sitting in the monitor. Everybody came to visit, like executives would just, today's the day we're coming because,
right.
To see it. And then how does it feel to be at the helm of this legendary moment? I'm so terrified that because we didn't have a pre-lighting test. I did not even, it was the first time we ever looked at that bridge in high def and went, well, we can't light it like they lit it in the 90s, and we can't light it like we light our sort of darker starships. It has to feel right, but also can't be the same. So if we don't get that right, and these were gigantic moments. So there was a bit of terror. Again, it wasn't until I'm much more with Michael, but in editorial, when my brilliant editor Drew Nichols finally got it together with music and sound and showed me, then I was able to have an emotional connection to it. But not before that, let me tell you.
Did you have though, like at the end of those 2 days, did you feel in your gut you had gotten it? Or were you still like, ooh?
You never know. You never really know. You hope. It was fun. I mean, there was there's a great time I had with it was an action scene with LeVar and Brent and Gates and Marina as they were going through the Borg cube, and Jonathan was just off camera reading the action and the shakes, and that was really fun to be part of that. I wish there was a lot more time to have fun like that, but yeah, no, it was tough.
I'm so glad you mentioned the lighting thing, because that's something that depending on just how discerning of a fan you are in terms of looking at that kind of stuff, that's really stood out for me. Because like you said, a lot of the newer stuff is really dark, but then if you go back to the 90s lighting, it's like bright, flat lighting.
Yeah.
And I always assume that's because you're like cranking out episodes like crazy on those shows at 22 episode seasons. And so it was for consistency is what I always assumed.
Yeah,
but then here you really blended the two perfectly. I thought I like the brightening up of everything.
Yeah, and I think if we were ever to do more, we would. I wouldn't. You can never go back to that. It wouldn't feel. I mean, like we tested it and it looked like it was awful. And I think the other thing is as far as like darker lighting and DPs these days, one of the things is we have the best monitors in the world in show business.
Guess who doesn't? The people at home watching.
People at home. And that is something. And then by the time, so when we see it, it's rich and beautiful and glorious. But then, it streams wrong, or they put a wrong filter in streaming, which happened to us 4 times in airing by accident, where they had made it even darker on our show. And so it's a tough thing, but lessons learned for sure.
But Terry, you just alluded. Sorry, but I want to catch something that you just alluded to. If you do more, you said. If you get to do
I'm not alluding to anything.
There's you said it. You said something.
No,
like
I wish.
There is no. I know there's been a lot of gossip and talk about. Obviously, this was so epically amazing that everyone wants more, and I think there's great disappointment at the fact that maybe the studios don't have the money to do more these days. I have no idea what's going on, but ideally, this is what makes sense for what comes next for Star Trek, is more of this combination of storytelling and actors. And so I'm still hopeful that at some point we see more, whether it's a movie or a series or something with this cast. So
Well,
that's actually
thank you.
segueing into my next question.
Great.
So that's kind of perfect. And I'm hoping to also hear from Ashley on this one, because my next question was looking forward to the future. And let's assume for the moment in a universe where anything's possible, which I think we are there. And, more Star Trek will be made. I think that's probably a given. But there's clearly a jumping off point that was set up, by you, Terry, right at the end of season 3. It's very clearly setting up the potential as a springboard for another series. And considering, the ethos of Trek, it's always, held up a mirror to society, looking at creative ways to observe and understand our universe around us, to understand the people in that universe. So considering that we had this wink and a nod of a potential springboard for something next that, we would hope some, like Ashley and some of the other folks who are newly added to the group would be part of, what types of stories do you think Trek should tell going into the future?
That's to Terry, right?
I think it was
That's
you.
everyone. That's everyone. I love your thoughts on that,
ahead.
actually. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to Terry still. No, I think, well, to make a comment about what you just said, I think the next generation. I think with this season in particular, I mean, my friends, the people that I know who weren't necessarily integrated into the whole Trek world, they started watching the show and fell in love with it so much that they went back and started watching older shows. And so I feel like moving forward, there are definitely more stories that we can continue to tell. I mean, you see a lot of us. I mean, you see Jerry, like in the final image of like the show. I mean, you kind of see, what could come to be. I don't think we're done telling any of this. And I think we can continue to go. So, yeah.
I think we'll just let Jonathan take this. Go ahead, Jonathan.
My God. Guys, I'm just barely recovering from the wounds that CBS has given me from leaking shit before it happened.
Is that in and of itself a leak?
No,
Yeah,
no.
right.
There truly isn't. It's interesting because the end of the show, that last scene really wasn't. Although it is a setup for a spinoff, wasn't designed to be a setup for the spinoff. Like the right ending.
I don't believe you.
No, well, I understand, but the right ending for the next generation is passing the torch to the next generation, and that like without doing that, it wouldn't feel right. So that was the watching literally their children go off on the Enterprise and paying off Seven of Nine's wonderful arc from Borg to captain of the ship. You know what I mean? That it just felt like a proper ending. But for me, I mean, I think what's interesting about a series that has been on the air for so many decades is the evolution of things. Like Michael and I were talking, what if we did more? And you think about, all right, well, what's the Klingon Empire like? Right now. I mean, the last time they were in Allegory was the Russians, kind of, and the Russians friends anymore, and what would they be up to, and what does that mean for Worf, and what does that mean for like Alexander? So there's what's so great about this kind of long, very, very long form. I mean, the fact that Leonard Nimoy played Spock for how many years? I mean, that's incredible. I don't think you ever really need to fully say goodbye to any of these characters or storylines. I think that's what's so special about what we're all
I think it's interesting that you brought up Spock because he died and came back to life.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. Look, I think I did it with Data. I wouldn't do it again.
I mean, you also did it with Picard. You did it with Picard.
Yeah,
as well.
And Picard.
Yeah. So I think.
I mean, so it's kind of an established trope.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I think we gotta move on. I think we got to move on from that. It's just.
But Todd, did you know you were gonna get killed before you?
I think part of the process, we've discussed this. It wasn't like on day one, Terry said, "Welcome to the ship. Get ready to die." It was, and I don't think, I don't think it would have been good for me to, as a character or as an actor, to go and get ready in 10 episodes because your character is going to be dead at the end. It was never like expressed that way. the sort of poetic karmic circle of Shaw's arc and story and what we learned about him and his survivor's guilt and him not understanding why this dipshit got to live, and then we get to find out that this is why he gets to pay back that debt in the same situation to put an end to the Borg for good. It felt it was a beautifully karmic thing, and so it makes absolute writing sense to do that story. And it's always fun to play death scenes, and especially when you get to do it with, you know, in the arms of Jerry Ryan. What a wonderful way to go. But I didn't know, like, from day one that he was going to die. I think as we got closer to those episodes, then yes, it was communicated to me. Yeah.
Cool. Jerry, what was it like to be submerged in another in a weird way? Like, your Voyager's your history with Star Trek, and then Picard was its own thing, and then like the last season was like Next Gen, right? And you were a part of it. Did that play at all into your psyche in any way, or did you just think of it as season 3? I don't know.
It was so fun for me because I've known these guys all since I was on Voyager, just socially and at conventions and Star Trek events, and you know, Frakesy and LeVar, I've worked with as directors, and so they're my friends. And so when I realized I was going to get to act with them, that was crazy. But it was acting with Frakesy. I mean, it was really fun and crazy and cool. Yeah, it was absolutely delightful. And I think Terry sort of alluded to the fact that it was absolute chaos from one moment to the next on the set, because everybody's so happy to be together, and it's such a fun group anyway. So yeah, there's a lot of laughter and goofing off, and it was so much fun working with these guys. So much fun.
That's such a great point. I'm sorry, Terry, but it's such a great point. I bet a lot of people don't really understand how well we all know each other, because we spend entire long weekends in weird places in very strange circumstances. It's sometimes on a ship for 10 days. You know, we spent a lot of time together as a Star Trek family from different shows. So we do that. It didn't even occur to me, that notion, right? That all of a sudden you're working with people that you were partying with, right?
Yeah, it was really cool.
You know, I think people actually do know. I think that's a pretty well-known thing amongst the fan base. From like, maybe it was you, Jonathan, who said about all the behind-the-scenes things we've seen. I think it's, at least from our perspective, it seems like the Star Trek actor crew is one of the most tight-knit ones that you see. And I think that can come across in a lot of the scenes where you're having a moment where the characters are showing their deep bond for each other, and it has the second meaning. Like at the end of Star Trek Next Generation, the finale, and then again that the poker scene was brought up again in Picard. And if you look at the two scenes, you know, it's a special moment for fans for the characters, but it really felt like we could also see the actors sharing a real moment together, particularly in Picard. They're all sitting around the table, and you can imagine, you know, from seeing interactions amongst you guys behind the scenes, we can imagine like that your guys are feeling the same moment that your characters are feeling. So I think that's really lended something extra to the characters for the fans actually as well.
I'd like to point something out while you mentioned that. The reason the poker scene reverberated so beautifully, obviously reminded people of the end of Next Gen, but the reason it worked is because Terry took the chance to have us ad lib, which we had never done. And he spent a long time with a lot of cameras just having us play poker and take the piss out of each other.
Wow.
Got looser and looser and looser. Some of those reactions are what are in Drew's cut and or Terry's cut. And it's why I believe we as fans felt, oh my God, these are my friends and they really love each other. And it was because Terry gave us the time to, you know, cross the lines. So Data and Brent were, you know, both playing poker, and it was very clever and very, very effective.
Hey, absolutely, it worked.
Can we say one thing right now, just because it hasn't moved, the money thing hasn't moved for a while?
Oh yeah, let's do a money call.
Coalition is such a brilliant organization. It is really, they do the walk. They walk the walk. They really do make meals. People make meals every night for this area. And they have found ways of using food from restaurants that instead of getting thrown away, they pick it up and they use it in meals for that day. It's a really good organization. I've been a monthly donor for quite a while, and I really, really urge people to jump on board with, I don't care if it's $1 or 25 or 50,000, but please do donate because it's a very worthy organization.
And on the heels of that, I'm going to tell you all that the way to do it is to text Trek at 53555, or you could go online to givebutter.com/Trek Talks. And I think there's a QR code on your screen as well. So there's a bunch of ways to contribute. And if you're enjoying this conversation, we're all doing this for the cause. I hope you all pitch in. Thank you, Gates, for that plug. Cool. We have like 11 minutes left.
Just a quick clarification. It's givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3, the number 3.
Thank you. Because it's the third one.
That's because it's the third one. I think, yeah. So sorry, did you want to go ahead, Terry?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to that thing Jerry said about how they all know each other. It actually led to things on set. In fact, there was a scene in the hallway where Jerry and Brent were very briefly in a scene, and she's like, "This is the first time I've ever been in a scene with Brent." And I was like, "Oh my, well, that's a moment. That's a 7 of 9 in Data moment, and we don't have one." And so that led to the little moment where she said, "The robot's right," blah, blah, blah. Like we want to call it out.
No, that was improv. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't improv. You just
Brent is
whipped
the
that up
perfect
on set when we said, "Oh God, we've never had."
Yeah, I was like, well, we gotta have, we
Yeah.
have to have a moment between those two, even if it's just that, that's where you wish you had more. But yeah, anyway,
I was very grateful for that. Yeah. But and speaking about that obviously we've all known each other for a long time, and people have asked, well, what was it like getting back together again? And clearly, we weren't getting back together again. We've gotten back together again and again. But this time we got back together in costume and characters. And
you mean you don't do that on your own?
Well, at D&D night?
Yeah, occasionally I get made up as Data, just hang. But
that's for kinky fetishists. Yeah.
It was just getting back together again as characters, and that had an interesting dynamic. Just instant sort of recognition of who each other were as characters, and it was like shorthand. It was so easy to play with each other.
And I don't know if you felt this way, Brento, but even in like the scene where you and LeVar and I were doing all that techno stuff with the technobabble, the technobabble was somehow different this time because there were already connections. Like there was such a connection with each other as just people, and then the character level. I don't know. I found did you find that, or was it still just a pain to get all that technobabble? I found it was easier actually.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, I know what you're saying, but I really enjoyed talking to each other as a real person.
Yeah.
Because I got to do that really sort of for the first time, to be a person talking about how he feels about things, and that was a refreshing change for me.
You guys, I have a question that just came up in my head. So we talked about the process, we talked about filming, we've talked about all of this. What was it like unveiling it and like showing up at the premieres and talking about it in interviews and going to conventions and having the fan reaction? What was that like for you? Because I know for season 1 from Picard, it was an amazing ride, that post-production piece of it. What was it like for you guys, especially the next time?
Well, real quick, being the new kid on the block, and Ashley also, that's when it all became real, what we were actually a part of. Because I remember doing the Ready Room before the premiere, and Michelle and Michael were there before me. They were shooting before me, and Michael comes up to me and goes, "Are you ready?" And I'm like, and I go, I don't. He goes, "Get ready." And that did not sink in until, well, we did the red carpet, and we've done other premieres for other things in my life, but we walked the carpet, and that was wonderful. But when I walked into the Chinese and saw the uniform that I was wearing for 6 months in a glass case, and I can't touch it anymore, I was like, "Oh, Star Trek, got it." That's when it really like sunk in that we are part of a legacy.
We'll
Nice.
see you every year for the next 30 years in Las Vegas.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I just want to piggyback off of that too. I had a conversation. I don't know if Gates remembers. We were in our cast chairs, and she was like, "Get ready as well. You're gonna have fans for life. Like the way Star Trek fans specifically embrace these characters. I've witnessed it, and I feel the love. And again, like you just said, Todd, like at that premiere, it became real." And it's just been nice. Yeah, I agree.
And our next gen people, how fun is it to sign new pictures? It'd be like, yep, that's what I look like now. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just the whole thing is what was it for the next gen guys? What was the taking it out to the world? What's it been like? Amazing, warm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an eternal optimist, as you probably all know, and I didn't dare hope or dream that it was going to be as successful as it has been and as well received as it has been. And I'm, of all of us, very Pollyanna, very pro everything, and it was, and it continues to be astounding to me how well loved it has been by the fans and by the new fans and by the public. And I think it's we should all be very proud.
It was a very sweet reception that we got, and I think, obviously it could have gone in another direction, and it didn't, and it was such a relief that it was embraced the way that it was. It was fantastic.
And Jerry, what was the reaction? What did you get from the fans about you becoming captain? I mean, what was the outpouring from women and from girls? And I mean, it's such an amazing moment.
No,
right?
that was huge. That was the hardest part for me, because I knew that since before we started shooting, and I couldn't say anything the whole time until that episode aired. So yeah, that was a tough one to keep secret, but it was amazing. And the fans have been, of course, phenomenal, because they are. And my God, the first, queer captain, the first, like everything, like every community just went insane. They were so excited. And just the fans who've been with Seven from the beginning, and her crazy journey from not even being human when she started out to being captain of the Enterprise is a pretty amazing arc.
Well, we have a few. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's definitely remind people again.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Awesome. To donate. Gates said it very eloquently earlier, and I'll repeat her, how wonderful the Hollywood Food Coalition is. They do really wonderful work. And I think it's no surprise that there's a Star Trek thing involved with some organization like that that carries a lot of the same morals that Star Trek does, about caring for one another, understanding one another, and building a future where there is no more hunger, there is no more poverty, and something that we can aspire to. And so definitely go to givebutter.com/Trek Talks 3, or you can text. Do you have the number you can text, Jonathan? I don't have that.
Yeah, you could text Trek at 53-555.
53555.
Yeah, 53555.
Awesome.
And since Gates just spoke, we jumped $2,000.
There you go.
Excellent. So the rest of the time will be questions to Gates.
We're $8,000 away from the matching gift from Rod.
Can we get 8,000? Our goal is $8,000 in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, that would be great. Oh my God. It's so well
Do it.
used.
Let's do it.
I'm not leaving until it's 50,000.
Yeah.
We're not going to go. We're just going to stay.
That is a threat.
Yeah.
Well, jumping.
It is such a wonderful organization, and what they do. I mean, I think about all of the difficulties in the world and that we face. So many challenges of problems. The one thing that seems solvable is feeding people.
Yeah.
There's so many questions about other things. I mean, obviously there are other charities that deserve a lot of help. But there's a big question mark about a lot of them. There's also much research has to be done in order to finally come up with the solution to those problems. This one is simple. This one is like feed people. We have food. We have people who are hungry. Put them together. And that's what this organization's doing.
And incredible volunteers. They have a group of volunteers that are just amazing. I really, really believe in this organization.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well,
I think
yes, we're getting some more. We're getting some more.
Yeah.
Woo!
It's going up.
Well, so.
Yeah, every time Gates talks, it goes up.
Gates, you're the magic bullet.
Yeah.
Any last burning thoughts as we have a minute left from anyone before we sign off to the next panel? Anyone want to wrap it up with something amazing and thoughtful? Terry, you're the writer.
I think Jonathan.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Jonathan
should sing us off.
Yeah.
Here's a quick jumping off point, if you want. How about talking about Hofoko and the ethos of Trek? What aspects of Star Trek do you take into your real life?
I feel I've learned so much from, and this is the truth, from the fans. I am blown away by some of the people I've met and continue to meet. They're really, really interesting people to me. And they have taught me more about Star Trek than I understood at all for years. I don't know, it's pretty amazing how much the fans care about the world politically, socially, economically, and really want the world to take care of itself, and that we can work together. I find it very moving. And I especially find it moving with people who are, sort of young, like in their 20s and 30s, 35, who have grown up with Next Gen, for example, and now they are the adults and they talk about what it meant to them. That's very humbling for I think for most of us. It's pretty amazing because I wasn't at all aware of how powerful it was as a franchise, as a story, until I met fans, to be quite honest, and I'm very grateful for that. I think I've learned a lot.
That's fantastic. We are at time, and what a great way to end it with Gates' beautiful thoughts on the fans and the show. Thank you guys so much for showing up, and yeah, beautiful stories, and I feel like I've learned so much more than I knew. So thank you, and have a beautiful weekend, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
And please keep giving, please.
I tried to reason, I tried to change your mind, but you man. I never wanted this. Oh, God.
Mind blown by that amazing panel, I hope.
Incredible.
If you dug that, and if you would like to continue to have us bring this, in essence, free, pants-free convention to your home every year, then please help us to get and surpass this magic $50,000 number. The wonderful Rod Roddenberry donated 50 grand to start us off, and he is going to match up to 50,000. We are now at 42,808.
We are so close.
7,000. Do the math, Bonnie. Quick. $7,192 away from matching that 50,000. We also have a couple of wonderful auction items. Would you tell us about that, Bonnie?
Absolutely. If you go to the auction tab at hofoco.net, is that correct?
Let's say this, www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks3 to learn.
Yes, that's probably the easiest way to find it. Go to the auction tab. You're going to find some amazing auctions happening. One being a night at the Magic Castle, which is a private magicians members only club in LA, with John Billingsley and I hosting you for the night. You'll have plenty of food, plenty of drinks, plenty of magic, as well as some.
Bonnie Gordon works at the Magic Castle.
I do.
She knows all the hidden crevices.
Oh, it's VIP style. It's
If
absolutely.
you want to duck into a hidden alcove and make out, if you're bringing your partner, Bonnie can show you where those alcoves are.
I'll show you where the alcoves are, and then also show you where the cameras will see you.
But
As
mentioned before, we're hoping to bring some other Star Trek guests into the fold. So who knows what party this might be? And in Vegas,
in Vegas, very exciting. Amy Britton hosts this amazing Trek Talks Vegas cocktail party, and you are invited to get. We're giving away, I believe, is it two
packages,
invites, VIP invites to attend, and it's hosted by Amy Britton. It's at Star Trek Las Vegas. It's incredible. You'll see all types of different Star Trek stars there, as well as people there with the Hollywood Food Coalition. So visit the site, bid, go to www.givebutter.com/TrekTalks3, click on the auction tab, and we hope to see you in both Vegas and at the Magic Castle.
And now coming up, an amazing Tuvix panel with some of your favorite Voyager personalities and some other people too. Here we go.
I tried to reason, I tried to change your mind, but you wouldn't have a part of that. You just want to leave it all behind. So I implore you, please give us a chance. I don't really think I can live without you. I'd only be half a man. I never wanted this. Oh God, I feel so pissed. My rage, it burns inside. And now I have to hide from everyone I see. They don't believe it's me. I may be an angry man, but I know who I am. Having trouble thinking.
All right, are we in?
I think
we're in.
Hey.
I think we're in. Did we all make it? Are we
We're
all
here.
one
Yes,
person
there's
now?
no
We've been
confusion when we
combined.
beamed in from the Zoom transporter
Yes.
pad. Everyone is
Beautiful.
their individual selves. Good.
Yes, good. Well,
Oh.
this is very exciting. I'm so excited to be talking about this episode,
Oh my
and we've
gosh.
got an incredible panel of people here. I'm just going to go around and, introduce Ethan Phillips, that you all know and love, played Neelix, the Ix part of Tuvix. We got Lisa Klink, one of our favorite writers from Voyager, Tom Wright. He made it, my old neighbor and the amazing Tuvix, Garrett Wong, your favorite Forever Ensign, and Tim Russ, How are you,
Who
Tim?
played the part of two in this one?
Yeah, he was the two.
The two.
Of the Vix.
Yes, two of the Vix.
So excited. Guys, we heard just before, as we were gathering, that this is a very highly anticipated episode conversation. I can't believe this is a very triggering and divisive episode.
This is the most, I'm going to go on a limb and say, Robbie, this is the most controversial of all Voyager episodes. Anytime on a whim, just to be, have some fun on Twitter years ago, I threw out there, hey, what's everyone's thoughts on Tuvix? And just thousands of people, just everything, just so passionate about this.
Yeah.
So passionate about this.
I have to agree that every single time I run into fans, that show comes up. This show is what they ask about. They always ask my opinion of it. I've had to.
I was going to say, what do they say when they bring it up? Is it like, oh, we loved that episode, I hate that episode?
They just ask me what my opinion is of the captain's decision. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah.
And what do you say? How do you answer that? I'm curious.
I answer it. The captain's responsibility is to her crew. That's what the captain's responsibility is. And she's the only one on the ship that can make the decision, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's number 2. So, and he cannot reproduce as a species. That's 3. So there's 3 reasons why she would the decision she makes.
Tom, did you know that? Is that true? Did they say that in the
Tom's
episode?
like, what?
Wait, hold on. Let's go back and reshoot this.
Yeah. I believe the point is made. Yeah, that
it probably is.
Cannot reproduce. There's no other of his kind
right.
reproduce. So he's not going to survive. So that
there's not a Suvix.
Yeah, there's no other kind. He's an anomaly and one of a kind.
Okay.
So you can't survive. Whereas the crew people that he's replaced, that he took, those people, myself, already have a family. I already have a family. We have lives. We could,
Tom, we're virile. We have potency. We have all the things.
Pump the brakes there.
We
Robbie.
certainly have. So there's 3 reasons why she has to do what she has to do.
Okay. Robbie, let's just for the sake of argument say that there may be some people watching that do not know what this episode is. Can you do just a general synopsis of what happens in Tuvix?
I can. But you know what I'm going to do, Garrett? Before I do that, I'm going to talk about the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Oh, do that.
I'm going to talk about this number we see on the screen, $43,418.
Yes.
That is amazing. But here's the challenge. We're here to raise money for the Hollywood Food Coalition, which services so many people who are hungry, who are in need, who need food. John Billingsley and Bonnie, his wife, they have really given so much of their time and energy to building this up.
Yeah.
And they have done amazing things. Everybody needs to know $43,468. We've got to hit $50,000 because Rod Roddenberry gave $50,000 as a challenge to kick this off. So if we can make 50 today, then he's going to match it with another 50, and that'll be $100,000. So let's do it, people.
And plus, the number 4 means death if you pronounce it wrong in Mandarin Chinese. So we don't want any 4s in that number. We want it to get into the 50,000s would be wonderful. Okay. Thank you for that.
We do not want death and spin.
No.
I'll use that death as a transition into what Tuvix is about. Here we go.
Talk about it.
So Tuvix is about basically Janeway's got to decide if she's going to kill somebody. That's what it's about.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
No, it's a little more than that.
Yes.
It's about, there's a transporter accident, right?
That's correct. Yes.
That's
Tuvok and Neelix are on the planet with some alien flowers or something.
Yes.
And they get mixed up with in the transport, and they create this amazing character we named Tuvix. Or he names himself.
Played by Tom Wright.
Yeah.
Who we have here today, miraculously. Yes.
And then the Doctor discovers a way to uncouple the DNA and restore Neelix and Tuvok. But in the meantime, we've gotten to know Tuvix, and he has an opinion about whether he should be gotten rid of, and so it's a moral dilemma.
Well, you know how Tim talked about what he gets asked at conventions. People also ask me, talk about this episode with myself, and I say to them at conventions, and I apologize if you get upset by what I say, Tim, but I'm going to say this. When Tom Wright showed up, I was so impressed with his professionalism, his talent, his all-around demeanor off camera. I was bowled over. He became my favorite person instantly, literally instantly. Tom Wright was like, to me, someone that I really looked up to, like how he conducted himself. And when he had to leave, I think I cried. Actually, I was like, wait, no, and I was like, gosh, can't we just keep him?
Did you want to keep Tuvix and have Neelix?
No, I wanted somehow to keep all three of them. I don't know.
That's what I'm
we
saying.
Could have I wanted all three of them. I didn't want Tom Wright to leave. I wanted Neelix to come back. I wanted Tuvok to come back, but I wanted Tuvix to exist independently of the other two as well. You know,
can I say that speaking as the character, you know, every entity alive is hardwired to want to survive.
Correct.
You know, so you know that's going to be Tuvix's default, his default thinking. But myself, as an actor, I saw that he had to go. There wasn't enough justification for losing two entities in for the sake of one. And I get asked this question. I mean, I can't tell you how many times people want to know how did I feel about it. I felt the reason I had any feeling at all is because I absolutely loved the character. I loved being able to take. I know both John and I know Tim's separately from the show, so to be able to have those two people as back pocket resources for the creation of this character was to me invaluable. And there's an artistic side to me that really would love to keep on playing that character for forever and ever. But the practical side of the entire ball of wax dictates something different.
I did notice, because I rewatched it today, Tom, and I did notice a lot of things. What I loved about your performance was I knew that you must have studied Ethan Phillips and Tim Russ and looked at some episodes, or
he came to the set. Tom came to the set for a week before, didn't you, Tom?
I did visit.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that.
Really? I did.
Oh my gosh,
that's awesome.
But I also it really helped that I knew them as
human. Yes,
I knew them as people. I knew what they were doing in terms of their characters, and I knew what their characters were meant to be. But I also knew each of them.
Yes.
Yeah. So for me, it became a really open book on mixing and matching at any given moment whose was more dominant and whose was more recessive. Wow. And it opened up every single scene to a multitude of possibilities.
Right.
The same line being interpreted by Neelix would not be delivered and have as much as it would have a totally different meaning if delivered by Tuvok.
Yeah.
So for me, it was one of the more joyous experiences I've had as an actor of 40 plus years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lisa can speak to the way the dialogue was written, because right in the middle of a paragraph, the two characters would switch. So he would start off as Tuvok, and by the time he got down the end of the paragraph, he was Ethan, he was Neelix, and it would you would go back and forth. It was a lot of those lines were so nuanced.
Yeah, they
went back and forth within the dialogue, within the phrases,
but seamlessly though, seamlessly,
absolutely.
But the other thing I noticed today, Tom, to give you some credit here, because sure, Ethan is awesome and Tim's great. but you were interpreting through your lens so you were kind of creating a third character, just like the story says, because you were taking their characteristics but putting it through your own, interpreting it through your experience in a way that was an original and wholly new kind of thing for me.
Well, what was really interesting was if there was a Neelix type reaction to something, there'd be this other side to the character, the Tuvok side, that would be sort of bemusedly disgusted. and when Tuvok would express himself, very very clinically. The Neelix character, I could feel this Neelix character going, "Oh, come on now." So there was, and Tim, you're right. The writing lent itself to the creation of this character with incredible directness and simplicity. It was a really, really good script.
Yeah. Well, I have to give credit to Ken Biller. He's the one that actually wrote the script. I was in the room when we were, developing the story and all that, but the dialogue was really Ken's, and I agree. He did a really good job balancing the characters.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Lisa. So Ken did the teleplay. Story was by Andrew Shepard Price and Mark Gaberman.
Yes.
Cliff Bull directed this. This is season 2, episode 24, late in the second season. But this story by Andrew and Mark, was that a spec script or was it a pitch? Do you recall?
It was a pitch. They had actually come in and pitched several times. And this was one time that I believe they pitched this story to Brandon. And when they came in, it was really just the basic premise of what if two characters got mixed together in the transporter. I don't think they even specified whether it was Tuvok and Neelix.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
who
then
made that?
who
Who ended up making that decision, Lisa? Narrowing in on that then.
Well, it came to all of us in the room, and so it was probably Brandon or Jerry Taylor. But I'm sure we all talked about who would be the most disparate characters that we could put together. If Harry and Tom got combined, that wouldn't be so unusual, because they're kind of, they have a lot in common already. But Tuvok and Neelix have so little in common that combining them would really make for an interesting combination.
And Tuvok sounds so much better than Hom. So
yes, it does.
Probably why.
Yes, it does.
The other thing I read, Lisa, confirm or deny, I read that the original pitch was kind of more a comedy, that it was kind of broader and sillier, and that it was taking.
I'm actually going to deny that because, I spoke to Mark Gaberman, who was one of the writers that pitched it. Actually, in anticipation of this panel, I wanted to get his input, and he said that they didn't pitch it as a comedy at all, that they pitched it as kind of a straightforward premise. But then when it came into the writer's room, some of the guys like Brandon and Ken and everybody started kind of joking around with it, that it sounded like kind of a wacky sitcom. They have these two, again, really opposite characters who are sort of forced to share a body. You could see how it might come across as kind of goofy.
We did another episode called Body and Soul that I directed later in the run, where the Doctor had to download into Seven's body. And so it was a bit of a Tuvok's premise where we had the Doctor inside Seven. So there was a combined sort of thing. That was comic, though. That was much lighter in tone.
Oh, yeah.
I would say. Yeah, much lighter. Yeah. So was it Ken that, since he wrote this, was it Ken that kind of came up with this idea? Because this is a very heavy episode.
It turns into one, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
Unbelievably heavy. Painfully heavy.
I think that's one of the hallmarks of the script, though, is that how this episode begins is not, and where it begins to head is not in the direction that it actually winds up.
Right.
There's a real twist coming that people do not see. There's a serious note that an audience could not predict was on its way, I don't think. And when it turns, it's one of those instances in which everything prior to the turn supports that turn completely. And I found that to be a compelling surprise.
Yeah, when your character, it's really touching to watch, and it's difficult to watch and listen to when you're pleading with her for your life. You're pleading.
Yeah,
right.
I remember that. Yeah,
that is a really tough scene to watch. It's really
the one on the bridge where he's like begging all the people.
It tugs at your heartstrings. Yeah, he's trying to make a case for staying alive, man. You know, I mean, and you can't but feel for him. You can help but feel for him because he's, you know,
oh, absolutely
wants to live. I mean, you're talking about, you know, basically killing him. So it's
is it the only? I once read it. It's the only example of an execution in all of the franchise.
Oh wow,
that could be.
I read that
possible.
once. Yeah,
I mean, I watched it again today, and I tell you, like, watching Janeway have to make this decision in the way that she sort of has to do it in such a kind of cold and you know cold manner. I felt like it kind of hurt her character, I'll be honest, a little bit. Like, I think she had to earn her way back from this episode.
Okay.
I think. So do you think she should have? Do you think she should have let him live then?
Well, I mean, if I was in the writer's room, what I might have pitched would be like, hey, they're in this dilemma. They can't decide. And Tuvix himself kind of heroically said, like, that is the biggest sacrifice he could make. Like, I understand that I've got to do this.
Well, we did talk about that in the room, you know, once we realized, but then we realized that we wanted to put Janeway in a really difficult position. Yep. You know, it's much more dramatically interesting if she has to make that really, really difficult call, you know, than if he did, you know, heroically sacrifice himself. I mean, you want to torture your characters as much as possible.
That makes total sense, Lisa. I have to agree with you. It would save her character if he stepped up and sacrificed himself voluntarily, but it does make it hard. The most amazing moment in that episode, every time I talk about it with people who ask me, the most amazing moment, the most incredible moment is after she greets myself and Neelix in the medical bay and walks out the door and walks down the corridor, and on the look on her face says the entire episode right there. That decision she made absolutely devastated her, and it reads on her face. It's an amazing moment. That's the moment that sums up the whole entire episode when she walks out of there, you know, like you just said, she has to carry that burden, and it's all over her face. You know, no one else could have done it. She had to do it, and she's just devastated by having to do that. It's the toughest thing she's had to do.
Yeah,
especially when you think that the event of the combination of the two was accidental.
Yes.
It wasn't something. So she, by executing Tuvix, she's not making up for a murder or anything like that. He has almost like it's a right to live because of this accident, and it's very. I wouldn't know where to begin to decide. It's a very complicated dilemma.
Complicated. Yes, very tough decision. And that's that fine line, you know, that fine line to make a choice.
It's a psychological. It's a catch-22 that I don't know that I've ever seen in any other piece of art.
No.
You know, cinematically, television. You know, I don't think I've ever seen that dilemma, that philosophical conundrum portrayed in any kind of relevant way that struck me as being emotional.
It would have to be science fiction to address it, you know, and that's what's amazing about
that's true.
Well, speaking of science fiction, like it's made up science, right? You know, the procedure that he said, it's black and white. You have to kill Tuvix or, you know, do away with Neelix and Tuvok, but it's made up science. Could there have been a thing the doctor said, like, you know, if you do this, we'll save some DNA. Maybe I can come up with in the future a way to, you know, to
bring Tuvix
back or something. I don't know. I just feel like it was such a black and white decision. It hurt me with the captain. It really did.
It hurts.
Do you remember in Jetrel, Jetrel wanted to recombine, to find the DNA of the people that he destroyed on Talax and believe that he could bring those people back to life. And so that's interesting that you say that maybe if they had been able to harvest the DNA from Tuvix, they could have created another creature. I'm sure if they wanted to, they could have. You know.
Yeah, but it was decided that she has to make an either or.
Absolutely,
it's a Sophie's choice, right?
The stakes are just so wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Painful,
absolutely
painful
true.
though.
Yeah, it's painful. No question about it being painful. It's painful to watch when you watch that episode. It hurts.
Yeah.
You know, it hurts because you feel for him, man. You know, he's coming to his own. He's like learning things. He's interacting with. I mean, it's just, it's rough.
He's a snazzy dresser.
He gets
I
that
loved
from
his
Neelix.
costume, the combo of the Neelix
Combo
and
of the Tuvok and Neelix
with all the
Bob
swirly
Blackman.
things.
Bob Blackman knocked it out of the park. He did a
Knocked
great
it out of
job.
the park.
There you go.
By the way, I rewatched it today. In the most dramatic moment when she says, "Go sit on that bio bed," and she's got the thing, and the camera pans over, they left the mark, the tape on the bed. Did anybody catch that?
No
yes,
way.
I went and rewound it.
Oh my god!
They left the
Oh my
tape.
God.
So when you went to
a
sit
boo-boo.
down on the bed, there was you know how they tape like the butt shape? They put the tape down. This is where you sit. It was still there in the cut.
Oh.
Wow.
Little detail.
Today they would have just taken it out with CGI.
Yeah.
Just that quick. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember, Tom? Cliff Bowl directed this episode. Do you remember working with Cliff, the director?
You know, I don't. That it was so long ago that I don't. I do remember that I had an enormous amount of respect for the methodology in place on set. Because you know I had become accustomed, like most actors, when you flub a line in the middle of a speech, you just take it you just take it again. You take a second, you wipe the slate clean, and then you pick it up from where you flubbed the line. And the method at the Star Trek set was to go back to the very beginning of the scene. So that you could not pick up lines just because you felt like it, you had to be very, very structured and disciplined in your memory. And at first, as an actor, I thought, well, wait a minute, why can't we? But then I really realized, this is the way it really should be. And I just remember having a lot of respect for all of the actors in terms of how well they discipline themselves.
It's interesting because that's when you're studying an instrument, a teacher. I studied the saxophone, and the teacher, if I flub something, you go back to the beginning of the song, or go back 10 bars back. Don't just start where you screwed it up, and you get the momentum, and you get into the timing and everything. And it's much more instructive and I think beneficial to the performance. So it's interesting. I see the same commonality there.
That's interesting. That's a great analogy. Tom, do you remember like the technobabble on Star Trek? Was that hard for you?
No. What is that what it was?
Yeah.
No, I do remember it, but boy, that I've got ultimate respect for you guys having to do that week in and week out, because that is a challenge. That is more of a challenge than medical crap.
I feel like I remember you and I talking about that on set at some point, like the technobabble stuff. I feel like maybe one of the early days that you were there, because we didn't have writers around. I mean, Lisa came down now and then, but we really didn't have like writer producers down on set.
That's
the way that we do now.
Yeah.
I remember we were talking about, because I used to always try to, in my head, I had to think of like, if I'm talking about the warp engines or something, I had to think about like a motorcycle engine or a car engine. It's the carburetor and the gas fuel line. And, I just had to think of some analogy that I could wrap my head around, because the fake science words meant nothing to me.
It was me and the words, and we went toe to toe.
I also find it interesting that Cliff Bowl directed this episode, because I love Cliff, but he was not an emotional guy. He was not like
he was a Vulcan in real life.
Yeah, he was a bit of a Vulcan Cliff Bull. He was just like, or a cowboy a little bit. He was
He
not
was a cowboy.
a cowboy Vulcan.
He was always he was a cowboy. Kind of had that. I mean, he'd have his blue jeans and boots on. I mean,
right.
And he walked in, and he had a hat. Didn't he have this hat or something, a cap on or a hat or something?
Probably.
No, I think he like had a bolo tie too.
Yeah,
I think he did.
He would saunter in there, like John Wayne and so.
He was in the tradition of John Huston, that old time director.
Yeah, he was an old time director. That's exactly. And he'd walk in and say, "Okay, let's do this," and he had that. I liked Cliff. I
did too. I totally liked him. But this is a really emotional, like nuanced, emotional episode, and Cliff is not that kind of guy. So I was just curious, like, Tom, if you remember, like, how that went for you.
To be honest with you, this was such a complex role, and it was, it was my first time doing being a part of the Star Trek universe, with the speed in which things have to happen on an episodic show, with the words that I was doing battle with, trying to juggle between these two characters and find the right moments that fit. I didn't really have much concern for what anyone else thought. I knew that I had to go with my gut instinct, and if someone looked at what I was doing and liked it, then that's great. Let's move on. What's the next piece? If they didn't, sometimes it just is what it was.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Because there was a lot to be able to try to process and access.
Yeah.
Given in this heavy episode with that much, back and forth between each character, not wanting to waste the crew's time and certainly not wanting to waste the production's time. I just got on with it. That's what I remember, really.
And you did it beautifully, and we want to thank you for going with your gut. And
I just remember
standing by that.
Tom and I knew each other prior to the show, and I remember thinking when he was cast, they could not have cast this role better than they did.
Oh, nice.
I agree.
Yeah.
I remember going, of course, who else would you go for this? I couldn't think of another actor that could do it.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, wait a minute. Lisa, confirm or deny. I heard that at one time they were talking about Ethan Phillips playing Tuvix. Is that true?
I think we were at one point. Yeah.
They discussed that with me, and I mean, I was willing to, but I don't. Nothing obviously ever came of it. But yeah.
I mean, no offense, Johnny, because I think you would have been phenomenal, but it was so much better to have a third person. To have that filter that you gave it,
it would have been a completely different. It would not have worked.
I totally agree. Yeah. They didn't come to me about that episode.
Well, they came to me, and I think they came to
everybody.
They came to me too. They said, "Garrett, do you want to play Tuvix?" And I was like, "No."
They went to
Martha.
Didn't they go to Billy Pete's as well? Did they go to Pete's?
They asked Billy Pete,
some of the crew.
But Tim, I said, why don't you go to Tim? And they just kind of shook their head and they said, no, we're going to ask Chacho. Chacho from Craft Services might be a better Tuvix.
You didn't know this, Tom, but it had been offered to Norman Fell. He turned it down. And you were secondary.
Old jokes.
It would not have made any sense. It makes much more sense for someone neutral to play that role. So
yes,
and I heard, Lisa, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, was there in the writers' room? Wasn't there some discussion about possibly having a malfunction between the transporter and the replicator, so that there would be a roast beef sandwich would be a half roast beef sandwich and half person. Wasn't there something along that line?
I believe you were right.
Yeah, a really interesting story.
They were going to do.
Well, I could have done that. I could have done that. I know a roast beef sandwich really well.
There you go.
Yeah, you play. I've seen you play a Philly cheesesteak before. And you're phenomenal. So.
A mix of tuvok and it. Go ahead.
Just don't ask me to play Thai food.
Thai food.
Well, Tom, you're a very delicate eater. You were the guy with the Snicker bars, correct?
Oh, that's right.
Yes,
That's right.
very delicate eater. on
I
Seinfeld. Oh my God.
I just want to remind everybody, we got 9 minutes left. I see $44,704. Come on, people.
Yeah.
Rod Roddenberry has committed $50,000. I would love to get close to 50 during this Tuvix panel.
Yeah.
That would be phenomenal. Tom, I got another question for you. The Kess and Tuvix relationship, I thought, was a really important part of the audience kind of experiencing that Tuvix is not the friends that we've gotten to know. Like, she was the point of view of, it's not Neelix though. I like Tuvix, but it's not Neelix. I miss Neelix. You know, I'm grieving Neelix. And I think a lot of that experience Kess was having is what informed Janeway to make the decision she made. It kept her perspective clear. Do you remember doing scenes with either Jennifer Lean or Kate Mulgrew? And
I do remember doing scenes with both of them. And the Kess relationship was in a lot of ways the gateway to accessing a certain emotional place that I felt the character needed to be. You know, they were really good scenes because they were love scenes, you know, in just some of the most possible best ways. You know, you can tell that, you know, there was a depth of emotion between the two of them, and I just remember her being a very gracious actress, and as far as Kate goes, she was the pro's pro. I mean, she was rock solid. She, you know, was very direct, and she was also extremely giving as an authority figure. It's kind of hard sometimes to find actors and actresses who will give you as much as you are giving them, and she was able to do that. So
yeah, Kate was really good. I feel like in our entire series with maintaining that authority and strength of the captain, but also communicating empathy and emotion in a great way. She was very good at that.
She was the captain. There was no make no mistake about it. And
she grabbed that mantle right from the get-go.
Yeah,
that's Katie, man, and her personality has that same sort of, you know, back and forth. She's a hopeless romantic. We all know that. At the same time, she doesn't take any shit from anybody at the same time. She's tough as nails. But that's exactly the way she was. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it made my job so much more pleasant and easier to have everybody that I worked with on that show, on that episode. I have no bad memories whatsoever. I don't have one, you know, negative thought about my time on that show. And all of the actors were everybody was a pro, you know. I mean, even young Garrett.
Well, yes, sometimes.
Okay, so that was the Neelix side of me speaking.
Very funny. Tom, have you done conventions? Have you ever been to a Star Trek convention?
No, I haven't.
Wow. The fans would love to see you there, and I would love to hear what they say to you. Like what?
Yeah.
What people someone wants to figure out a way that I can do that.
Tom, I'll help you. I'll help you with that.
Garrett knows the way to do that. Yeah.
I will help.
All right,
Tom
great,
with
Garrett.
that.
I'd jump right in.
You would be a hit. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. You would.
I think it would.
You'd have the longest line.
It would make sense to have him at the
Vegas.
The Vegas show. Yeah.
Las Vegas would be the place to go.
That's the place to go. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody
All right,
here
Tom,
asked.
I'll get in touch with
Somebody
you.
here asked if Tom Paris would turn into a salamander and have babies with Tuvix. That was
gosh.
That would be combining Threshold and Tuvix,
Together.
two of the most incredible episodes of Voyager.
Right. Yeah. That's still to this day my favorite episode.
Threshold?
Yes, Threshold, yes.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most hated episodes, even more than Tuvix, Tom. Threshold is more hated.
I don't remember that, and I don't think I've seen it at all. So it's
okay.
Sorry.
Oh God.
So I have a question for Robbie and Garrett.
Yes.
The bridge scene that Tim was referring to earlier, where Tuvix is kind of making a plea for his life.
Yes.
We never really see what the other characters think about that. What do you think that Paris and Kim would have said?
Well, Paris looked away. I don't know if you remember this, Tom, but like you looked down to Tom at one point, and the way that I played it was like, I got to know you a little, but I don't want to be involved, which I found confusing. I didn't know what my choice was.
I think that was the one moment that in that episode that was a little not where it should have been. I think that scene, I think all of us, it seemed like we just came back for lunch or something. Like all of our reactions were not engaged.
We're like,
as well
we
as
want to
they could
stay
have
out
been.
of it.
We all were like, no, we can't help out. Sorry, it was just
But
bizarre.
that's totally understandable. I mean,
Yes, but I think I would have had a real hard time watching that happening, and I would have been more crestfallen and more heartbroken because I'd gotten to really like Tuvix, and the time that Harry was, dealing with Tuvix, and I feel like he would have had some, there would have been more emotion. I just watched that scene and I go like, why isn't Harry? There needs to be some reaction shot on some of the other characters closer up and seeing how they reacted to that. That would have been nice.
Was there, Lisa, any? Because the one thing I would have liked to have seen in this story, since it was so hard to decide whether to get rid of Tuvix because supposedly time had passed and we had all gotten to know him well. He had become a member of the crew. But I don't feel like we saw a lot of scenes about that. Like we saw some scenes with Cass, and we saw a scene or two with Janeway, but we didn't see any scenes with Tuvix kind of hanging out with Harry or hanging out with B'Elanna in engineering or having dinner with everybody. I don't know. I wish we had that. For me, that would have helped a little bit if we had seen him building relationships around with the other crew.
Yeah,
that would have been nice.
Yeah, and then having to, like that moment, like you said, it's on the bridge, that would be, I think, Robbie's intuition to kind of turn away or not say anything or feel like, I don't, or that's awkward, man, because it's not your decision and you're glad it's not your decision.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a relief knowing that I don't have to be the one calling.
You don't have to make that call, Yeah.
Well, we could reshoot it. We could go back.
Yeah, let's redo the whole episode. Yeah, I'm ready.
I think you're right. We should just reshoot the whole, and change it so that he doesn't come, he's not, separated and we don't come back and.
Okay, I've got a few contractual problems.
We've got less than a minute on that clock. I don't know if
you want me to do the outro. Can I do the outro? I'll do.
You could do an outro. I don't know how close they're going to be to this, but
yeah. Well, I'm going to say
Go to the QR code.
Yes.
Give money.
There you
go.
Over
$45,000. Keep going.
Yeah. So Robbie and I would just want to thank everyone for showing up here. Lisa Klink, Ethan Phillips, Tim Russ, and the lovely Tom Wright. So thank you for tuning in to Trek Talks 3, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. And please consider donating at www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks, or scan the QR code, as Robbie said, on your screen, or text TREK, that's capital TREK, to 53-555. Thanks, everyone. It was wonderful. Great to see you, Tom.
Thank you. Good to see you, Tom.
Good to see you. It's good to see everybody.
Yes, sir.
Garrett, hook me up. Las Vegas.
I will.
Come,
yes.
Baby.
We're going to work on this. We're going to work on this, Tommy. Okay.
Welcome to the Hollywood Food Coalition. Our longest standing program is our community dinner program, which is located right here in Hollywood, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The team prepares a 5-course restaurant-style meal from rescued food through our community exchange. At the dinner, we strive to create a welcoming and dignified experience that allows us to build trusting relationships with all of our guests.
To be able to plan a menu as a chef, to be able to provide nutritional meals as a chef for our guests, the idea of hospitality really does excite me.
On average, we serve about 200 to 250 free nutritious meals each night to our unhoused and low-income Angelinos, with absolutely no barriers. Leveraging this trust, our community wellness program identifies barriers to meeting their additional health and housing needs. We collaborate with other local nonprofits to more effectively provide services such as housing navigation, physical, mental health care, and other essential services.
We partner with UCLA so that people who are not comfortable going to the hospital can come in and get regular medical care. We have the UCLA Vision Clinic, we have showers, we have haircuts. We try and do all the things that people might need to have access to and make it easy for them to have access in one location.
Our Community Exchange is one of our newest programs. It was launched in May of 2020 in response to circumstances brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. There were businesses who wanted to help by contributing their excess food that would otherwise go to waste. And there were also a growing number of nonprofits who struggled to access nutritious foods for their communities. Leveraging technology, we developed a concierge service that allows nonprofits to customize the quantity and type of food they want to receive.
We are able to bring in larger donors like farms, distributors, and grocery stores to greatly improve the quantity and quality of food that we are able to rescue and provide to our dinner program and provide to our neighboring community organizations that are feeding those in need.
To date, we have served over 130 small and medium-sized nonprofits who would have otherwise been unable to collect from traditional food banks.
Some of the temporary shelters that we serve only have like a little hot plate, so they love the fresh romaine, the cucumbers, the squash, all of these fresh tomatoes and things you can eat, just really fresh salads. They absolutely love getting all of the fresh stuff.
There's so many stories about why people fall out of housing or fall out of employment. But at the end of the day, everybody is a human being. At the end of the day, if no one has spoken to you nicely, if no one is treated like a human being, you get to come here, and everybody who comes here respects you as a human being, talks to you, engages with you, gets to know your name, and helps you connect again with being a person of value.
Thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 to benefit the Hollywood Food Coalition. Hi, everyone. I'm Bill Smith.
And I'm Dan Davidson. And we're here to tell you how you can make your secure donation to Trek Talks. It's so incredibly easy to do that even Bill could do it. First, you can go to the Trek Talks portal on GiveButter at givebutter.com/TrekTalks3. Or you can take out your cell phone and text the word Trek to 53555. You can also scan the QR code that you'll see on your screen to go directly to GiveButter to make your donation.
Plus, new this year, you'll see an auction tab on the top of the GiveButter portal. We have 4 silent auctions going this year. 2 of the auctions are for a magical night of tomfoolery, as described by John Billingsley at LA's legendary Magic Castle, with John and with Bonnie Gordon for yourself and one companion. The other 2 auctions are for a Vegas cocktail party with the stars during Creation Entertainment's 2024 Vegas Con, thrown by our dear friend Amy Britton.
Now, past celebrity guests have included Robert Picardo, Nana Visitor, Anthony Montgomery, Dominic Keating, Connor Trinneer, Sirach Lofton, Rod Roddenberry, and others, just to name a few. You never know who's going to show up at this party, and trust me, it's always a great time.
You can get all the details by going to the auction tab on the Trek Talks 3 GiveButter portal. Every dollar donated goes to help the tremendous work being done by HoFoCo, and your help is greatly appreciated.
And remember, your donation to Trek Talks 3 may be tax deductible, so be sure to check with your tax advisor on its eligibility.
On behalf of the entire production team, thank you so much for watching Trek Talks 3 and for supporting the Hollywood Food Coalition. There are more great panels coming up, so stay with us.
Hey, everybody. Sister Tamia here from the Sci-Fi Sisters, and I'm joined by none other than the most wonderful Nana visitor, Major Kira Nerys from Deep Space Nine. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Tamia. I'm happy to be here.
Oh, we're so happy to have you here. I'm excited to be here with you. Trek Talks 3, celebrating and benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. It's a really exciting time. You guys, I'm looking at this number. We're at 45,000. We get up to 50,000 and Rod Roddenberry is going to match, baby. So we need to, yes.
Please, come on. Let's do it.
We can get this up to 50,000, right? I mean, and all of those fans out there who are super fans of the character of Kira Nerys, this is your time to shine. Let it be known to everybody that this is the time that you choose to drop your money on this cause. Come on now, we can do this.
Come on, let's get it up there.
Okay, so I'm going to start back in the beginning in Deep Space Nine.
Yep.
And you know, I was a little bit beforehand, I was just telling you how much Kira meant to me. You know, Kira was a character, one of the first characters that I ever saw on television that I really related to. And I felt like I sort of grew up with her. I really matured along with her character. And I was watching Deep Space Nine in college, and a lot of I was like really pro-Black, like, yay, I just started learning Black history and I was like down with the man and all this stuff, you know, and I felt very revolutionary minded at that time. And I felt like Kira, when she came out of, you know, she's coming out of the Cardassian War occupation. When we meet her, she's a freedom fighter or a terrorist, depends on the point of view. But to me, in my mind, she'll always be a freedom fighter. And, you know, but she was sort of shell-shocked with the world, and she saw things in a really black and white way, you know, but then she really matures and becomes this woman of a lot of grace and a lot of nuance, and she has a more refined way and more knowledge of looking at the world and experiencing the world, you know. And I wanted to know if there was anything about Kira that got imprinted on Nana. Like, what did Kira bequeath to Nana?
She bequeathed to me this freedom that I had never experienced. The way I actually was as a woman, that I had to control into something that was adaptable and acceptable, especially in Hollywood. I suddenly, because I had a little thing on my nose, I wasn't human. I behaved the way I wanted to. And look at those first scenes. I am back talking the lead actor on the show, and I am not the evil woman. I'm not in the box of evil woman. I am equal to him. And that, I had never done that as an actor, not once, not allowed. So that was like opening a door, and I peeked around and I went, I'm running into this, and I'm going to take it and do with it everything that I want. She's going to have appetites. She's going to make mistakes. She's going to have the full spectrum of human emotions, and not just what's polite and easy to accept for people. And people didn't accept her all the time. They found her annoying. They found her too much. It's like, what are you? What are you supposed to be? That's the ginger right there, to not be in a box, to be just this entity. And that was pretty great. And I certainly took those thoughts with me.
I think that's so cool. I mean, like, to just be human. You don't have to play according to these boxes that people expect, you know, certain reactions or, you know, certain points of view. And I'm just human. You know,
Right.
I see that parallel a lot with Black performers, with Black creators and actors. It just, there's an impetus in the community that, you know, for a while there, like, you have to be perfect. You have to be like Huxtables, you know, or on the other end, people want you to be like a drug dealer or something, you know, like, if you fit in these, you have to fit in these boxes, but it's really hard to just be human.
It becomes performative. And as a woman in the 90s, I found myself becoming performative in my life. The culture has such a gravitational power on you. You find yourself living kind of like this. You're not standing straight and who you are. At least that was my experience. And it takes really, it was very interesting to go back and critically think about all these things and look at it and go, wait a minute, how far did I go away from who I am, who I actually am? And I have to say, in her rawest form, that was me at the time. You know, it was almost like my anger was so big because I'd never let it out before. So I didn't know how to control it, you know, like you go through a time when you're a child. It was almost like being a child, because you learn as a child, you get angry and then you know how to modulate it and bring it back and do what's appropriate. It just felt like I'm angry and I don't know what to do with it because I've never let it out before. And as a character, I felt that interesting place.
Yeah, she was amazing. We could see that interesting place. You know, we could see Kira experimenting. We could see her begin to relax and breathe at some point, you know, and then we saw her start to fly. We saw the back straighten, you know, we saw her walk with a different type of confidence, a confidence, not bravado. And, you know,
yes, well said. Yes.
Yeah. She was. Yeah. And then, you know, and from that, like, I mean, I know that I was out there, I was watching her and I was growing with her. I was feeling everything that she was going through. And to this day, that character remains one of the dearest characters to my heart, you know. And you were talking a little bit before we came on about rewatching Deep Space Nine now, you know, and I'm wondering. And first of all, I think that's really cool because, you know, Trek fans, we watch it continuously, right? we watch our favorite Trek over and over and over and over again, right? You know, and all the time. So we're constantly looking at like, oh, I didn't see that. And we're constantly thinking about, but what types of things are you noticing now that you're watching it that maybe you weren't catching while you were doing it? You know, like maybe you have a little bit of space from it now.
What I'm noticing is that the things that I worked on came through, and I didn't know at the time if they did or not. A different attitude toward violence, you know, so often violence toward women. It was a whole women in peril thing of, I think, the 80s and 90s. I'm not sure it stays in those 2 decades, but women in peril was kind of sexy. And there was that element to it. And I was very interested in taking that out and making the violence be just a little more, no one knows what's going to happen here. And everyone's scared. And there's an energy in the room and no one knows what's going to happen. It's not, I'm powerful and you're not. It's like a ping pong ball violence sometimes. And I was very interested in having that land. And I felt like it did here and there. And also just, well, as you and I were talking about, the fact that there were guest stars that gave our characters such an opportunity to have to grow, such as Louise, the unbelievable Louise Fletcher, because coming up against her, there was no chance that any kind of power that Kira had was going to work. She was going to have to do more than that. She was going to have to become political and figure that out. And there was a real art through all of that until there's this, I can't remember what show it was, but I'm in the Defiant and I could see the way I was in the chair. I wasn't fighting to be there. I wasn't trying to prove that I should be there. I was just guiding this ship where it needed to go.
Yeah.
And I loved seeing that.
I love that too. I love that too. I mean, her growth was so amazing. I remember, one of the things I thought that was so interesting for her character is that I thought was genius on the writer's behalf. And I don't know, I wonder how you felt about it at the time, was for her to go from uh, opposing the Cardassian occupation to then teaching the Cardassians how to resist.
Brilliant. I mean, and that was totally visited. That started in Duet.
Yes.
Where she sees this man who she's ready to execute as soon as possible, and then sees this entity that is not at all, I mean, talk about having a prejudicial idea and being so wrong. She was so wrong about who he was and how he felt about it. And I thought that was incredible writing, incredible acting on Harris Yulin's part. And it was the beginning of Kira cultivating herself.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's so beautiful. That episode was brilliant. You guys, I'm looking at this total right here. It's 45,000 that we're up to, $45,641. Roddenberry's going to match us if we make it to 50.
Oh my goodness. How much time do we have?
We have 18 minutes left in this panel. So come on, guys. We're trying to get to 50 on our panel. Let's go. We can do it.
Yes, please. Let's make it.
We can make it. If you're fans of Kira Nerys, if you're a Deep Space Nine fan lurking out there, this is your time to shine, baby. So I've got, all right, we're getting some good ones coming in. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Thank you
so much.
So I want to switch gears a little bit because I want to bring us up into the present. I've been thinking a lot lately, as a sci-fi sister, I've been thinking about the power of sisterhood. And I've been thinking about how we as women lift each other up and support each other, or we can bring each other down. But more importantly, the beauty of lifting each other up, because I know that my other sci-fi sisters support me and lift me up and make me know that I can accomplish anything, and I really, it's so special, that type of support that we as women can do, the ways that we communicate and all these wonderful things. And I'm looking at you doing this work now on the women in Trek, like you're starting a project now. It's a retrospective of women in Star Trek. And I was wondering if you could speak to, your reasoning behind why you really wanted to do this project and what forms it's taking and, what you want to leave with that.
Yeah, actually, it's finished and it's being published in October.
Yay.
Robin reminded me of someone wonderful in my Instagram world who keeps me up on what's going on with me. Because I usually have no idea. But yeah, it just what you're talking about is one of the things that resonated so much, speaking with all these women, not just the women that were behind the scenes, but the women who watch the show. And it's very convenient if we are not supporting each other. And back in the day, I mean, I'm 66 years old. I certainly came from a time where women were told, one of you is the winner, everyone else loses. So you're out for yourself, especially in Hollywood, in many, many ways. And that was so convenient for everybody, wasn't it? To have us, because we are such a force when we are supporting each other. And there is such diversity in every way with women, with the way women are feminists, the way they live their lives, what they're capable of, what they come from. Do they come from trauma? Did they have none in their lives? We're all starting, this march from a different starting point, but we're all in that march together. And what I found is the more I understood where everyone came from, how their lives formed them, what they dealt with, Kate Mulgrew and Jerry and Roxanne and Terry, believe it or not, there were some things I never understood about Terry until we sat down for this book. The more I found myself watching them in social media, listening about the news and going, oh, that's great. Kate got something new. Great. I found myself invested in what they were doing, in them getting what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just because of intimacy, talking, communicating. And we don't do enough of it.
Yeah.
We don't do enough. There's something interesting that our subconscious does that's convenient for us. It's called heuristics. Our subconscious takes shortcuts to save our conscious brain from overworking,
Mm-hmm.
and so that it can think about the important things. But unfortunately, what that does is it causes bias. It causes heuristics is interested in speed. So in order to get speed, it doesn't get nuance. It doesn't get sophisticated thought. We have to bring to our conscious brain. So in order to bring things to our conscious brain, we need to critically think about these things. And to do that, what better way than with another human? We need to talk more.
Yeah, I love that. And we do. I really feel like, all my life I've been looking for the right creative outlet. And then I found my sci-fi sisters, and then we started talking. And the power of us just simply talking and speaking our truth has led to everything good in my life right now, and has led to really wonderful human beings that I'm connecting with that I might not ever have met, and I'm not just talking like celebrities. I'm talking about other fans that make this all worth doing.
Absolutely, without a doubt. And by the way, this audience is one of the most sophisticated, brilliant audiences I can imagine. And I know that firsthand. I've spoken to them and felt like, oh my God, what you do, your brain. I'll never forget. I was at some convention and this young man, I thought he was a young man to me, opened his computer and said, I just want to show you something. And it looked like something landing on something that looked like Mars. And that is such a good, wow. Did you do those graphics? He said, no, I helped that land on Mars. It was like, yeah, you did. Yes, you did. Just, it's the most unbelievable group of people. And not just in science, but in many, in health, in education, in so many therapists. It's really quite interesting how broad that spectrum is.
It's so true. It's so wonderful. We have the best fan base ever. We are the best fans ever for everything. And I can attest to it.
I am too.
Because look, we're up at $46,190, y'all. So yay. Keep it going. We're going in the right direction. We can do this, y'all. We got 10 minutes, about approximately 10 minutes to get this done.
This gone fast. All right.
I know. It's a lot of time flies when you're having fun.
Now, I can't remember what sci-fi sister it was, but when I spoke to you all, one of you said that the first time you saw Nichelle, she said, they all listened to her.
That was Fran. That was Sister Fran.
Yes. And that affected me so deeply. And when I think of Nichelle, and we must speak of Nichelle,
yes, all the time,
is the icon from which we all come, I think. She did something else. Besides everything she did for the space program, everything she did on the show, I will say that I learned the responsibility of being on Star Trek by watching her, by watching how she, and it was with purpose, and it was with complete love and respect. She wasn't one of these people that got off the stage and went, oh, I'm so glad that's over with. No, she was 100% there, and was until almost the end, when the last time I saw her. Everything else might have been shaky for her, but not her purpose.
That's right.
it was there, and I saw it as she was greeting her audience. So she was just a natural educator. She educated me.
I feel like that's a really powerful statement. I feel, that's the true meaning of legacy. And, and to know the power, to know exactly what it means to carry this, not weight, but this responsibility.
Yes.
And I'm so glad that you saw that, because I really feel like when it comes to what Trek means, it means so much to all of us, because it's a defining philosophy for us on how we want to live our lives, to understand that, to be a person who understands. And that's what I love about so many of our actors and actresses in this world, is that y'all get it. You get
Isn't
it.
that strange?
Yeah.
It's kind of strange when you think about it.
It's rare, right?
Yeah, but you know what? If you're called to, probably more people than not would answer that call, and just got the opportunity.
Yeah. And we're so grateful for it, because it's in good hands. And I think about what you do. I think about when I think of you, I think there's a phrase that I use sometimes that I love, is generosity of spirit. And I see a woman of grace and dignity, right? But I see that generosity because you give of yourself with Mama Nanad. Like, you take time to give to other people. And it seems like every time we've been in a conversation together, your objective is to really understand other human beings and to really leave them with some nuggets to grow from. And it is such a beautiful thing. Can you talk to us about doing Mama Nana on Instagram and how that started? And
Yeah, of course I had, I was doing this character who had great trauma, and I had great trauma in the middle of the show, and it was something that took me. I just kept working. The next time my character was in, I was in and working. So I never thought about it for 20 years until I got healing. And I had an incredible opportunity to have a doctor who went, here, this is something about your brain. Read this. Here, this is your nervous system. And I started to understand what it was to be human and how to manage being human. And during the pandemic, I saw so many people with so much anxiety. And I never stopped. That doctor just started my journey, and I got fascinated with neuroscience, and I never stopped learning. And it was like, oh my God, my sons get annoyed at me when I talk too much about fascia and how to get rid of it in your body. It's like, oh God, here she goes again. And I felt like I was going to do that with the audience, but it was such a need. It was like jumping out of me to go, here, this could help. And if one person is helped by me saying this, that's great. The rest of you might be going, oh my God, this is so boring. But one of you may just be ready to hear this information. And that's mentorship, teaching, sharing, communication. That is the only thing that excites me now.
I love it. I mean, that's what I was going to ask you. Like, what makes you happy now? What fills your spirit now?
That's it. Communication, sharing, figuring out. Look, there was this chaplain I talked to, Chaplain Mel Bars O'Malley in the Army, and she told me so eloquently that why she loves Star Trek and what she brings out onto the battlefield with her is 3 ideas: hope, courage, and the fact that none of us are ever alone. And that last part, we are not alone. We have to make that true. And we have this media, we're doing it right now. We're connecting. And that is where I live now.
I love that. I love that because it comes through, I mean, I listen to those posts on Instagram. I feel calmed. Sometimes I feel really invigorated. It feels like a little balm right across my soul, you know, and I think like, oh, this is really fantastic work, you know, that you that you're doing. I could, and your voice particularly is very soothing. Like there's just something about your voice that it's so wonderful to my ears at least. And it just, and here you mhm.
I love that. And I think it's generational too. I'm an older woman in the position to go, look, you all are, you know, doing this and that and raising children and having this. Right now, I've been reading. Let me tell you what I'm learning, because I have the time to do that. So, and I have the heart to do that.
Well, that's the most important thing. You have the heart to do it. You know, I mean, it really speaks to, you know, it really speaks to. Before we go, I just want to make sure people know what the title of your book is that's coming out.
Open a channel. And that's it. Open a channel. Find a frequency that works. That part isn't the book. It's just open a channel. But I do believe we need to find frequencies. If we can't talk on this frequency together, we got nothing going on there. Let's find another one where we can. There is one where we can all speak. Star Trek is a frequency we speak on, and a great one. And we meet here, and it's like we can just start. We can just go, you and I.
Right.
We don't have to, you know, where are you from, all that stuff. No, we just go deep dive into the real stuff.
Right. Speaking of real stuff, I had a question about, you've been in the, you've grown up in entertainment. You know, your family was really famous entertainers. You were surrounded in this industry. So you've seen a lot in this industry. And we have about 3 minutes left, but I was just wondering, you know, as far as women's roles in this industry, what you've seen change, like, how have we, in your eyes, have we moved the needle forward? Where do we still need to go?
Well, in terms of Star Trek, when I look at Strange New Worlds and I see that they're all shapes, sizes, diversity, there's everything. No one has to fit in some kind of box. I go, we've come a long way. When I talk to those young women and I say, you know, how much did you feel like you had to be performatively female in order to get this role? And they go, what? What? I go, great.
Yeah.
We are making changes, and having women on the crew and in the writer's room and as producers and people who are, you know, running the shows. Of course, that's going to make an enormous difference. But I think there's, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 back. There's always a little reactionary thing that goes on. But I do believe these young women now, like Sonequa Martin Green, I completely expect to see her running an empire one of these days, a creative empire.
Absolutely.
Because I don't like the hierarchical thing, but creatively, I think she could have a lot going on, because she truly walks her talk.
She does.
And I was talking to all the women before I talked to her on her show. I'll say this quickly because I'm sure we have to go off. But, you know, I was like, what? They all love her so much. Does she pay them? This is weird. Did they drink Kool-Aid? And now they all think that she's, you know. And then I spoke to her. And she is thoughtful. She looks at herself. She's ready to wonder if it's her or what's going on. Honest, deep. I am blown away by that young woman, and I expect great things of her. And she's one of the people now that I am rooting for in the industry.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like we got the luxury, we had the beauty of interviewing her once before, and I felt like that too, but really impacted. Just like when we got to interview you the first time. And I'm going to say thank you so much for being part of this. You guys, I want you all to be able to please donate. Thank you so much, Nana, for visiting us. This is a fundraiser, y'all, for the Hollywood Food Coalition, and they do some amazing work. So please scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen or go to www.givebutter.com /Trek Talks 3, or you can text Trek, TREK, to 53555. Okay, y'all, we love you very much. Bye. Peace, love, and hair grease.
Hey, everybody. I'm here with Ken Biller, who is, I'm sure all of you know, was one of the producers on Voyager and worked his way up from writer all the way up until showrunner.
Yes.
Welcome, Ken. How are you?
I'm good. I'm super happy to be here and to talk to you, Ian.
It's been years since we've chatted. I know we've exchanged a couple of emails, but it's been years since we've actually talked, especially in person.
Yes. I'm shocked sometimes at how much time has gone by since my Voyager days, you know, especially when I run into or have a chat with Brannon or any of the actors, Bob Picardo, who I'm in touch with, and it's just sort of shocking sometimes about how long ago it was.
There you go. All right, so let's warm up with the speed round. Fast questions, short answers. Ready?
Okay, I'll try.
Best episode ever of any Star Trek.
Oh my goodness. Maybe I'm gonna say Best of Both Worlds from The Next Generation, which was the episode that I first watched when I was being considered to write on the show, and I wasn't really a big Trek aficionado. I didn't really know Next Generation. I knew the movies, and I watched that and I thought, wow, this is great. I would love to work on this.
Personal favorite character?
Oh, that's tough because, you know, I'm sort of friends with a lot of these actors, but probably I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but probably the Doctor on Voyager, Bob Picardo. He was really fun to write for, and I really enjoyed that, and always enjoyed Bob. So he was probably one of my favorites. Yeah.
The guest star you were shocked to land for Voyager.
Oh my goodness. The Rock. We had The Rock before he was, you know, the biggest box office star in the world, on an episode written by my protege, Rob Doherty, called, I believe, Tsunkatse.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The guest star you wanted but could not get for Voyager.
Oh gosh, that's a tough one. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer or remember that. Guest star I tried to get but couldn't get. I'm sure there were a number, Ian. I'm sorry. Nothing's coming to mind. At the moment.
Worries.
If I think of it later, I'll tell you.
You got it. The Trek bit of sci-fi that you want to see become a reality.
Oh, well, so much of it has become reality, right? I mean, we all talk on our little phones and we have watches now. I don't have one. So much of it. I mean, I guess some of the medical technology that, was saving lives, curing or treating diseases that we're not able to cure today. So I probably some of the medical technology.
All right, now that we're warmed up, let's get into more detail with some stuff. First, why was it important to you to participate in this today?
Well, I got an email from John Billingsley, who I never worked with on Star Trek, but coincidentally, I directed John in an episode of a show that he was one of the stars of, called Intelligence. And so we got to know each other a little bit that way, and we had a fun time working together. Of course, that was also many years ago. So he reached out to me and asked me if I would participate, and explained to me that it was for the Hollywood Food Coalition, and explained to me all the great work that the Hollywood Food Coalition does. And that's a little something that's kind of near and dear to my heart, because my wife has been on the board for years of another Hollywood organization that does outreach and housing and all sorts of services for homeless youth in Hollywood. And so immediately when I understood what the cause was, I was in. And then I got excited because I thought I was going to get to do a panel with Garrett and Robbie, but then it turned out I was traveling for work at exactly the time that this panel was happening, and I wasn't able to change that, but I wanted to participate anyway. So when I got asked would I do this interview instead, I said, yeah, sure, no problem. So
you're stuck with me is basically what you're saying.
Happy to be talking to you. Yeah. I'm probably better, Garrett and Robbie would probably roast me in some way and do something to embarrass me, but I would have loved to have been on with those guys. So I don't know if they're watching this, but hi to those guys.
I hear you. All right, so we're fast closing in on 30 years since Voyager started. We're not quite there, but we're closing in on it. How surreal is that? I mean, it boggles my mind. I mean, just look at the poster behind me. I've had that forever.
Crazy. Yeah. No, it's bizarre, you know. I mean, I still think I'm, you know, a kid like I was when I started working on the show. And it just doesn't make sense to me that all that time has gone by, and I can kind of get thrown back into it really quickly. So yeah, it's amazing.
Now, you rose through the ranks on Voyager, and I'm going to apologize for the length of this, okay? The hats you wore included executive story editor, writer, co-producer, producer, supervising producer, executive producer, showrunner, and director. So what were the biggest lessons you learned on Voyager that carried over to the subsequent parts of your career?
Yeah, I mean, I probably the biggest thing that comes to mind immediately is just, you know, the process of breaking stories, which is what we call it when we go into the room as a staff and figure out, you know, every single scene of an episode, which is a highly collaborative process. And I would say that learning that skill, that craft from Michael Piller was probably the thing that has been most significant in my career as I have gone on to run other writers' rooms and mentor other writers and sort of pass on Michael's wisdom to a whole group of other people. And then, of course, just the collaborations with, you know, Brandon Braga and Jerry Taylor and all of that. And also, you know, Rick Berman gave me my first shot to direct. I believe at the time I was the first writer to have directed an episode. Of course, many of the actors were given opportunities to direct, and many of them, like Robbie McNeil and Roxanne Dawson, have gone on to big directing careers. But directing has become a big part of my career, it was Rick Berman who gave me that first opportunity. So I'd say that sort of the combination of learning those story breaking skills and getting a shot to understand what it meant to direct would be two huge legacies and gifts that I was given by Star Trek.
There you go. All right, which episode of Voyager? Now, I've heard variations of this, which is your favorite episode. I'm not going to ask it that way. Which is the one you are proudest to have your name on, and why?
There's an early episode, one of the first episodes I wrote, which was called Faces, and it was I think it was I could be wrong about this, but I believe that before I came on board, Michael and Jerry had bought a kind of a premise about the B'Elanna character getting split in half in some way. And they weren't sure what to do with it. And they kind of handed it off to me and said, here, kid, like, take a crack at this. And I wrote, Michael used to have us write these really, they were really challenging, these prose documents that would kind of tell the story of the episode before we would go into the room and break all the scenes. And I just kind of had an inspiration, you know, it's kind of a familiar Trek premise in a way, you know, a character getting divided, or doppelgangers, there were Riker doppelgangers and Picard doppelgangers. And so it was kind of an old trope, I think, of Star Trek, but I kind of found a way into it where I realized that it was really all about identity and B'Elanna's struggle with being of mixed species and what that had been like for her. And I kind of hooked into that. And I wrote this document, and Michael always said, like, that's how I kind of made my bones on Star Trek. So I remember that as something I was really proud of. Yeah, I would say.
There you go. Now, I watched the series finale again just recently, and it holds up really, really well.
I'm so glad to hear that.
But I want to ask a question that a lot of fans have asked over the years, which is, how much discussion was there about having the Voyager crew back home, returning to their lives for a little bit for an episode or two before, tying the bow on the show, versus bringing them home at the precipice of that moment where they were about to experience all of that?
Yeah, I think I would say probably a lot. I mean, I think we for quite a long time we were discussing and wrestling with, how are we going to do this? How do we? It's funny. It's kind of a metaphor that writers use for other scripts, but in this case it was literal. How do we land the ship? You know, writers talk about when they write a script and they've got all the balls in the air, and, you know, how do you land the ship? So that was like really a literal question for us about how we were going to do that. And I think that Brannon and you know, Brannon had kind of moved on a little bit to work on Enterprise for that last season, but he came back into the process with me and Rick, and eventually I think I pulled Rob Doherty in to try to figure out what we were going to do. And my recollection is that we spent a lot of time brainstorming and talking about, well, could we bring them back, you know, like you said, 4 episodes before the end, and could we not bring them back at all? You know, is the ending really that these people are just on an ongoing journey, and that's their, you know, that's home for them, and home is not San Francisco or wherever we were trying to get them. So I think the answer is a lot. We had a lot of discussion about it, and we struggled with, I think, how to do it in a way that was satisfying. And when we went back and looked at some of the other finales or big episodes of shows, I think there was a moment where we kind of said, oh, and we talked about, you know, are all the characters going to make it? Are all the characters going to survive? What's going to happen? And I think there was a moment, I might be giving myself more credit than I deserve, but I think there was a moment where I said, you know, guys, what's missing from all of these discussions is if we look at some of these other finales and these great 2-part episodes of Star Trek, there's often a time travel element involved. And I think that's kind of what kicked off this idea that we could have our cake and eat it too, in a way, which was to kind of surprise the audience and start with, oh, Voyager's got home a long time ago. But wait a second, and Janeway's, you know, aged, you know, and wait a second, not everybody made it, you know, and what happened? And so we kind of had our cake and eat it too by saying that really everybody didn't survive. And then it became, you know, a character piece for Janeway doing what Janeway always did, which was everything and anything she could possibly do, pushing all of the boundaries and all of the limits to save and protect her crew. And so that included this idea. I honestly don't remember a lot of the details of the episode very much, but this idea of her turning back time to fix what went wrong and you know, save the crew members that didn't make it. So I think that there was a lot of discussion about that. And as of course, as I'm sure you did remember, we did want to surprise the audience in certain ways too, which leading up to the finales. So it was very poignant and sad, but hopefully uplifting for him, like we left Neelix behind.
Right.
So there were things that we wanted to do to not jam it all into the last episode.
Right.
You know, we were under a mandate for a long time that, you know, every episode had to be standalone, but we kind of got some permission from Rick and I guess the network once we were in that last season that we could be a little more serialized, because the idea was at that point, anybody who's watching now, you know, knows what happens and knows what's happened, and we don't need to like hit the reset button for every episode. So we were allowed to be a little more serialized, you know, and start to get communication with home, get a little bit closer, and sort of build it to that finale.
There you go. If the phone rang tomorrow and they said, hey, let's visit the crew, would you redo it? Would you go back? Even for a one-off TV movie?
Probably, yeah, probably. I've been asked a few times whether I was available to get involved in some of the new iterations of Star Trek, and I just, you know, haven't been available, or maybe they didn't need me, but it's come up a couple of times, and it's certainly intriguing. I mean, of course, I love those characters, and I lived with those characters and the actors who played them and the writers that I worked with for a lot of years. So I have a deep fondness for them. If you're asking me if I have an idea, I don't, but I'm sure if you know, somebody called me and said, hey, we really want to do this, and the cast really wants to get together, and we have a kernel of an idea, or here's a big check for you to come up with an idea. Probably suddenly my imagination would get fired up. Just
going
being
to overtime. There you go. All right, now some fans, if we're being honest, did not seem to appreciate Voyager in its day, right?
That's true. Yeah.
And now coming full circle, over the years, new fans have loved it, and the old fans have revisited it and said, hey, you know what? This was really pretty good. We should have appreciated it more at the time. What's that like to, what was it like back in the day, and what's it like now to see that reappreciation of the work?
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, I'm not so in touch with, on a day-to-day basis or even a year-to-year basis, what like the mood is among the fans. I will say, I run into people now who, ask me about my career, who I'm old enough now that I've had a lot of people say, oh my God, that was my favorite show when I was a kid. That's how old I am now. That was my favorite show when I was a kid, and I watched that with my dad. And I find that so gratifying to know that. And I think that there was more of that than maybe I was aware of at the time, because I was certainly aware of the criticisms at the time. We were running concurrently with Deep Space Nine, which had a very passionate fan base. We were coming in kind of just after Next Generation, which was, of course, beloved. And so I was aware of the criticisms, and because mostly the criticisms would come sort of from the most vocal people. So sometimes you forgot that actually there were a lot of people that loved what you were doing. So it's nice to know that some people have gone back and revisited it and reevaluated it, and I'm really proud of it, and what we did. And I think the show, I've dabbled in it. I've gone back and watched an episode here or there, and I think, wow, that's really good. And during lockdown, during the pandemic, I don't think I watched the whole thing, but I started to watch a bunch of episodes, and it was actually fun for me because I guess it had been long enough that an episode would start and I'd be thinking like, I don't remember what happens here. And there was one episode I was watching and I thought, oh my gosh, what's happening here? And I realized when the credits came up that I had written it, and I just didn't have, I started to remember as it went on. But that's a kind of a weird experience, but a fun one. Yeah.
We've got about 5 minutes left, and I've got 3 questions. So let's talk about life after Voyager. You've had nice runs with Legend of the Seeker, Perception with Mike Sussman, obviously, Genius. How satisfying were those experiences?
Great. I mean, I would say probably there were a few years of my career. I did two seasons of Genius, Einstein and Picasso, and before that I did a show called Legends, which was kind of a reboot of a show with Sean Bean for TNT. And for those 3 years, I was working primarily in Europe and working, directing and producing in locations all over Europe, and that was super exciting part of my career. So I would say like that was kind of a highlight, yeah.
And what are you working on now?
So I'm leaving tomorrow to go to Madrid for a few weeks. I've been working on and off for many, many months last year, and then before the strike, and now after the strike, on something very different for me. It's a kind of a dramedy. It's a vehicle for Eva Longoria for Apple that I came on to consult on about a year and a half ago to work with some Spanish writers in Madrid on the scripts. And ended up sort of falling in love. The script, the shows is sort of a hybrid of Spanish and English because of the story of the show. And the show is shot in Spain. We made 6 episodes of a first season last year. I ended up staying on and working with the writers for the whole run and directing 2 of the 6 episodes. So I'm going back for a few weeks to work on a prospective season 2 for that. So that's and I've got a couple 2 or 3 pitches that are in the works. So that's what I'm up to. Yeah.
And let me end it with this. You mentioned a few times early on that when you started on Star Trek, when you started on Voyager, you were the kid. They're like, hey, kid, take this and run with it. Hey, kid, take this and give it a try. Rick Berman gave the kid a shot type of thing. Now that you're the seasoned veteran, do you find yourself kind of paying it back, paying it forward?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd have to ask people that I have worked with or mentored whether I've been, that generous or effective with them. But I believe that I have, and I've tried to be, and I have a number of people that worked for me that have gone on to big careers. And, Rob Doherty comes to mind, who was an intern on the show, and I ended up hiring him as my assistant. And he's now become, much more successful than I am. He created Elementary on CBS, and, we're still great friends. And we're 10 years apart. So he was like my little brother, and, he's gone on to great success. But yeah, I take a lot of pride in when I have the opportunity, mentoring younger or less experienced writers or directors, and that's something that I really enjoy. And in fact, I recently started teaching. I'm part-time on the faculty at the Loyola Marymount School of Film and Television, so I'm teaching a couple of classes there, and that's fun to do.
Very cool. Well, thank you, Ken, for joining us, and stick with me while we do our little bit at the end here. Thank you to everyone for tuning in to Trek Talks 3, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. Please consider donating if you've watched this at hollywoodgivebutter.com/Trek Talks, or just scan the QR code on your screen or text Trek, all caps, to 53-555. Ken, thank you so much for joining me and joining us. We appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure. Hello to everybody and all the fans.
Good deal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You got it.
Hello.
We are now over $47,000. John, this is amazing.
How about that? With one panel left to go, a marvelous conversation with Doug Jones. I want to thank everybody for listening and for your marvelous contributions. Let's see if we can get to that magic 50,000 number and match Rod Roddenberry's donation. A couple of things. I'm going to ask Bonnie to talk about triples in a second again, but that auction, it's still going. When Doug Jones says bye-bye, it ends. And we will announce the winners when Bonnie and I come to wrap up. So we wanted to give you one last whack at the piñata. Remember, on the Magic Castle front, Bonnie and I will do whatever we can to bring other Star Trek folks to the party with us. Can't guarantee, but it's a wonderful, wonderful evening if you get yourself to Los Angeles. And if you're going to go think about the Vegas possibility, it's a marvelous cocktail party with great folks. We will treat you like the princes and the queens that you are. And thank you again so much for watching today. Talk about triples for a second, would you, Bonnie?
That's right. Don't forget, everyone, we are giving away free triples thanks to the amazing folks over at tripletoys.com. So go to tripletoys.com/Trek Talks and enter your name, and you can do this for free. And they're going to pick, I believe, up to 8 people to win free triples. You got to be 18 years old. You got to be a U.S. resident. But yes, go to tripletoys.com/Trek Talks to try and win your free tribble, because I know I'm going to go enter because I want another tribble. And the Triple Toys tribbles are amazing. Again, it's run by David Gerald and an amazing team. The guy who wrote the classic original series episode, The Trouble with Tribbles. So when it comes to tribbles, he knows his stuff. So I would trust him.
Hoping to have back, who we are hoping to have next year as a guest.
That's right. It would be great we should talk trouble with him.
Yes.
Trek Talks Trouble with Tribbles. Say that 10 times fast, John.
Beyond helping to contribute to the Hollywood Food Coalition and supporting the work we do, we really love doing this every year, and we'd love to keep doing it. So please show us your support. Show us you dig this programming. Show us you want to have more amazing panels like this. We spend all the time in the green room talking about what could we do next year? A discovery panel? Is it this? Is it that? What show should we talk about? What cool scientists? This amazing world of Star Trek that we're all a part of. It's so broad and so vast. We love your ideas, we love your input, and we love your enthusiasm and your donations to the Hollywood Food Coalition. We'll be back with you to wrap up after this wonderful conversation with Doug Jones to take us out.
Take it away, Doug.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jessica Lynn Verdi. I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome you to Trek Talks 3, the 3rd annual fundraising event for the Hollywood Food Coalition. There's 3 different ways you can donate if you're able to. You can go to www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks, or scan the QR code that's on your screen, or you can even text Trek, T-R-E-K, pretty cute, 53555. to give now. Now, the toast of the entire event, I could say with confidence, I have the sincere pleasure of interviewing Doug Jones. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much.
Let me ask you, are you a Dougie, or are you like you're a Douglas? Do you have like different names for different people?
Right. And in this day and age where everybody corrects you on how to say their name, I'm not a corrector. You can call me whatever you want. My mom called me Douglas when I was in trouble. Doug is like my screen name, but Dougie is kind of like the one that it reminds me that I'm from Indiana and that I'm just a person with a tall, skinny neck.
Why does it remind you of that?
My friends and family have always called me Dougie, and it just kind of takes me home.
Takes you right back.
So that grounds me, I think. Yeah.
So I just moved to Chicago. So I have an affinity for you Midwestern men. I really do.
No, bless you.
No, I think it's wonderful.
There's a real thing called the Midwestern nice, and it's for reals. Yeah.
So I'm one of those unicorns that's literally I was born in the Valley of California. So most people, in LA aren't from there. But when I started branching out into the business, everyone thought I was from Chicago because I think I blended that New Jersey and LA very well. That made people think Midwestern.
Sure. Right. If you want to be here, sprinkle it with this and this, right?
Yeah, that's at least how I always look at it. So we have a lot of things that we could talk about. One of the things that I know we can't talk about is specifics, but we know that the final season of Discovery is upon us, and I kind of wanted to just see how you were feeling, or anything you can share with us, what the experience has been like for you in general.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I might talk the entire hour on this.
Okay, I'll just sit back. I got coffee.
No. It was while we were filming season 5, we didn't know that was our final one. So, but every season on Discovery has come to a close. At the end of every season, closer has been like, "Is that the series done?" Because they all come to some kind of conclusion. So when we got done with season 5, they brought the season to a lovely close, but then we found out, well, actually during the Star Trek cruise last year in February, got a Zoom, had to get on an emergency Zoom call with the whole production. And that was when we were told that it was going to be that season 5 was our last one.
So had you already recorded it? I'm sorry to interrupt, but had you already finished recording?
We'd finished filming season 5 by then, yes. We actually finished filming a long time ago. It was end of November 2022, so it's been a while.
Wow!
So they delayed. We were told they were going to delay the airing of it because it is our final season. They wanted to build up with with all the PR materials and to make a big thing of our final season.
Sure.
So and in addition to that was going back to Toronto, opening up the studio again, and filming an epilogue that we could tack on to the last episode that would then bring the whole series to a rousing close. So
I like that. That was very thoughtful of them, I think.
It was, and it was, that's not a lot of shows get to do that. Oftentimes your dressing room's locked and you're done. You know what I mean? But you're right. A lot of times, yeah.
It reminds me of an episode, the final episode of Full House. I don't know if you ever watched Full House or had cause to, but the final episode, it wasn't supposed to be the finale. They were all just standing in a line. They're kind of looking at each other like, I guess that's the end. And they ended at the top of their reign, but no one ever got closure. So I think it's really lovely that you guys were given a chance to have some of an epilogue, some sort of closure.
Exactly, yeah. And when I went back in to do my ADR voice looping for that final episode to clean up the dialogue and all that we do for every episode, I asked the people in the booth, can you play this entire epilogue for me so I can see how we end? And by the time it was done, I was doing this, wiping tears, going, yep, I feel closure. That was great. Yeah.
How beautiful.
Yeah, it's going to be gorgeous.
What's interesting too about the Star Trek world, especially in the era that we're in now too, it's nice that we get to wrap up this story. There are people that are so passionate about Discovery. Discovery has touched my life in deep ways that I never expected it to. And even though this chapter is closed, we see things like Picard and Strange New Worlds, and there's different ways. And then you're involved in the community and going on the cruises. So Star Trek really doesn't ever stop. Would you say that's true?
I would say that's absolutely true. Yeah. It's much like my experience I had on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I was a guest star on one episode, but it was like the fan favorite episode of the entire show. And it lives on and on and on. When there's a fan base that is passionate about something, they won't let it die. And so Star Trek, I believe, the original series still has people in its grips, right?
Gosh, so that makes me really interested to ask. Did you ever do any stage? Let me ask that first. Is stage in your? Because I know you're a mime.
Right. So I did a lot on stage as a mime. This was started when I was in college at university, and so I was a theater minor. So I was on stage for various plays, but the mime thing was what really took off for me personally. And then when I moved out to Los Angeles, I did a couple of like 99-seat theater plays. But every time I would commit to a play, there was am I going to book something, a commercial, a guest star on a TV show? So I ended up like having to break my commitment on stage many times. So I stopped. But I really have a love for that. It's a different animal than on camera.
So that's exactly my point. Is the satisfaction comes immediately when you're on stage, right? You've grinded for a play for 3 months, 2 weeks, whatever, and then you get to perform, and the audience either I love there's an Alfred Molina quote who's like, nothing's better than an American audience because you either know if they love it or they hate it. They'll tell you immediately.
Right.
Right, you'll know. But that transition on to camera is abrupt. You're not getting feedback. You're kind of looking for the director. I don't. Maybe I'm explaining my experience. You're like looking at the director. Was that good? And then you have to wait to see if the reception's any good. But like you said, this the Buffy episode lives on and on. Does some sort of satisfaction come through that, like that you get maybe immediately on stage?
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, people often ask me, because I've been acting for 37 years. I've done a lot of things under rubber bits, including Saru from Star Trek Discovery.
Correct.
And I often get asked, like, do you have a favorite, creature or otherworldly thing you've played? And I can't say that I do, because they're all my children. Even if it's a bad guy, I have to fall in love with the character to play him correctly, and so the afterlife that a show has or a movie has, the shelf life that it has, will then kind of up the game of oh, I do love this because I love what it does to an audience. I love that they cherish it, that they keep it on their shelf, that they keep it in their streaming queue, and then they'll have, if it has a life with them, if it changed them in some way, if it inspired them, if it has happy memories of nostalgia for them. When I do the convention circuit, I hear that's when I hear stories from individuals one at a time. Oh, I loved you in blah, 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 whatever it is. And they'll tell me why. And those are the stories that really connect me to, that's the stage experience. Okay, now I'm getting the feedback that I would like from the audience. And I'll hear all kinds of like heartwarming stories. I hear a lot of, my dad and I used to watch Star Trek together. And now that he's gone, whenever I watch it, it reminds me of him. It's like, oh, those are my favorites. That's my favorite thing.
You have become you've touched their lives by being part of that.
Well, and that is what, and I often will say, thank you so much for letting me be a part of your family experience. That means the world to me. And thanks for sharing that with me right now. now I know.
Hearing that now is touching me very deeply. We have a mutual friend in Mary Chieffo who plays the mother of the Klingons, and she talks about, especially because there wasn't maybe a lot of closure for her character, but the way that character affected other audience members helped her deepen her relationship and understanding of L'Rell too. So even if your proverbial coat is hung, the character, you also, like something you said about like you have to love the bad guys. A good bad guy is well played when you can kind of understand the motivations that get them to the place to be bad.
Right. Bad guys. I don't think that bad guys wake up every day curling their mustache saying, how can I be evil today?
Right.
Right. I think they're trying to survive like the rest of us are. And they're just making bad choices to do so. That's how I feel about them,
And there's a reason why it's captivating, and the motivation makes it so. I think. Well, I'm so pleased to hear that the convention circuit is a pleasurable experience for you, because I'm sure some people are like, oh, I don't want to bother them, I don't want to tell him that I love Billy Butcherson, and he's probably...
I love hearing all of that. Oh yeah, Billy Hocus Pocus brings a lot of childhood nostalgia up to their adult life, kind of like the Wizard of Oz did with me. And so I really love hearing those stories. And with Saru on Star Trek Discovery, what I find is a lot of people with issues of anxiety, depression, isolation, imposter syndrome. Anybody who deals with those things really finds a home with Saru. And I love that because I'm also on Cameo, that video app that you can get personalized videos from people from. I'm on there.
Right.
And about half of my requests on those videos are pep talks because someone's dealing with anxiety. I'm starting a new job and I don't think I'm worthy of it, that kind of thing. And so Saru has been through all that. and I have been through all that in my personal life. I've dealt with anxiety all my life, and like a fear of tomorrow, a fear of, oh gosh, somebody wants me to do something. I will fail them. I'm sure of it. They don't know that yet, but I'm going to fail. So when I have played Saru, I've learned so much from him, and seeing like how he was, in season 1, we're introduced to Saru with fear and these ganglia that come out whenever there's a threat, like, and we saw him push through it and still, to meet his tasks on the ship.
Allow it to be his strength, though, too, right? Like, rather than. I'll let you finish your thought because you're really taking the question out of my mouth, which I love. I'm so grateful.
Oh,
no, it's
well,
wonderful.
No, but yeah, well, we watched it. There's been 2 phases of Saru. One living in fear, but working through it, and closing the day, having done everything he was required to do. And then after he went through Viharai, his threat ganglia fall out. He's now gone through his adolescence as a Kelpian. And now he's living without that innate fear, and now with a new confidence and a new courage that he didn't know he was even going to ever have. And now we see him, leading with the room around him, and the experiences around him have not changed. We're still met with a threat out that window in the front, in the bridge every day, right? There's some kind of
wow, yes.
There's peril and certain death awaiting us in every episode, but. So that hasn't changed, but Saru's reaction to it has. And so that's where I take it into my personal life. Okay, maybe I should wear a wristband that says, what would Saru do? Because, if I can meet the day and meet tomorrow and meet what's around the corner that I can't see, with an attitude of, we're going to get through this. I can do this. We've done it before. As long as we're together, we'll get through it. Then that does change. It makes my day lighter and lessens my stress. So when I hear that from the audience members too, that's worked for them, that just completes my experience with Star Trek Discovery. It's like, okay, if I can leave that with people, I've done my job.
Oh my God, I don't know how it gets better than that, because
Yeah,
you're living a constant The thing about anxiety and depression is it's not one of those things where you finally take a pill or you overcome that one thing that's stressing you out and you're never going to experience that again. It's I did it. I've overcome it. So you sometimes need these external reminders, or like to slow down and meditate, or certain things that will help you remind yourself that I've overcome it. So it sounds like you're expressing, when an audience member comes to you and says, I love this has helped me with that, it's reinforcing something you've learned.
Yeah, and I can so relate, exactly. And it's a monkey on your back that you can't shake him off forever, but you can quiet him down.
Right. And hearing how other people struggle, I think is a key element of that for me, because sometimes I do want to shake somebody and be like, God, don't you see how wonderful you are and how special you are? And we just can't reflect that back to ourselves sometimes. But
Right.
It's nice that people get to share their positive experiences with you. I think that's a beautiful gift.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of this show, particularly. Yeah.
Well, so I do want to talk a little bit about like a couple of my favorite. Billy Butcherson was huge for me, and I'm a huge fan of Baron from the Baron.
I love the Baron. From What We Do in the Shadows, for those who don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. We need to say those things. I'm not a full professional. I'm like semi-professional, but I'm pretty good at this stuff. You get this wonderful experience. Sometimes an actor that doesn't get the benefit of getting to layer on prosthetics or something might feel that they're limited, or how do I act this character? You get to layer all these prosthetics on and just change with the look of you. But I imagine there is a challenge to make all of them individual as well. Where does that process start for you? Does it start with the script? Does it start once you've put the clothes on, or does that change from character to character?
It's a multi-layer process. Yeah, it does start with the script. Yes, you want to know what the writer's intent is and where you fit in the story, how you interact with the other characters in that story, and then what I'll take that information and then maybe hopefully have a tete-a-tete, little conversation with the director or the producer, the writer team, if it's television, and find out what nuances, what idiosyncrasies do you see and feel should happen with this character. I'll just take all this information, and if it's something otherworldly under prosthetics that has a non-human element to it, well, then I want to find out, well, okay, so what's his posture? How does he stand? How does he walk? How does he react? And again, back to the script, is he called to crawl? Is he called to, go up a wall? Is he called to be aggressive? Is he passive? I want to find out all these things so that I can then find his home stance, his home posture, and then gestures, and come out of that. But it all starts in the heart and soul. What are his wants, needs, loves, fears, all those things, and then let that come out of my limbs.
I think that makes a lot of sense because, please continue. Yeah,
I was going to say, but then the makeup process too, right? You start your test makeups and you find out what he's going to look like, and I'll see sketches or drawings of concept drawings. And be like, oh, I see. So he's, if he's bent over and or if he's very tall and stately, those things, come into play with how I play him and how I develop him inside. And then the makeup, they'll start creating the prosthetics. Then I'll come in for test fittings and some video footage, and let's see how this works. And that all helps inform who he is and how he does.
What would you say is your favorite part of that process? Because I can relate. I've done a lot of work, rehearsing a character for a play, and it's not until the costume and the makeup come on do I finally feel like she's arrived, and that always feels really exciting for me to be backstage. Where do you find that you're really drawn to one particular moment that always lights you up, or is it the whole process?
In the process, right? Well, when I did the first Hellboy movie as Abe Sapien, the bluefish guy. I had done all this pre-work.
I'm sure there's a lot of euphemisms for your character. Not euphemisms, but taglines. The bluefish guy, that guy.
The merman, the amphibian creature, it goes on and on. Yeah. But when doing all that pre-work and all the processing and the mind and the heart and then how does he? I often, I worked in the mirrors at a dance studio to see what should Abe Sapien be.
Oh, wow, beautiful.
And then went through the makeup test fittings of one piece at a time, how do the webbed fingers work on the hands? Oh, here's his head with some gills, and how does that, does he move with a curious fish head and then fin-like hands? Got all that worked out, but then we did a full head to toe makeup test that took, I'm going to say, because when I did the movie, the makeup application every day on a daily basis was about 7 hours a day. It was a long one, because a lot to build from head to toe. But the makeup test, I think it took 11 hours because it's the first time they were ever putting it on head to toe. And we didn't have a filming schedule that day. It was just the only purpose of the day was to test this makeup. So when it was finally done, and I hadn't looked at myself in the mirror while they were doing this.
Oh, interesting.
I hadn't. Right. So when it was done, I got in front of a mirror and was like, oh. And I think I teared up, and I said to Steve Wang, who was the designer of the Abe Sapien look, I said, Steve, this is the most beautiful thing I have ever had on me. And now since then, the Amphibian Man from The Shape of Water might be in the same league, but I actually teared up, and I've never done that before. And then they walked me out of the makeup room into an area where the entire creature effects shop was waiting for the big reveal, including Guillermo del Toro, my director. And so when I came out, it was to uproarious applause and photos, and it was like doing a press junket. It was like, here I am here, and so that was a favorite moment for me. It was just oh my gosh, this is the most beautiful thing. It works with everything that I'd planned ahead of time, and it's
wow.
I think we have a memorable character here. Yeah.
Well, one of the questions I was going to ask is I'm sure at this point, people just call you to be the character in their TV show or movie rather than having to audition for it. But I imagine it's two parts. because you're the skilled guy that can do all this stuff, but also because you're so darn nice and genuine and sensitive. And who wouldn't want you on set? Are you like, and if no one likes, if someone doesn't like you, tell me and I'll go beat them up or talk to them really meanly, because boy, you're bringing me into these stories. You're such a wonderful storyteller on screen, with your body, with your voice, and just as a person. And it's a joy to get to talk to you about this.
Gosh, I can't live up to all this. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you.
Just take it. You don't need to even just let me talk to you, and that'll be the rest of the interviews. Me just telling you how great you are. Well, it is one of our skill sets as an actor, I think, is to be able to metabolize emotions, right? And the further you are away from your own personal emotions, the harder it will be to bring it out. So was that something that you felt you were always in touch with, or something you had to work on?
Oh, well, Yes, some people just come out of the gates and they're brilliant actors from the get-go with their natural instincts and everything, right? Sure. I am not a good class taker. I did learn that early on.
I love that you know that.
Yeah. But if I look back at my early work in the 1980s, I can see like, oh, we've come a long way. Thank heaven. Like I did a horror film or two back in the day, like, oh gosh. But I can also tell when I had a really great director that was observant and inspiring for me, I do a much better job. And that's to this day. When you're directing yourself and they don't really give you much, they're more worried about the lighting, more worried about the stunt, more worried, then it's like, but I like a director who pays attention and who pays attention, but also lets you be if it's all on point. This happened on Pan's Labyrinth with Guillermo del Toro, again, my favorite director I've ever worked with Jonathan Frakes being a neck. I
was going to ask. We had to get it in there for sure.
No, well, Frakes is whenever he would come to Discovery to direct an episode, we were all like, yes, because we just adore him.
Everyone has said that about that man, which is just such a lovely reputation to have, right?
I know, right? And Tunde, our producing director, he did quite a few episodes as well, and those are two neck and necks, I think, on that show. But anyway, get back to Guillermo del Toro on Pan's Labyrinth. About a week into filming, I'd already filmed quite a couple of scenes, and one day I heard his feet shuffling up to me. He didn't lift his feet when he walked, so I always knew I was like a dog that knew his master's footsteps. And it's amazing. I'm sitting in my set chair as the fawn, and he put his hand on my forearm, and he said, "Dougie, I know you have not heard much from me during this shoot so far," and he said, "It's because you're getting it right." So that was like, I really appreciated him checking in with me because I hadn't heard much from him. But he's one of those directors who, when the soup tastes right, he doesn't want to add any more spice to it. It's because it's already right,
The ego's not at play. The person doesn't feel like they need to give you a note in order to assert dominance.
Right.
Is, but also how touching of him to know that while you may be confident of what you're bringing to the soup, he needed you to know that he saw what you were doing. He knew you needed to hear that.
And I was not confident. I'm never confident. So, and he knows that about me. He's a director who he susses up. I'm sorry, I froze for a minute there. He's a director who susses up every actor that he has in front of him, and he'll direct each one of us differently from each other based on who we are, what we respond to. It's like he creates a little, control panel with buttons on it that he knows how to push, and differently from each other. So with me, he just stays quiet and lets me do my thing, but he will check in with me and say it's perfect, or if it's not, he'll make me laugh. Like one time on the Hellboy 2 set, he was doing a long shot with a camera going on a track around me, and I was doing some business, non-dialogue. It was a moment where I'm just like using a lot of props. And at the end of the first take, he just said, "Doug Jones, you are boring me to tears." So I was like, right. Well, I knew how to fix it, and that's all the direction I needed in that moment. Wow. And with Selma Blair, and I watched him with Selma Blair on another scene where she had to work up like some tension between herself and Jeffrey Tambor, and they were having bumping heads in a scene, and all Guillermo did was walk in, and he put his elbow against hers, and he said, "Push against me, give me some tension, push against me." So they were like, "Arr!" And he said, "Now let's do it again," and she was brilliant, right? So it's like, yeah, he just has a different way with all of us, knowing how we'll respond. So
that's a beautiful skill set, knowing who needs what and to
Isn't
be
it?
available
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
And it's also, it makes me think that you're probably an excellent study in human nature, especially because you know Guillermo's walk. You know, I'm sure. Is it hard for you to go outside and not go, oh, that man walks weird, I might use that later? Or
Oh, child, that you just summed me up in a nutshell. Yes, I can't leave the house without being really observant.
And they're like, why is that guy looking at me? I don't recognize him at all.
Exactly.
There's, you know, one of the things it's a hard question to ask, but just based off of so many lives that you've touched, no matter whether you want to or not, you will leave a legacy on this earth. And what would you be happy with? What would make you feel most fulfilled if people walked away? What would you want people to walk away after having met you or seen your work? What would am I asking the right? Do you understand what I'm asking?
No, this is a great question, and I think, you know, now that I'm in my 60s, I think about this a lot. Yeah, I do.
Sure.
And that would be, I mean, yes, my career will always be like something that's talked about after I'm gone, I'm sure. But I would like to be remembered as the guy who hugged you. Yeah.
I don't really think I can ask you another question after that, because I just felt like I got a hug. This has been such a genuine pleasure.
Bougie,
Oh, thank you so much. I feel it. I feel like, but during the pandemic, I was streaming a lot. I created a show, and it was, you know, everyone was dying for physical contact. I saw someone else do this, but then started the ritual of asking everyone to grab their pillow and hug it, and then it was like we were giving each other a hug.
Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah.
But I think that's a beautiful, simple, like impactful legacy, and I really want to thank you for sharing that with us and with the audience watching Trek Talks 3. Don't forget, there's several different ways that you can donate for the Hollywood Food Coalition. You can go to www.givebutter.com/Trek Talks, which is really challenging for me to say Trek Talks, or scan the QR code, or you can even text Trek to 53555. Doug, anything else you want our friends to know before we say goodbye?
Just that I love you madly, all of you. And and also, not only season 5 will be the final season of Star Trek, but What We Do in the Shadows that we talked about earlier, we're going into filming season 6, which will be its final season as well. So the Baron will return there as well. And and if you're wondering where the Saru Turina, President Turina story goes, I can't tell you anything except that I asked our showrunner at the beginning of filming, with not knowing how the season was going to play out, will the romance continue with Saru and Turina, is what I asked. And she said, I think you'll be very pleased. That's all I'm going to say.
I feel like we just got a real good scoop. Thank you so much, Doug. And thank you everyone who's donated so far. And we wish you all the luck and success.
Yes.
What?
Is all I have to say. Look at all these cool people I bumped into in the green room. I brought them all with me to say thank you. We have successfully matched Rod Roddenberry's 50,000 gift and then some.
Absolutely.
As we stand, we have made $103,200 for the Hollywood Food Coalition. And at the risk of being a real asshole, I'll say you can keep donating if you want to.
Yes.
Donate.
Right.
You
And
can also, you can watch this on YouTube anytime you want. You can tell your pals who missed this, hey, go watch it on YouTube and see the amazing shit that went down that you didn't get a chance to see. And also, by the way, when you do, make sure you donate to the Hollywood Food Coalition. So there.
And every single donation goes to helping people in need and to helping grow an organization that is committed to lighting a path for other not-for-profits whose mission is centered around providing for people in need. This is basically I mean, look at what this community did today.
Mm-hmm.
We are what, you know, the Roddenberry vision is. And thanks to all of you, you know, you can keep donating at a later date, spread the word on social media about the show. Get ready for Trek Talks 4, because that's going to happen.
It happened. I just wanted to say, summing up, I know that you're thinking, oh my God, I have heard so much of John Billingsley over the last been on every podcast in Christendom. Shut the fuck up, would you please? Not quite yet. The reason I wanted to do this event in the first place some years back is because it has been a deep privilege of mine to be associated with this franchise. And it is an even deeper privilege for me to have been associated with its fans and partisans who live Mr. Roddenberry's ethos every day, who practice kindness and compassion, and who seek to give back to their communities. I cannot thank everybody enough. The people who have listened, the people who make Star Trek the amazing cultural touchstone that it is. Y'all make the world a better place. And Gene's vision of a world in which we all pull together for the betterment of humanity, it's aspirational. And aspirations are demanding. It's what makes us unique as a species, the desire to be better than we are, to be more than we sometimes think we can be. And the sciences and the arts have this in common. They call forth in all of us a belief in the possibilities and the potential of mankind. And the Hollywood Food Coalition works to give people a possibility, the possibility of hope, of achieving their potential through the medium of daily, consistent, quality nourishment. And that's not just food. That's human contact and compassion and kindness. We treat everybody that we work with and we meet with dignity and kindness and respect, while we try to allay their most important and immediate daily concerns. And we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for helping us do what we do. So thank you for your support. And we are, before we announce the auction winners, I'd actually love for everybody here to just say hi. And you guys have made this possible, the folks on this screen. Would you just say hello and a word or two? I beg the patience of our audience to stay with us for another minute or two, because this doesn't happen without some of these folks.
I'll start just by saying, John, your words were beautiful and heartfelt, and thank you. And thank you to, and thank you on behalf of the many Trek fans who are inspired by what we do here. And it is our privilege to get to do that and share some great entertainment, but also spread the word about a very worthy cause. So thank you for bringing us all together in this. And I can't wait to do it again. So cheers. And by the way, I say that now, right? And by the way, yes, the show may be officially over, but you know, Larry Nemechek just donated $50. So be like Dr. Trek and keep donating after the show is over. That's what you should do.
Lori, you are new to the team this year. We would not be here without your incredible efforts. Would you take a bow, please, and say a few words?
Thank you. I mean, it is because of the work that you guys did that I wanted to join this team. I believed in the cause so much. It's every time I watch one of those Hollywood Food Coalition videos, I'm moved again. Every time I hear the way you speak about it, John, I am moved again to want to be part of it. And putting on a Star Trek event is kind of in my DNA. So I'm just really excited to have joined this incredible group of people who inspired me to want to participate.
Thank you. Bill and Dan, the Trek geeks.
Yes.
David Buck, huzzah. Here we go. $106,000.
There
we go.
Nice. Wow.
Bill,
Fabulous.
Dan, say a few words. It was because of you guys, the three of us going, you think we could pull this off, that we are here.
It's amazing as we sit here. I've never been more honored to be part of such a wonderful event, to be able to do this good for such an unbelievable cause. John, your love for what you do for Hollywood Food Coalition is infectious. And I feel like Hollywood Food Coalition is now in my DNA because of what you have brought to us and what we have done as a team to help those that need it. It's something that I will be forever grateful to be a part of. And I can't thank anybody in this panel enough for all of their love and passion that they've done for such an incredible organization.
I concur. Dan said it flawlessly for once in his life. It's amazing. But
last time.
Shut up, champion.
on top of all that, I agree with Dan 100%. I have to say that even with all of our hard work, and this team did work amazingly hard, and I'm so grateful to each and every one of you. I said this last year and I'll say it again. This fandom shows up 100% of the time. This is the greatest damn fandom in the world. And they are wired to help others. And between this event and what we're hoping to see Tivism do as a sort of overarching theme to getting involved and doing good things, we've started it here, and I think that it just is going to keep going and going, because that's who we are. That's why we love Star Trek. It's why we, value this community the way we do. We literally could not have done this without everybody watching and everybody who's donated. And I am so very grateful.
Yvette, speaking for the sisters, 1/4 of the sisters.
1/4. Well, how I came into this because I talked to John about the great work he was doing, and to remind him that it was Martin Luther King's birthday weekend. And when you think about Martin Luther King, you think about day of service. And if this wasn't a day of service, I don't know what was. So I just want to be here and make sure that we never forget that we're doing the good work. We're treating people like humans, because there's a lot of people out there that don't feel like they're treated like a human on a daily basis. So this work, Star Trek, IDIC, the whole FOCO, we always make sure that everyone feels like they mean something in this world. And that is something that a lot of people don't feel on a daily basis. So when we do this kind of stuff, do this kind of work, we're doing the human work, and we're going further into what Star Trek is supposed to be. I know the social media can be horrible. It can be really tough. But I think this fandom proves that it doesn't have to be. That chat alone was absolutely phenomenal. And we promoted each other. We said, you did a great job. It's this is like, so I think I don't remember who was, this is just a fantastic fandom. And I'm so glad that John does this. I'm grateful for Linda. I'm grateful for Arnali. I'm grateful for everybody here who does the daily work. And thank you again for having the sisters. We love it here. We're not leaving.
Earl, we more than the reason this happens is because this gentleman behind the microphone manages to pull this stuff off every time with incredible grace and poise, and not a beat gets missed. Earl, I love you. I just so wonderful. Thank you,
gentlemen.
He's the wizard behind the curtain, quite literally.
Absolutely. Doesn't happen without him.
Yeah, right.
That's true. Yeah. All right.
You're also the main engineer. You're also the chief medical officer. You're basically a crew
communications officer.
Yeah. We need to clean up on aisle 5.
Custodial.
A lot of shout outs in the chat to Earl right now. Well deserved.
Yay.
Yes.
Good job.
Yes. Linda Piani-Gianni, who I have had the privilege of knowing now for about 7 or 8 years since she joined the board, and has been an absolutely tireless worker for this organization, as I said to her off camera, from the moment she gets up in the morning to the moment she gets to bed at night. I think she is working for this organization, and we would not exist. We would not be here without you, Linda.
That's probably too much, John, but thank you.
I take it back. I take it all back. It was a tissue of lies. I don't know.
I have a life.
I'm here representing the organization, which you also represent, and like all of this wouldn't be possible, like everybody has said, without the presence and the hard, tireless work behind the scenes of everybody on the screen and other people that are not, excuse me, on the screen right now. So thank you to everybody else who didn't make it to the end of the show today. But like, thank you, like you both said, to the Trek community. It's incredible what you're able to do coming together. Thank you to Rod. to Rod and to the Roddenberry Foundation for their continued support of our work. We really couldn't do it without you, and we're so grateful that year after year you keep coming together and really like delivering like such an amazing show and entertainment and amazing funds that go to support our program. So thank you on behalf of everybody at Hollywood Food Coalition. We really appreciate it.
And although they didn't make it into the final box, Heather Barker and Matthew Simone and Jay Stobie and David Livingston and the marvelous Ashley Thomas, who has been integral to this effort, and a ton of podcasters and storytellers and social media mavens and scientists and fan clubs made this all possible. Bonnie Gordon, my darling, who I adore so much. Thank you so much for joining me every year.
Thank you for having me again this year. And also, can we all just say one more big huzzah to John Billingsley? Because really,
Huzzah.
John, you do this work day in and day out, and it's so inspiring to me and the rest of the community. And just thank you for everything you do and for bringing us all together like this.
So you can see there's a lot of love in this room, and now we're going to go and get fucking pie-eyed. All right.
But now, do we have the auction?
Auction results.
But now to close, we have two people who chose to remain anonymous. You people who remain anonymous, we know who you are. I will be in touch. I will be your conduit. I will be your chauffeur. I will be everything for you, for those of you who generously bid on these items. Two anonymouses. Edward M., you got the Magic Castle. Tara P., you got the Vegas party. And the two anonymi. Thank you guys so much.
Woohoo!
Awesome.
Fantastic.
As you see, we are still getting contributions, which is what I was hoping.
Wow.
As the credits call, you will hear my voice over the background. Money's still coming in. Money's still coming in. and now to the credits. Thank you, everybody. I wish I could do that thing with my fingers.
So do we.
Come on.
Get it? Well, there we go.
Got it.
Yeah.
They close right up again. Oops.